Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Attention Economy. Of course, Warner Brothers' eagerness to show the world its patron saint attributes was only a minor episode after the release of Spider-Man 2. The entire news was only circulated among the top executives in the industry, and outsiders were completely unaware of it. In this way, the market feedback of the new movie was the mainstream news that dominated the public's attention. Major newspapers and magazines tacitly published reports related to it. Cable TV networks were not willing to be left out, and they all used old news that had been talked about by various channels as first-hand information, and excitedly shared it with the audience in their columns. The most excessive thing was the News Corporation, that wanted to show Roland Allen that investing in Rotten Tomatoes was just an accident, and that it targeted eyeing, because of true love. As a movie inventory program updated every Monday, Fox TV gathered talents from all over the world, gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools, and gathered wisdom from all over the world to create a hodgepodge. The point is that the news was a hodgepodge, but what made the industry laugh and cry the most was that Fox, while being possessed by the tailor, also turned into a licking dog, presented facts and reason, and stripped Roland Allen naked for people to see. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the latest movie review. Today is December 21st, and there are still 3 days until Christmas Eve. As Christmas is approaching, all the movies of this year's Christmas season have been released online. I believe that many people have watched some movies on their days off, but I don't think anyone will watch all the newly released movies. So in the next 15 minutes, I will share with you the box office information of this year's Christmas movies. I hope that the public's viewing ideas can provide you with some reference, so don't regret missing out on your favorite content. First is The World Is Not Enough, which will be released on November 19th. Starring Pierce Brosnan and Sue, the combination of Faye and Marceau has earned $89 million in the box office in the past month. The interaction between the two in the movie is the biggest highlight of the whole movie, and the presence of Denise Richards also adds a lot of erotic atmosphere to the whole movie. The second is Toy Story 2, released on November 24th. This sequel, produced by Pixar and voiced by Tom Hanks, has brought laughter to children. In the past 4 weeks, it has earned nearly $150 million in the box office. Unlike the previous work about jealousy and self-awareness, this one tells the choice in life, loyalty and game. The content is more profound and more educational, and it is different from those cheesy animations. Compared to other movies, it is very good. The third is The Green Mile, which was released on December 10th, and is also related to Tom Hanks. In the past 11 days, this movie has only earned less than $40 million at the box office. Of course, this does not mean that Tom Hanks' box office appeal has declined, but this dull R-rated movie with a duration of more than 180 minutes is aimed at the Oscars. The subject matter and time limit its screening volume, so its box office is not as good as other commercial movies. The fourth is Stuart Little, the latest masterpiece of the director of The Lion King, which was released on December 17th. This is adapted from the fairy tale that is praised as the most read and most beloved fairy tale in the 20th century. The movie, based on the novel of the same name, has only earned less than $10 million in the past 3 days. That's right, this movie with an investment of more than $100 million was completely defeated in the competition of this year's Christmas season, because it ran into Roland Allen and his Spider-Man 2. In the past 3 days, the average daily number of visitors to more than 3,000 theaters in the United States reached 1,800 people, and the average box office output per theater was as high as 28,000, with a total box office output of $252 million. But Roland Allen took away $180 million. Yes, you heard it right. Roland Allen slaughtered the market again and again. He turned the box office game that made countless people excited and sad into his own backyard. But, to be honest, I was not surprised at all when I saw this number, because all the surprises have turned into expected satisfaction and happiness. There is no way. Who makes us like him and love him? When the little kid named Kevin McAllister was home alone on Christmas of 1990, we liked him. And when the guy named Jack Dawson sacrificed for love on Christmas of 1997, liking turned into love. There is no need for me to elaborate on Roland Allen's personal resume. What does 1.8 billion in 3 days mean? I think you have heard countless analyses and introductions after the release of Jurassic Park, and all major media and websites have also revealed everything about Spider-Man 2, so I will not elaborate on these contents today. What I want to say is that after watching Spider-Man 2, I really felt the change of Roland Allen. In the past 10 years, Roland Allen has produced a total of 12 films, excluding Spider-Man 3, which has already been completed, but will be released next year, and his guest appearances in Hook and Forrest Gump, as well as his dubbing in The Lion King. There are actually only 8 films in which he has starred, and these 8 films have earned a total of more than 5.8 billion yuan at the box office. The average box office for each film is more than 700 million yuan. Such results have made Roland Allen an undisputed superstar, and allowed him to dominate an era. In the past 10 years, even the Oscar-winning actor Tom Hanks has not been as popular as him, let alone other stars. In this case, Roland Allen has become the representative of business in the hearts of countless people, just like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg in the 1970s and 1980s. When it comes to Roland Allen, he is known for his box office success. The depth, which is the opposite of the box office, will also become an indelible stereotype on him. Many people think that Roland Allen is just a box office star, and his movies can only fool little boys and girls. There is no so-called thought at all, and they are the type that are thrown away after watching. At first, I thought so too, because whether it is the Home Alone series or Terminator, whether it is Jurassic Park or Titanic, these movies have brought us laughter and made us cry, but soon after we walk out of the theater, the marks belonging to them in our brains will disappear with the passage of time. We can call out the names of the movies, but we can't think of the stories in them. His movies give people the feeling of fast food, which is full but hungry quickly. But after watching Spider-Man 2, the empathy that came to my face made me tremble on the spot. It's not like what others said. This movie once again touched my tears and made me heartbroken and cry, but the familiarity that came to me made me see my own shadow in Peter Parker. I'm different from Peter Parker. I'm not a superhero, and I don't have superpowers. But like Peter Parker, I make choices every moment in my life. Peter Parker chose how to use his superpowers when he was young, and we chose our future lifestyle when we were young. Peter Parker's choice determines his future path, and our choices also influence our own lives. It can make us excited or upset. I don't think the death of Gwen Stacy is the biggest tear point in the whole movie, because for us, isn't this a true portrayal of what happened to us? On the surface, Spider-Man 2 tells us that behind every superhero, there is unknown pain, but at the same time, isn't it saying that each of us should cherish the present? Cherish the present time, treat every opportunity to choose devoutly, and make every decision carefully, because no one knows how much impact your decision today will have on your future. Unlike those commercial films that rely purely on fighting and killing to advance the progress of events, Spider-Man 2 is the most profound commercial film I have ever seen in my career, and it is also the most perfect film that integrates ideas and business that I have ever seen. It does not preach superficially like The Phantom Menace, nor does it infuse the audience with a world like The Phantom Menace, but integrates all thoughts and various worldviews into the plot. It made me realize my lack of language, because I have no way to describe my inner excitement through simple language. I can only say that, if I have the right to vote, I will vote for Roland Allen in this year's Oscar for Best Actor. I will vote for James Cameron in this year's Oscar for Best Director. I will vote for Spider-Man 2 in this year's Oscar for Best Picture. Because they have once again touched the true meaning of movies. Since the invention of movies, it has been a tool that can carry pictures, sound effects, and ideas. But as movies develop towards industrialization, almost everyone has gone to extremes. If you want to win awards, you have to cater to the tastes of the judges. If you want profits, you will pursue business madly. But the former's simple preaching will only make the film gradually become niche and eventually die out, while the latter's careless management will make the tool that can carry ideas lose its greatest significance. In the past, few people could master this balance, but since James Cameron said, "A well-made commercial film is an art film," they have proved the correctness of this statement twice in a row. Titanic tells the story of love with heart, and Spider-Man 2 tells the story of choice with heart. They use real achievements to tell the world that the audience has no standard desire for good movies. It is not a logical confusion, but a communication from the heart. Many audiences don't know what they need, but the audience knows that what they want to see most is sincerity. As long as the production team shows sincerity and does everything as best as possible, the audience will naturally pay for it. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. When Fox's review program entered thousands of households in America through optical cables, the public opinion feedback was even stronger. Yahoo! Have you seen the latest movie review on Fox TV? It really speaks to my heart. I saw it. They did a great job in this issue. That's right. Especially the last sentence. We, the audience, don't know what we need, but we can see the sincerity of the production team. We don't really know about film production, but we also have aesthetics. We know which movies are fooling us, and which movies are made with care. In this case, of course we will pay for the latter. MSN. Fox is finally a human being. As long as it is something created by humans, there will definitely be problems, big or small. Some problems can be solved, and some problems cannot be avoided. We are outsiders, and we don't know where the standard is, but we can see whether a production team is trying its best to solve each problem. That's right. If they blindly treat us as idiots, then they are the real idiots. You are so right. Sincerity is the fundamental core of why we like a work. Star Wars brings us a vast space world and beautiful fantasy. We can feel the sincerity of George Lucas when making it, so we like it. But The Phantom Menace tells the stories we have heard through the mouths of other characters. It is endlessly repeated and has no sincerity, so we hate it. Yes, this is why we like Roland Allen. From Home Alone to Terminator 2, from Jurassic Park to Titanic, and now the Spider-Man series. Although these are all commercial films, he is indeed telling us new stories. This is the root of our deep love for him. Roland Allen also has problems, and we can see his problems. In Spider-Man 1, the emotional release he showed when facing the death of Benjamin Parker was too embarrassing. But he did solve the problem. In Spider-Man 2, although he and Reese Witherspoon are not a couple, the emotion is much more harmonious than the first one. Isn't this a manifestation of sincerity? That's right. This is why we like him. The approval all over the internet is the lowest cost way for people in this era to speak out. And because of the recognition of Fox's dog-licking comments, the box office decline of Spider-Man 2 also stagnated suddenly. There is nothing to be done about it. Who made Roland Allen's appeal to fans so strong? In the first weekend of the movie's release, it was able to squeeze out all the box office of other movies, and then, a sharp drop in the box office was the norm, and stopping the decline was an accident, and a reverse decline, that was abnormal. What's more, there is no such thing as a way to reverse the decline of Roland Allen's movie box office. However, even if media reviews cannot stimulate the box office, the impact on the film's reputation is still extremely far-reaching. When it was first released, Spider-Man 2 had a score of 9.3 on IMDb, and on Fox after the shouting, the rating on IMDb has stabilized at around 8.6. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it, because the first people to give the ratings are also fans, and fans raise the ratings of the works infinitely, so after that, it can only continue to fall. And want to stop the decline and reverse the decline, then we can only look forward to the situation like The Godfather vs The Shawshank Redemption, or Batman, The Dark Knight vs The Godfather. However, whether this situation will occur is actually not important to the capital that is watching the show. How good is Spider-Man 2? They are not interested at all. What really interests them is the monopoly of attention displayed by Roland Allen. What is the celebrity economy? What is the star-making model? Why did the stars in the past? Why do people always think of superstars? Isn't it because people's attention was monopolized in the past? Media channels were monopolized. Content channels were monopolized. You had to watch whatever capital told you to watch. Even your own aesthetics were imposed by capital. Otherwise, why did Fox think that Marilyn Monroe was just a commodity? Isn't it because Marilyn Monroe is the aesthetic pushed by capital? the so-called TV series that attracted thousands of people were just because the people had no choice. It's not about those things, how awesome they are, or the content, which is really the pig on the cusp of the times. It's the inevitable success brought by monopoly. But with the advent of the internet, people have more channels to obtain content. In this case, cracks appeared in the original monopoly. In the past, as long as the media shouted that the Phantom Menace was awesome, it was awesome. But now, when the media shouts that the Phantom Menace is awesome, people with good judgment will give opposing opinions on the internet. Because of this, one superstar after another fell from the altar, because the premium brought by monopoly was punctured by the internet. So, George Lucas, the father of Star Wars, was criticized as he knows nothing about Star Wars. And Steven Spielberg was also criticized as a black-hearted Jewish guy after The Untamed. According to normal development, Roland Allen will be the last superstar who can truly be shaped into a golden body. According to the law of the times, unless he dies young, he will eventually fall from the altar. But now, he may be the only guy who will not fall from the altar while he is alive. Looking at the feedback report from his subordinates, Murdoch, the old coin in the chairman's office of News Corporation, smiled with emotion. He wants to monopolize people's attention. The essence of the attention economy is content, and if you can't monopolize people's attention, God will no longer exist. But if you can continue to monopolize, whoever monopolizes it can continue to create gods. Before, we were all wondering why he cared so much about the internet. Now, the result has appeared in front of us. Steven Spielberg fell, George Lucas fell, but Roland Allen is getting better and better. Is it because his works are really better than this? No, that's because Yahoo is his, IMDb is also his, and MSN belongs to his ally Microsoft. And we, the traditional media, are actually his allies. If traditional media don't publish negative news about him, then he is righteous and or inspiring. If traditional media don't question his identity, then he is perfect. If there are no negative reviews from netizens on the internet traffic, then he is flawless. In this case, as long as someone questions him, they will only face two situations. Either they suspect that they are wrong, or they suspect that the world is wrong. But in the case of monopolizing the internet voice channel, people will only question whether they are wrong. This kind of influence is extremely terrible, because it is a disguised form of brainwashing. No wonder he cares so much about Rotten Tomatoes and it seems that this kind of thing really cannot be ignored. If Roland heard Murdoch's words, he would definitely be surprised and speechless. Is it because old coin's analysis is wrong? No. It's because the tabloid king is right. Attention economy is a term in economics. To put it simply, traffic is similar to it. Perhaps for people of this era, they cannot understand what traffic is, but for Roland Allen, traffic is the world. Note, The Godfather vs The Shawshank Redemption, Batman, The Dark Knight vs The Godfather refers to the IMDb war. At the beginning, The Godfather and The Godfather 2 were ranked first and second on the IMDb Top 250 list. Later, fans of The Shawshank Redemption felt that the rating was unfair, so they pushed The Shawshank Redemption to the first place. Then The Dark Knight did not have a score of 9.0 at the beginning. After the box office exploded and became the world's first billion-dollar box office movie, Batman fans organized and wanted to push The Dark Knight to the first place, and then surpassed The Godfather 1 and 2 for a time, but were blocked in the end and stopped at fourth place. So fans all over the world are the same. Don't think that domestic score brushing is disgusting, and foreign scores are also brushed. I won't explain professional terms such as attention economy. Anyway, I will write about it later, so I will introduce it today. Chapter 327 Splitting Blizzard. December 24th, afternoon. Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles. Clear blue sky, cloudless, temperature 57.2. On this day of family celebration, every household has a Christmas tree at the door, which is more symbolic than practical. No one deliberately pursues snowflakes on it, because the best decoration is the gifts hanging on the treetops and the gift boxes piled under the shade of the tree. In this way, Roland hanging gifts on stilts is just like a driver carrying a wrench when he goes out, which is reasonable. Roland, can't you hang it lower? While he was hanging it, Elizabeth also leaned against the doorframe with her arms folded and said speechlessly, "Do you have to hang all the gifts on the tree? Anyway, they will be open tomorrow. Isn't it easier to put them under the tree? Sense of ceremony. Do you understand the sense of ceremony?" Roland dragged out his tone and emphasized it deliberately. "Hey." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Weren't you quite casual before? When did you start pursuing this kind of thing? People always have to grow up." Roland, who had hung the gifts, turned around and jumped off the stool. He retreated to the courtyard and looked at the Christmas tree. Seeing that all the gifts were evenly distributed and there was no bald spot on one side, he clapped his hands contentedly and said, "Okay, they are all hung up. You can take them down directly tomorrow morning." Such words made the little girl turn her head away. She glanced at the Christmas tree. The even distribution of the gifts like obsessive compulsive disorder made her shudder. She complained, "Men in love are really scary." "What?" Roland, who was walking into the house, happened to hear her muttering and raised his eyebrows immediately. But before he could open his mouth to question, the frightened little guy shrank back into the house like a rabbit. Then he ran away. The bang 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 footsteps made Roland laugh. He shook his head and followed him in. This guy. In fact, after Fox revealed its attitude, the media's publicity and coverage of Spider-Man 2 gradually decreased. No more front page headlines, no more TV programs, and basically no other exposure except for the daily fixed point broadcasts. And this is actually the survival norm of Christmas movies. Every year, Christmas movies can only attract the public's attention before Christmas. If it is made into a curve chart, it will fluctuate during the promotion, reach a peak when it is released, and when Christmas Eve comes, the long sound of D will burst out. Then the whole movie can be pulled to the crematorium for cremation. Of course, if the cremation is slower, maybe after the holiday, you can hear the sound of DDD again. But by that time, it will be the world of Oscar-winning movies. There is no way. Stopping people from celebrating the holiday is equivalent to killing their parents. In the East, if the movie is advanced to New Year's Eve, it will only be boycotted by people. But here, the union will organize a strike. Not to mention, according to the law, people enjoy a day and a half of public holidays starting at 12 noon on the 24th and ending at 2400 hours on the 25th. With most people either going home to reunite with their families, going to church to attend gatherings, or participating in celebrations held by major societies, people are thankful that the Christmas movies have not been completely forgotten. This situation also makes Roland happy and relaxed. It's rare to be quiet, aren't you happy? Roland, have you finished hanging the gifts? It's just right. Come and help. As soon as he entered the house, Roland was called again. He turned his head and saw that the guy who called him, David, was fighting with the sheep. He had a beard and looked like a young man. His curly beard showed his fierceness. His eyes looked like he could kill people. But unfortunately, what he was holding in his hand at this moment was not a Zangbasnake spear, but a palm-length kitchen knife. As a result, his momentum was a little weaker. If you look closer, the sad expression on his face makes his tall image even worse. "What are you doing?" Roland asked in confusion. "Isn't turkey a must-eat at Christmas? We don't waste money at home. You've made so much that we won't be able to finish it." "Oh. Didn't they get up this morning and shout that they wanted to eat lamb chops?" David sighed when he heard it. If it was just Ashley and Mary, it would be fine. But Lizzie also made a fuss, so I had to ask someone to send a lamb, and the turkey was wrapped in tinfoil and put in the refrigerator by Ganetti and will be roasted tomorrow. Roland suddenly realized. "Then you do it, hey?" David was annoyed. "If I could do it, why would I ask you?" Okay, give me the knife. Roasting lamb chops is actually not difficult. Since David had already told his subordinates the purpose of the ingredients, when he asked for the lamb, the merchant had already done simple processing. Roland didn't have to do the work of cutting the head and legs. How to ensure the integrity of the ribs and loin chops was the biggest technical problem in the whole work. After the lamb chops were cut, the seasonings that had been prepared were ready to use. Soak the top quality Iranian saffron in warm water. Take a bowl and pour the appropriate amount of butter, cumin powder, and barbecue sauce into it. Then mix everything together. Next, apply some salt and black pepper on the lamb chops, and then evenly spread the seasonings on it, like you would treat your idol's face. Pour them into a food bag, drain the air, and soak them in cold water for 3 hours. David was a little moved by the neat movements. When did you learn all this? People always have to grow up. Roland wiped his hands after finishing all this. Okay, it can be taken out and baked at about 4:30. Such behavior made David pat his shoulder. Men in love are really scary. What? Confused, Roland turned his head strangely and said, David, what do you mean? Nothing, I'm just feeling sorry for others. David smiled and shook his head, put his arm around Roland, and pushed him out of the kitchen. You are growing too fast, so fast that others can't catch up with you. Mike didn't wait for you last year, and Mike didn't wait for you this year. It was not until Roland was pushed into the study by David and saw the piles of Blizzard financial statements, he realized that this guy was actually speaking up for himself. Since Roland acquired Blizzard, he has the habit of going there at the end of each year. At first, he really felt that life was boring, so he went there to play games with them and enhance friendship. Later, he went there to see how many teams the new Blizzard controlled with his involvement. Now, he hasn't been there for 2 years. Last year, it was because he was filming, and this year, it was because a movie was released. But who doesn't know that this is his excuse for being too lazy to move? The games and movies that he once loved have gradually become tools for making money. The decline in interest in sensory stimulation makes him feel helpless. But this is normal. In his previous life, he was excited to see a good movie and to play a good game because he was a spiritual acquirer. But now, when he has changed from a acquirer to a seller, the only thing that can make him feel happy is the soaring numbers in the financial report. So, the previous feelings have all become tools for creating profits. In the past, he paid for these feelings, and now, he uses these feelings to let the world pay for him. Although this idea seems cold-blooded, who can live up to his original intention? Zungjie, who is known as an acting school, has transformed into a variety show. In an interview, he also publicly stated that I participated in variety shows because the audience always felt that I was in the clouds. So she took on 4 variety shows in 1 year, hoping that the audience could recognize the more real self. This statement is certainly correct, but, after Red Sorghum, she has not produced any good works for 5 consecutive years. The last film award was for Leamy's Conjecture 12 years ago. Although I have been making movies, I have long been out of the clouds after The Sound of the Wind. Oh, no. If we talk about being true to one's original intention, the girl who called on fans to consume rationally during her birthday, live broadcast is the real one. Of course, some people say that the live broadcast performance has nothing to do with her because the brand side wants the public's heartache gimmick. Because on April 24th, Mr. Reluo had already turned the e-commerce live broadcast sales upside down. All e-commerce algorithms on the market are order prices, and this number is far higher than the actual transaction amount. In this way, it is easy to calculate whether it is more cost effective to post a distressed trending search on Weibo or sell a few thousand copies of the product through live broadcast. Of course, only the team and the brand who have been through the rehearsal know how this kind of thing works. So Mike asked you for my news? After glancing at the documents, when he learned that Blizzard Entertainment had released 6 games in 1999, including GTA, London Guild 1969, GTA 2, Siphon, Medal of Honor, and Rocket, and pushed its annual operating income to 500 million yuan, a year-on-year increase of 45%. Roland closed the report with satisfaction and acted as a fan, fanning himself continuously. But I remember that I met with them this year, didn't I? After successfully investing in Google, I treated them to a meal. David sneered at Roland's righteous doubts and shook his head. He seemed to be unhappy with Roland's natural sense of distance, but it was more like an approval of the kind of money in his hands. He doesn't bother to find out about your whereabouts. They are busy enough with the things about investing in Google. Now they would rather write games in the company than answer your calls. Submitting financial reports at this time every year is just a procedure. What they really want to ask is, when will the company's incentive plan be implemented? If it is implemented, when will the company go public? They don't want the company to go public as soon as possible, but if the incentive plan is implemented, the company must go public. When Roland acquired Blizzard for $500,000, he actually asked David to prepare an incentive plan for him. It's just that the incentive plan at that time was only for the 3 giants of Blizzard. But after the crazy expansion, the policy of giving money to other developers must also be introduced. So, the incentive plan for equity and sales withdrawal for those other than the 3 of them was formulated by David. However, this incentive policy used by major companies seems to have no problems, but in practice, it has great limitations, because the American corporate law stipulates that if a company has more than 500 shareholders and a large operating income, it must apply for listing. If it does not want to go public, they will not force it, but because of the large number of shareholders, in order to protect the interests of shareholders, the company must disclose financial reports on time like a listed company, and accept secretary supervision. To put it bluntly, this provision of assuming the responsibilities of a listed company, but not being able to enjoy the rights of a listed company is to force you to go public. In this way, the problem arises. There are currently 130 employees at Blizzard headquarters, and Blizzard North, Rockstar, Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Bent Studio, and CD Projekt add up to nearly 200 people. On the surface, there is still a gap of 170 from 330 to 500. But 170 is spread to 7 companies, which means that each company will recruit more than 20 people. When the number of people is full and the project is launched, as long as it is a big hit, you can get incentive drive shares. At that time, it will be impossible for the company not to go public. But for all companies other than those that have financing needs, going public actually has more disadvantages than advantages. Unless they really want to make money, few are willing to go public. So they don't want to go public? Roland knocked on the table. Yes. David nodded. Why? Because they want to ensure the creative enthusiasm of the entire company before the online game is completed. If the company went public before the birth of the Warcraft online game, there would be countless voices in the production team. Some people may want to sell out and leave because of the good stock price, and other companies can also poach our production team according to our equity incentive share. At that time, the game development will be affected by a lot of external forces. Roland understood. Isn't this the usual routine of capital? How to destroy a company? Let the headhunters poach all the core team of the target company. Just like Game Science released the actual machine demonstration of Black Myth, Wukong just to recruit people, but before the people were recruited, the hours of the rival company had already poached their people after seeing the demonstration. Is this to add bricks and tiles to their own industry? Don't be ridiculous. It's just to make you die without work. For listed companies with transparent financial reports, this malicious poaching method is seen every day, and the team of listed companies is also easy to poach, because others can estimate the price of the team by looking at your stock price and financial reports. It doesn't need to be too high, just offer a number that you can't keep up with, and most of the employees will leave. Don't say that people go to high places and water flows to low places. The old employer deserves to be embarrassed because it didn't raise the treatment of employees. This kind of guy who can be poached casually will not be reused by the new employer. But for non-listed companies, this operation is not very useful because you never know how much they can give, and for non-listed companies, many transactions do not need to be made public. So there is actually a solution. Roland threw the document on the table. Because he would answer this question, splitting up the entire Blizzard Entertainment is right. Splitting up Blizzard Entertainment into 7 separate entities. In this way, the equity incentives each developer gets are the equity of the company they belong to, which will not bring burden to Blizzard headquarters, and the ownership of these 7 companies will be held in the name of a new company. In this case, the 7 companies can be listed separately, based on their performance, and when the development of each company comes to an end, we can merge these companies through acquisitions, and the market value of the Blizzard that finally emerges will also surge. Such words made David nod his head repeatedly. Yes, that's almost what I mean, but in the incentive plan we prepared, there are also merger incentives. That is, when a studio like Rockstar produces a hit game, the internal shareholders have the right to decide whether to be reacquired by Blizzard, and they decide the price of the stocks in their hands. Of course, whether to merge or not is actually not a big interference to you. Anyway, you are the chairman. Roland waved his hand. Hahaha, David laughed and clapped his hands on the table. Almost all companies are acquired and split up in order to evade supervision by legal means. For Roland himself, it doesn't make much sense. However, since the three Blizzard giants wanted to calm down and make games, Roland let them do so. Of course, if they were to split up, they would split up completely. World of Warcraft film, Overwatch Ventures, and StarCraft Records were all split out of Blizzard Capital and became separate entities, while the original parent company Blizzard Capital actually controlled the 7 game companies split out of Blizzard Entertainment. As for Marvel, it was still under the name of World of Warcraft film. After Roland finished dealing with these projects that no longer needed to be taken care of by Roland, the sound of knocking on the door also came. When he opened it, he saw the little girl who had run away earlier was lying on the doorframe, looking in with a depressed look. "What are you doing?" Roland pinched her face. "Mom, sister, and Kate are all back," the little lolly said crisply. "Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Roland glanced at his watch, full of surprise. Then the next second, he smiled and bent down to pick up the little guy and splash the dirty water on David without caring. "Are you hungry? It's all your dad's fault. It's Christmas Eve, but you have to drag me up to be lazy." Such words made David, who had already stood up, roll his eyes. But before he could explain more, Roland had already carried the little lolly downstairs. "Come on, let's grill lamb chops for you." Note, the company law of the United States stipulates that companies with more than 500 shareholders must publish financial statements within 100 days of the following year. If they do not publish, it is illegal. So many companies try to control the number of shareholders to achieve the purpose of not going public, including splitting. Google was forced to go public by the company law, while Facebook controlled the number of people and split the company to delay the company's listing for 1 or 2 years. In fact, many companies are not willing to go public because as long as they do not go public, there is a lot of room for operation. The method of splitting the company in the article refers to CBS and Viacom. Some readers said before that funds cannot be mixed. It is indeed not allowed to be mixed legally, but no one has figured out what the custody fee that Disney has been investigating for 25 years is. The funds of the subsidiary were taken away by Disney Group as custody fees and then injected into other companies. When the secretary inspected, nothing happened. Now that it has been split up, it is really not allowed to mix funds. Before, Google also charged custody fees when it split up its umbrella company. Chapter 328. Economy is far more important than facts. Christmas is not a good thing. It is not, because there are more and more atheists and young people who insist on being themselves are not interested in this religious festival, but because the interval between Christmas and Thanksgiving is so short that people find that they are going to reunite with their families again as soon as they close their eyes. For example, on Thursday of the 4th week of November this year, you rushed home from studying or working in other places according to the traditional education of America, enjoyed a rare relaxation, and shared the most important meal of the year with your family, to thank God for his protection and thank you for the hard-won good life. When the time comes, you will be refreshed and rush to the battlefield with high spirits, and then, on December 24th of this year, you returned home from other places according to your parents' teachings, and spent the most important meal of the year with your family, to commemorate the birth of Jesus. Thank God for the gift, and be grateful for the hard-won good life. Meow meow meow. In just 30 days, there are 2 most important meals of the year. It's like when you celebrate Chinese Valentine's Day with your girlfriend, after sending out red envelopes with the amount of 1, 3, 1, and 4. Your girlfriend excitedly accompanies you to drink 2 more glasses. In addition, Thanksgiving is only 4 days off, and Christmas is only 1.5 days off, so many Americans are actually too lazy to bother. They will agree with their families to choose one festival every year, and the rest of the time, it is natural to use distance to create beauty. In this way, eating and drinking is actually the norm for each family. Set up 2 grills in the yard to prepare BBQ, and grill whatever you want to eat. Fat and lean pork ribs, chicken wings with wings, large sausages mixed with cheese, boneless fish fillets, prawns that have been urinated, and the most eye-catching meat with explosive calories. In addition, mushrooms, eggplants, sweet potatoes, onions, potatoes, corn cobs and other vegetables that symbolize health are also arranged around. To be honest, although he has been here for 10 years, and has seen it for 10 years, every time he eats, Roland still laments the lack of ingredients in America, such as roasted chicken hearts, roasted large intestines, roasted duck livers. Americans rarely eat these. Without these offal, the New Year's Eve dinner would be boring. Just as Roland was recalling with blurred eyes how chewy the roast duck liver was, a rough arm suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Roland, what's on your mind? Why don't you eat it?" Hearing this, Roland instantly knew that the person asking the question was his childhood friend who had just returned home for the new year. Although he missed him so much after not seeing him for a long time, Roland would not be polite to this stinky brother. "I think these foods have no special features. I'm used to them, so I don't feel anything." Roland explained this just to miss the food that was far away from him. But to James, it was just his childhood friend pretending to be cool again. "The food on the table has no special features? I'm not used to it? Then how did you grow up like this?" While he was complaining wildly in his heart, James was not idle either. He swallowed the lamb chops roasted by his childhood friend in a few seconds, and then took the initiative to get up and personally cooked a strange delicacy for his childhood friend that he had only eaten in school. When a piece of black and red food appeared in front of Roland, a sour and sweet taste made him frown. "What is this?" Roland asked in confusion. "Grilled watermelon." James answered seriously. "I often eat it at school. Fuck. Dark cuisine." Roland's face turned pale. But just when he wanted to refuse, the red and black appearance still aroused his curiosity. He had eaten the grilled watermelon, a specialty of New Brunswick, and the grilled watermelon made by the cafeteria aunt, but he had never eaten the American grilled watermelon. The former had meat inside, the middle tasted okay, and the latter. Roland took it. He took a bite. And then, there was nothing else. After Christmas, Roland hugged and said goodbye to everyone except James. The Olsons took their 4 children to New York, while Roland flew to London with Kate. The purpose, of course, was to celebrate the new year. The 20th century is about to leave, and the 21st century is about to come. At this time of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, all countries will celebrate. Like America, they held a Millennium celebration in Times Square in New York. Like South Korea, they held a Millennium chorus in the capital Seoul. Like France, 24 large iron wheels in Paris will rotate simultaneously. Like Egypt, they are ready to welcome the light under the Pharaoh's pyramid. Kiribati, which spans the equator and the eastern and western hemispheres, has even had a verbal battle with Tonga, which is located at the international dateline. The fundamental dispute is that they both think they are the first country to bathe in the sunshine of the new millennium. The core is to make a lot of tourism income through a once-in-a-millennium event. In this case, the concept of New Year's Eve celebration is so popular that when Roland came to London, both sides of the Thames were filled with temporary tents. All British people are looking forward to the Queen of their country lighting the Century Beacon at midnight on January 1st, 2000, and then sailing down the river to unveil the mysterious veil marking the millennium. Standing by the hotel window, looking down at the world from a high place, the night that should have been dominated by darkness is now as bright as day. Looking at the dense crowd, Roland, who had just changed his clothes, felt a toothache because he really hated this kind of large gathering. It's not that he found it troublesome, but the scene of heads everywhere was annoying. New Year's Eve. How can you celebrate New Year's Eve? By looking at the back of people's heads. But when he turned his head and found that his wife was touching up her lipstick in front of the makeup mirror, his complaints were suppressed. "Why are you putting on makeup so late at night? We are just watching from the side, not going to the front." Roland got behind his wife, put his hands naturally into the pockets of her windbreaker, and kept rubbing her lower abdomen. Kate rolled her eyes at the familiar action and pushed her elbow back, saying in a coquettish voice, "Don't make trouble. I'm just worried about being photographed by reporters, aren't I? I could suppress the news before, but now the queen is here. It's hard to suppress it, even if you want to." The elbow that didn't hurt made Roland stop with a smile. His head drooped, and the tip of his nose passed over Kate's neck. After sniffing a few times, she complained, "That group of capitalists is so shameless. They want to make money in all kinds of ways. If they hadn't promoted the New Year's Eve so vigorously, there wouldn't be so many people vying for a spot now." The childish words amused Kate. While putting down her lipstick, she also picked up the scarf beside the table and tied it around her neck. Isn't making money the meaning of the existence of capital? Not to mention making money by stepping on various hotspots. Even if they know that they are stepping on the wrong hotspots, they will pretend not to know and continue to make money. Even if we know that tomorrow is not the 21st century, what can we do? Aren't we just joining the celebration with a crowd? So, don't complain about the crowds. If this happened to us, we would do the same. At this point, Kate patted Roland's hand, motioning him to pull out one. After Roland pulled out his right hand, she turned over again, put her right hand into her pocket, and naturally interlocked her fingers, and hugged her man's left arm. After doing all this, she even tiptoed to peck Roland's cheek, then walked out of the hotel room with Roland in a happy pace. We will see more and more such absurd things in the future. When exactly does the 21st century start? This question has actually been a fierce conflict since 1990. The faction that advocates that the 21st century originated in 2001 and the Zero faction that advocates that the 21st century originated in 2000 are about to knock each other's brains out. Both sides have very sufficient arguments. One faction believes that from ancient times to the present, the years have been counted from the beginning. The beginning of the 1st century is the year of the AD, and the first year of the 20th century is 1901, so the starting year of the 21st century is 2001. Not only that, Christianity also agrees with this view, because the AD is counted from the year of Christ's birth, and the beginning of their calendar is the year of the AD. In the absence of the year of the AD, 2000 is the last year of the 20th century. The Zero school felt that the century should start from zero, which was in line with the measurement habits, because in the theory of the origin of measurement, the origin of length and weight is generally zero, so time should also be zero. Similarly, the unified theory of the ages said that, if the year 2000 belonged to the 1990s, then the entire 1990s would have 11 years, which was completely contrary to the traditional calculation, that a decade only had 10 years. In this way, the war of words was born. Of course, Mr. Shu Ren once said that compromise and reconciliation are the instincts of human nature. When the two factions were fighting, the party of compromise who advocated that 366 days should be celebrated in the year 2000 appeared. As soon as such a waste of money and labor was proposed, it was opposed by countries around the world. In order to prevent this absurd thing from continuing, the heads of government of various countries asked the calendar institutions to end it quickly. The Royal Greenwich Observatory of the United Kingdom, the Naval Observatory of the United States, and the Bureau of Longitude in Paris all issued their own reports, indicating that the 21st century did start from the year 2001. Because if it is counted from the year 2000, the 1st century AD would only have 99 years. According to normal practice, the calendar authorities have already issued a solid hammer, so naturally there will be no objections. But the problem is that before they issued the report, the celebration teams of various countries and countless business capitals had already begun to publicize and prepare according to the year 2000 as the beginning of the 21st century, so no one listened. This situation made the calendar agencies of various countries extremely painful, but for the sake of rigor, they could only make this result public again and again. Then, the Royal Greenwich Observatory of the United Kingdom was abolished by the Queen in 1998, and Lars Aperton publicly criticized the Naval Observatory, the national statutory time legislative body. We don't need to care about this fact, because most people in the world choose to hold a celebration when the calendar turns from December 31st to 2000. Hot topics are always new and not old. When the whole world knows that the Queen of England will light the fire in the early morning of January 1st, 2000. What is the Royal Greenwich Observatory of the United Kingdom? Compared with the Queen's credibility, which year is the 21st century? Does it really matter? When American Capital produced countless products related to the Millennium New Year's Eve. What is the US Naval Observatory in the eyes of the zipper who is in charge of the economy? In the last year of my last term, if the economy does not soar, will I leave this pie to the next term? When a large amount of capital can benefit from something, the truth of this matter is no longer important. Whoever dares to stop it will die. Because of this, the celebration of the 2000th anniversary and the awakening of the 2001 year have become the first choice of countries around the world. Do you really think that those guys can't even count on their fingers? They just think that selling falsehoods is more profitable than explaining the truth. In this way, when Kate asked Roland not to care about the absurdity, Roland just smiled slightly. Because there will be more absurd things in the future. For example, the Berlin Film Festival could not withstand the pressure and cancelled the Silver Bear Award for Best Actor and Best Actress and established new Silver Bear Award for Best Lead Actor and Best Supporting Actor. Is this compromise that does not distinguish between performance awards by gender really progress? If the Silver Bear for Best Actor in the next few years is won by male actors, wouldn't that be even more blatant gender discrimination? If, in order to avoid gender discrimination, women get more points in the selection, then the award will be even less fair. When a show that needs fairness can't even perform fairness, this show completely loses its meaning of existence. Accompanying Kate to watch the New Year's Eve fireworks in London, because they were fully armed and surrounded by bodyguards disguised as tourists, the two people who followed the crowd to join in the fun were not recognized by the public. After entering the year 2000, various major events also occurred. First, on January 10th, AOL and Time Warner announced their merger. When the merger with a market value of more than $350 billion, equivalent to the GDP of Mexico and Pakistan, took place, the global media were stunned by this huge move. As the world's largest internet service provider, AOL has 22 million users, and Time Warner's TV network has occupied 20% of the user market in America. The emergence of media giants has made all parties feel the crisis. Many experts pointed out that the merger of AOL and Time Warner, which restricts competition, reduces choices, and harms consumers, is a replica of the control of the railways by major capitals in the early 1920s. More importantly, it is about the control of the central nervous system of people's democratic system. Not only that, these experts also believe that once the merger of the two giants occurs, other giants who want to become bigger will definitely follow suit. Microsoft, Yahoo, and AT&T are likely to make huge mergers and acquisitions. When these judgments were made, the experts who made a living from this were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, analyzing the goals of each company thoroughly, such as, Microsoft and Yahoo can try to ask NBC for a price, while AT&T has the capital to swallow all media companies except AOL Time Warner. But shortly after these experts made their analysis, on January 13th, Bill Gates suddenly announced to the world that he would step down as CEO of Microsoft, and his new successor would be his classmate Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer's first goal, after taking office, was to resolve the antitrust investigation. When the news came out, the experts who were analyzing who Microsoft would acquire fell into a stagnation. The analysis was not made for 3 days, and you slap me in the face? This. Almost everyone believed the explanation given by Microsoft, thinking that they changed their leaders at the last minute because they encountered thorny problems in the antitrust investigation. In this way, it became a luxury for Microsoft to keep up with the pace of AOL and Time Warner. There was no way who made them look forward to the emergence of the world's first trillion-dollar company, and the most likely to achieve this goal at present is only Microsoft. But at the same time as these experts felt regretful, Yahoo followed closely and announced on the 14th that the board of directors would be reorganized. David Olson, who holds less than 5% of the shares, will officially withdraw from the board of directors on February 1st. At the same time, 2 independent directors recommended by Sequoia Capital and 2 directors sent by investment institutions will also withdraw with him. Due to business needs, Yahoo decided to add 2 independent directors after the board meeting. After the addition, the company's board of directors will be composed of 13 directors, including 5 independent directors. This major reorganization excited experts because many people felt that Yahoo was a direct response to the merger of AOL and Time Warner, but only those who experienced it knew that Yahoo was close to being finished. Because in the newly recommended list of independent directors, there are Alan Weber, former chairman of the board of directors of American Trust Company, Doug Bergson, director of Verifone, Pete Kleiman, former director of TIAA-CREF, Dali Hansen, former CEO of Calpus Fund, and Frank Biondi, senior entertainment director. And these 5 people are all solid allies of Carl Icahn. Of course, after the last cash-out transaction, these Microsoft and Yahoo matters have nothing to do with Roland. When everyone felt that the storm was coming, Roland was also in London and saw the person he wanted to see. Note, the farce in 2000 and 2001 was real. The Calendar Institution Naval Observatory, which Lars Epperton directly criticized in the White House, and the Greenwich Observatory in the UK, were also closed down with excuses. It was not that they did not know, but that capital made it impossible for them to stop. No one could afford the responsibility of economic regression. Therefore, facts are sometimes not as important as the economy. After the merger of AOL and Time Warner, various American media did believe that the next large-scale merger would be Microsoft. Although antitrust investigations were rampant, no one really thought that Microsoft would be split up. They just fantasized that Microsoft would become the world's first trillion-dollar company. To be honest, it was quite scary, just like acting with open cards. The 5 independent directors written in the article are all real people, and Carl Icahn's success in making money over the years is also due to these friends. Among them, TIAA-CREF is the American Teachers Retirement Fund, the world's largest retirement insurance company, and CalPERS is the California Public Employees Retirement Fund, which manages the largest public pension fund in the United States. All of Carl Icahn's friends were arrested, but he is the only one who keeps on jumping around, relying on these funds. In 2006, Warner took the initiative to give money and admit defeat before the fight even started, because Carl Icahn and his team made it clear that they could not win by sending these people to the Warner board. And this was reported by the Wall Street Journal itself. Some people really cannot be criticized because they are not making money for themselves at all. Chapter 329 My Uncle 2022-1019 Chapter 329 My Uncle England, London, North Bank of the Thames. Next to the British Museum, Coventry Gardens and Charing Cross Station, stands the most famous local hotel, the Savoy Hotel, which is also the first hotel in British history that can be called luxurious. This hotel, founded in 1889, has 250 luxurious rooms. No matter which room you are in, you can enjoy the magnificent view of the Thames. The modern installation art and the Edwardian design style complement each other. The hand-polished antique furniture can make customers who are deeply involved in it have a sense of history that travels through time and space. Its main entrance is located inside the London Theatre District. Customers who want to stay need to go through a private path to enter. No matter when, senior concierges in tuxedos and tall hats will greet the booked guests at the door. The traditional British professional butler service can make you feel meticulous care. Of course, even if the decoration is luxurious and the utensils are worth tens of millions, it can't attract the attention of some people. For the 5 people sitting in the Thames Hall of the hotel at this moment, the interior layout, that looks like a garden, can't catch their eyes at all. The handmade carpet that costs nearly £5,000 per square meter feels just so-so, and the open-air ceiling with glazed roof is even more vulgar, because the light shining down will make someone's head look like a light bulb. Of course, this unavoidable accident can't dampen their enthusiasm. After shaking hands and hugging each other, a black-haired middle-aged woman wearing a red knitted jacket immediately thanked the bald man. "Stephen, I'm really surprised to see you in the UK. With a movie released in March and a project starting in April, you can still take time to come to London in person. Thank you so much." The grateful words made the bald man wave his hands repeatedly and shook his head with a smile. Emma, we are all friends. There is no need to be so polite. While speaking, he also greeted the middle-aged man next to the woman wearing black glasses. Christopher's experience is very similar to mine, and we met because of the same situation. So when good luck comes, isn't it right to support and bear witness? I also want to get some good luck. The humble words made the other 4 people laugh and nod. Before the words fell, the blonde woman in a blue shirt next to the bald man also said, yes, Emma, Steven, like your husband, also started with independent films. The first work was also obtained through financing. Compared with the 4.5 million you have now, he got less back then, only 1.2 million. But it doesn't matter if the funds are small. As long as you shoot with your heart, you will succeed in the end. Look at him now, aren't the projects he is managing more than 50 million? You will succeed too. The decompression-like comforting words won the approval of the other 4. Under normal circumstances, friends have encouraged themselves, and as the parties involved, of course they have to respond. But the problem is that the middle-aged man sitting next to the black-haired lady, in the face of this encouraging situation, except for a shy smile, there is no extra expression at all. Not only that, the look of wanting to say something, but not being able to, gives people the illusion of constipation. This situation made the smiles of the people at the scene gradually stiffen. Just when they expressed regret about the man's reaction, the only guy next to the middle-aged man, who was wearing a formal suit and tie, suddenly put his arm around his shoulders and patted his arm with his palm. Okay. Don't put pressure on yourself, okay? Just stand up and shake hands with the other person later and leave the rest to us, okay? Such words made the middle-aged man breathe a sigh of relief and nodded. After seeing his affirmative answer, the people at the scene no longer entangled in his social problems and directly changed the subject. We came half an hour early. While it's still early, we can discuss the problems we may face later. The woman in the blue shirt cleared her throat. The first problem is that Roland Allen is interested in the memento we invested in, but he has not expressed his attitude, so we have to make a unanimous decision on buying out the copyright of the entire movie and transferring the North American distribution rights. But because the adaptation rights of that movie are in Jonathan's hands, if you don't agree, Jonathan, we can't discuss buying out the copyright of the entire movie with him. I have no problem. Upon hearing this, the young man who was still comforting the middle-aged man immediately said, if transferring the copyright of the novel adaptation can help my brother's movie meet the audience smoothly, I agree to buy it out for any amount of money he wants. Whenever people mention DC movies, Christopher Nolan is a pit that can never be bypassed. Because of his Batman trilogy, superhero movies have left a strong mark in film history. The high box office excited the investors, and the explosive reputation amazed the fans. When these two were combined, Nolan also ascended to the altar. Of course, Nolan is not a deputy who cannot make mistakes. He has neither Jamaican African ancestry nor Indian Tamil ancestry, nor is he a woman, and he does not have a Jewish husband, so some people like him, and some people hate him. Those who like him think that Nolan is the only director who can shoot the essence of the master since the birth of Batman, while those who hate him think that Nolan's version of Batman is not a superhero movie at all, but an ordinary police and gangster movie. Bruce Wayne, who has no money and fighting skills, is not a master at all, but a vigilante who is exhausted in order to maintain justice. Of course, personal preference issues full of subjective colors cannot be argued for a correct result, not to mention that for Roland, as long as the movie sells well, that's enough. So after deciding to enjoy Warner's ass, the only person Roland could find was him. So, Roland used this helpless method of following the map again, but compared with the needle in the haystack when looking for Anne Hathaway, this time the information was sufficient. Since Nolan was no longer a newcomer at this time, although the total investment of the first feature film following was less than $10,000, it was officially released. So when Roland assigned the task, the corresponding feedback was like running water, constantly gathering. And when he learned that this guy's famous work Memento had been filmed and was looking for a distributor, hey, the opportunity has come, hasn't it? Although Warcraft Film and Television is not a serious film company, it is more than enough to distribute a movie. As long as he undertakes the distribution business of the movie, then this kind of timely help can directly fill the other party's favorability, right? Once Nolan's favorability is filled up by himself, then everyone can sit down and talk about cooperation. But after he handed the work to his subordinates, he realized that he was wrong. Because the movie Memento involved a lot of people. In addition to Nolan himself, his brother who wrote the original novel, and his wife who was the producer of the film, the investor of the entire film is not a formal company, but a private film investment fund. Not only that, Steven Soderbergh, a good friend of George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and Matt Damon, is also involved. That's right. In this industry, where the upward channel has been completely blocked, there is no such thing as starting from scratch. Christopher Nolan is talented. But without anyone, don't even think about getting ahead. Many media have written his life experience as extremely inspiring, saying that his father is a British advertiser and his career is in the UK, and his mother is a flight attendant of an American airline, and her work location is in China. So in order to meet his parents, he has lived back and forth between the UK and the US since he was a child. This migratory life has made him extremely familiar with the cultures of the two countries, and has also laid a solid foundation for his future success in Hollywood. So much so that the first surreal short film Tarantella he shot when he was in college was selected by the American Public Broadcasting Corporation and broadcast to the American audience during prime time. At first glance, this resume does not have any problems. But the question is, the son of a British advertiser went to college in his own country. Why did the short film he shot in college not be broadcast on the British radio and television station, but on the American Public Broadcasting Corporation? Could it be that he wanted to make his mother, who is a flight attendant, proud? But if so, wouldn't it hurt his father's heart? So, everyone knows that the media concealed the news. And the guy who could be concealed was Nolan's uncle, a NASA engineer who was responsible for the development of the Apollo rocket guidance system. When Nolan was young, his mother, who was a flight attendant, was very busy, so whenever Nolan went to the United States to find his mother would foster him at his uncle's house. Living in the same house, the uncle and nephew had a very good relationship. How good is it? When others were 10 years old and couldn't count, Nolan was taken by his uncle to watch the space pictures taken by NASA, when countless film and television practitioners used their own materials as a benchmark to practice editing. Nolan edited NASA's satellite pictures. So, when he learned that his nephew really had a work, the uncle who doted on his nephew sent the short film shot by his nephew to the American Public Broadcasting Corporation, which had a cooperation with NASA, and then, a copy of My District Chief Father. Of course, Nolan's uncle was able to get the American Public Broadcasting Corporation to play his nephew's short film, but he couldn't help him contact Hollywood resources. So after that, Nolan returned to China to continue his studies. But not being able to get a project doesn't mean not being able to get investment. So when his nephew wanted to make a film, he helped him find a new market in Team Todd, and these two companies happened to cooperate with Steven Soderbergh. Because of this, when you ask me, and I ask you, the network will come out. After the film was edited, according to Steven Soderbergh's suggestion, they would first participate in the Venice Film Festival, then go to the Deauville Film Festival, then the Toronto Film Festival, and finally the Sundance Film Festival. They wanted to find a distributor who thought the film was good through rounds of screenings, but when Roland Allen's Warcraft films threw an olive branch to them, all the film festivals became shit. With a company with global distribution capabilities, other independent film manufacturers are shit. So, after carefully listening to the blue-dressed woman Susan Todd, the chairman of Team Todd, explaining the copyright transaction to the Nolans and his brother, Steven Soderbergh, who thought it was a crooked idea, spoke up. Actually, I don't think it needs to be so complicated. What? The other four looked puzzled. Susan, you are a friend of Bruce Willis and Emmy Moore. You should know Roland's habits. Steven Soderbergh shrugged and said, you can't be unaware of Roland's preferences. Ang Lee's The Wedding Banquet, and Eat Drink Man Woman, David Fincher's Seven Deadly Sins, and Frank Darabont's The Shawshank Redemption are all movies he released, and these movies have one thing in common, that is, full copyright. Although they are all bought out, investors and creators cannot get a penny of profit from the subsequent income, but at the same time, full channel distribution has also brought a lot of fame to these creators. Ang Lee took on Sense and Sensibility, and David Fincher followed up with The Game. For directors who have not yet become famous, fame is the most important thing, so the profit at this time is actually something that you investors have to consider, and it has nothing to do with them, because I suggest that they hand over the copyright. Such words made the Nolan family nod carefully, and Susan Todd looked embarrassed. As an investor, she couldn't help but consider the company's profits, but it was precisely because she saw the profits that she wanted to tie the Nolan family to the chariot, because full copyright transactions and single copyright transactions are two different concepts. For a movie produced by a private equity fund with an investment of $4.5 million, the buyout price must be at least 110% to avoid losses, that is, $4.95 million, because 10% of it is the return to the fund investors, and if it is speculated upward, it is the company's pure profit. How much can be taken depends entirely on the mouth. In this case, if the Nolan family is willing to put the filming copyright of the novel, the remake copyright of the movie, and the production copyright of the derivative series into it, then the room for investors to stretch is very large. But if they are unwilling to put these copyrights into it, or if they are willing to give them to the buyer separately, then the room for negotiation for private equity fund investors is quite limited. Not to mention, this is still a negotiation with Roland. What kind of character is Roland? Can people in the circle not know? The Wedding Banquet and Eat Drink Man Woman were fine, but The Shawshank Redemption was such a pitfall that Castle Rock wanted to cry. In this case, Steven Soderbergh suddenly took out the Nolan family, which was really, Steven, I don't understand what you mean. Susan Todd smiled, but the doubt flashing in her eyes was known to everyone. I mean, to be frank. Steven Soderbergh shook his head slightly to show that he had no hostility. Just sell whatever copyrights you have. There's no need to include the rights and interests related to independent filmmakers. Of course, I'm not stopping you from making money, but I don't want this kind of package to cause Roland Allen's disgust. Since he knows that Memento is a private equity fund type movie, he must know that the copyright is incomplete, and if you suddenly take out the packaged copyright, then he might think that you are temporarily raising the price. For you, this may not matter, but for Christopher, it's very fatal. After all, we independent filmmakers make movies, first of all to become famous, and the opportunity to become famous is right in front of us, and no one wants to miss it. The frank words made the four people present understand, and the people-oriented starting point made Susan Todd smile bitterly and nodded. After Steven Soderbergh pointed out the key point, she did not continue to discuss the packaging issue, but sighed and said to the Nolan family with a smile, well, it seems that your work has an unparalleled position in Steven's heart. Although she did not give a positive response, this kind of words has already reflected her indifference. At the same time as she expressed her attitude, the Nolan couple also cast a thankful look at the bald man, and for the bald man, smiling and nodding is just a normal response, and the secret joy in his heart is the real thought. Because, if it was just for the sale of Memento, he didn't have to accompany a guy he just met to sell goods, when Erin Brockovich was about to be released, and the network was about to start shooting. Especially when Roland arrived, this guy was the first to stand up and showed unparalleled enthusiasm. Hi Roland, I'm Steven Soderbergh, nice to meet you. Notes: Christopher Nolan's creation of Batman was actually out of love. Just like Kevin Feige's love for Marvel Comics, Nolan also loves Batman so much that he even put Easter eggs into Memento. There is a shot in Memento where the protagonist Leonardo passes by a comic book store, and there is a very clear Batman logo on the glass of the comic book store. Nolan and his uncle NASA are no longer a secret. When Interstellar was endorsed by NASA, he personally said that he used NASA's video materials to play with when he was a child. Without Steven Soderbergh, Memento might not be released. In reality, after they found more than a dozen distributors, none of them were interested in Memento, a movie that was deliberately mysterious and showed off editing. Miramax's original words. It was only after Soderbergh publicly expressed his support that it was released. After that, Soderbergh recommended Nolan to shoot Warner's Insomnia and Batman series, and he also served as the producer of Insomnia. In those years, Soderbergh was shooting the Audition series for Warner, and it was easy to get projects with his endorsement. Chapter 330 The Good Man Roland Allen. Fuck. What the hell is this? When the bright light bulb appeared in front of Roland at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, the shiny head that looked like it was greased scared Roland. If Steven Soderbergh hadn't introduced himself first, he would have even suspected that this was an employee of his company who flew from America to the UK to report to him that he had predicted the arrival of the internet bubble. If he didn't respond in time, he might lose $30 billion in the first half of the year, which was enough to acquire TikTok. But when he saw the appearance of the person clearly, aren't you a friend of George Clooney? Hello, he smiled and shook hands with him, and his kind words were like a spring breeze. But the problem is that he doesn't actually know George Clooney. But it doesn't matter, because in the eyes of everyone, he is now amiable. This is not only because distance creates beauty, but also because of the psychological hint: when you need help from others, when you hope that others can help you solve a problem, will you imagine others as monsters before the ending comes out? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you have never met someone before, even if they have a bad reputation, as long as they smile at you, your eyes will automatically filter them and make them look like a Buddha. So, when Roland subconsciously said George Clooney, the bald man's face was filled with joy. When Roland took the initiative to walk past him and greet the target group, he was not annoyed, but happily stayed aside, acting as a mentor. Susan Todd. I know you. I've seen Die Hard too. Oh. Thank you. That's the first movie I produced. Jonathan Nolan. Please forgive me for reading your novel before it was officially published by the publishing house. Your death warning is very well written. I think you will become an excellent writer in the future. Really? This is really unexpected. Thank you for your blessing. Emma Thomas. Your husband is awesome. Haha, that's why I married him. After greeting the three guys, Roland also came to Nolan, who was smiling but restrained, looking at the future famous director who wanted to speak but couldn't. Roland took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with him. This is the first time we meet, and we are strangers to each other. So, just do whatever you feel comfortable with, and don't force yourself to communicate with me. Such words surprised the four people on the scene, but for Christopher Nolan, this was the most heartwarming move, because he didn't like talking to strangers since he was a child. Christopher Nolan actually has always had social problems. It's not social phobia, it's not speech disorder, it's just that he simply doesn't want to communicate with strangers. Although his social resistance has improved a lot as he became more famous, he still kept the same habit until the filming of Interstellar. Anne Hathaway once revealed that in the scene of Mercury looking for the data box, Christopher Nolan felt that they acted very badly, so he called a stop and asked the assistant director to explain the scene to them while he sat behind the monitor and sulked. As a result, when the time came to start filming again, Anne Hathaway and the others still acted like a piece of shit. So Christopher Nolan went crazy. But unlike James Cameron, who can criticize actors, Christopher Nolan's rampage is a real rampage because he left the set in a rage. Of course, the rage here only refers to his own rage, and the real situation on the scene is Christopher Nolan put his hat on the director's chair and quietly left the shooting scene without attracting anyone's attention. People just thought he went to the toilet. When Anne Hathaway and Matthew McConaughey finished filming, the assistant director asked the crew to prepare for the next scene while going behind the monitor to ask the director's opinion. People only then realized that the director, who wanted to show his anger by snubbing the crew, found that he was actually ignored after leaving, so he ran away alone and walked back angrily. As for what was filmed just now, he didn't know at all. More importantly, this is his state after becoming a billion-dollar director. And in the words of his wife, it is the film experience over the years that has made him a lot more cheerful. Knowing these things, even if Roland wanted to meet Christopher Nolan, he didn't expect to become friends with him. So, after greeting everyone cordially and briefly chatting about the work, well, there was actually nothing to talk about the work, because Roland didn't like Memento. Of course, the reason why he didn't like Memento was different from Harvey Weinstein's. Harvey Weinstein felt that Memento just disrupted a straightforward story with complex editing techniques and used a mixed mode of chronological and flashback to forcibly make an ordinary story complicated. This means of showing off editing techniques is not a real suspense, because Christopher Nolan did not explain all the clues at the end of the movie, which made the audience feel creepy. Instead, it takes advantage of the fact that most people have a weak memory and forces the audience to fill in a bunch of fragmented information and then presents its own editing logic, thus forcing the audience to watch a film repeatedly, collect clues with the help of tools, and try to piece together the whole story so as to obtain the spiritual pleasure of understanding. But this kind of acquisition is actually doing IQ questions, not watching a movie. But Roland thinks that Memento can actually be made into a comedy, since the whole film is about a male protagonist with short-term amnesia who wants to catch John G., the murderer of his wife. Some jokes can be added in the process. Don't make it so serious and suspenseful, but take the path of shit and fart like The Hangover. Take advantage of the male protagonist's amnesia, play some failed pursuit jokes, and maybe make more money. That's right, it's still about money. It's so vulgar, but the fundamental purpose of his finding Christopher Nolan is also for money. So, without any psychological pressure, he went straight to the point after a simple exchange. Susan, are you willing to transfer the entire Memento project to me? Sure. Name your price. An investment of $4.5 million and a return of 1.3%, $5.85 million. Deal. The purpose of the existence of private equity funds in the film industry is actually to make money. So Roland will not break the bottom line of this industry and use the method he used to treat Castle Rock to cheat these private equity funds to death. As a project that only received investment in August 1999, after 6 months, it has earned $1.35 million with a principal of $4.5 million. This rate of return is already quite high. There is no way who let the 6 major public equity funds cheat investors' money after simply and clearly reaching a deal that should not have been done by him personally. Roland also amiably reached his clause to Nolan, and in front of everyone, he showed his joy falls for Nolan. After the contract is signed, I will ask the company to hold a special screening for Memento. At that time, we will invite directors like David Fincher and David Lynch, and invite suspense masters to come to the scene to taste it. The reason why we didn't invite Steven, James and others is that their fans and suspense don't overlap. Inviting them to come can indeed stimulate the box office, but it will not be good for Christopher. For the audience, Christopher is still a newcomer. Since he is a newcomer, we should take a more steady approach. After all, I hope Christopher can make more movies. Such a thoughtful arrangement made the Nolan family overjoyed. No problem, all matters related to publicity and promotion will be arranged by the company. After all, we don't understand it either. Emma Thomas smiled and nodded. Jonathan Nolan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Can I not focus on promoting the fact that I'm the original author? This is my brother's movie. I hope the spotlight will be on him. Sure. Roland said with a smile. If you have any demands, just tell the company directly. Just say it. Don't worry about whether it is reasonable or not. I'm not afraid of solving problems. I'm afraid of not finding problems. Listen. It's really the biggest relationship in the circle. When other independent film distributors see their works, they look sad and say they don't know how to distribute them. And Roland, I'm not afraid of solving problems. I'm afraid of not finding problems. This sentence is so domineering. While making the commitment to publicity and distribution, Roland also said that in the future, no matter what ideas you have, you can directly find Warcraft films. Even if the copyright of those projects belongs to others, it doesn't matter. As long as the project looks interesting, he can help take the lead and invest out of his own pocket. Such a promise made the Nolan family overjoyed and made Susan Todd envious. After all, everyone has dreams. Those who say that independent films are noble and can fully explain the director's thoughts just don't understand this industry. Because the real big guys, no matter what they shoot, are all independent films. Who dares to care? After personally giving Nolan a financial defense shot, there is no need to worry that this good guy with a backer will be pulled to Warner by Steven Soderbergh. Roland's purpose of staying in London has actually been half achieved. when he said a few polite words to everyone and wanted to take the initiative to say goodbye, the bald man who saw his intention to leave finally spoke. "Roland, is there anything else? I want to talk to you. Is it okay?" "Sure. Since we can sit together, it means we are friends. Just tell me what you have to say." Roland was very generous, or he had already seen the problem when he arrived. Although in the information about Christopher Nolan submitted by Evelyn Watson, the other party clearly marked the existence of Steven Soderbergh in the project of Memento, this does not mean that the bald man will accompany him to sell the film. It is true that the bald man helped Nolan, but he was not the producer of Memento, nor the supervisor of Memento, nor the investor of Memento. In this case, what does the film company's film sales conference have to do with him? It is normal for him not to exist. Once he exists, it is an accident. So, when Roland recognized the shiny bald man, he guessed that this guy probably wanted to take this opportunity to talk to him. "Now, let's talk. In front of Nolan, be generous." After getting Roland's affirmative answer, the bald man with ulterior motives did not hide anything. He took out 2 books and said, "I came here today. First, I hope Christopher's movie can be released smoothly. Second, I want to seek a project for my good brother. And third, I hope to find a way for myself." The first goal has been achieved. The second and third goals are here. Kathleen Kennedy has an agent project in her hands. At the beginning, she gave the script to Brad Pitt, hoping that he could play the male lead. After reading the script, Brad thought it was good and wanted to participate. But when he learned that the whole project was affected by Steven Spielberg and your existence, he was reluctant to participate. After being postponed indefinitely, he refused. After he refused, Catherine, who was busy with artificial intelligence and Harry Potter, put the whole project on hold and had no intention of continuing production for the time being. In Catherine's words, "It was too busy." This situation is indeed very common, and we didn't take it seriously at first, but when Brad suddenly mentioned this project during a party with us, we became very interested in it. Especially Matt Damon, he wants to take over this project. While speaking, he pushed a blue-covered book in front of Roland, which read, "The Bourne Identity." The Bourne supremacy was established in 1999, and Brad Pitt was indeed the one who was approached at the beginning, but because Kathleen Kennedy was too busy, she told the other party that the film might not start shooting until around 2001, so Brad Pitt, who couldn't wait, took Spy Game. Yes, it was the movie that was banned in China. After that, the project was constantly circulated among Brad Pitt's brothers. It was first seen by George Clooney, then Ben Affleck, then Cassie Affleck, and finally fell into the hands of Matt Damon. At that time, George Clooney wanted to act, but he already had Ocean's 11 on his shoulders. Ben Affleck wanted to act, but he already had Pearl Harbor on his shoulders. Cassie Affleck also wanted to act, but he was still a newcomer. So, Matt Damon took the role. Not only that, knowing that Kathleen Kennedy was too busy and the project could not be filmed for the time being, this guy also found Robin Williams and took over the entire project through Steven Spielberg. After that, Jason Bourne, who is as famous as James Bond and Ethan Hunt, was born. Of course, this was all the situation in Roland's previous life. In this life, when Roland also gave Harry Potter to Kathleen Kennedy, the second best producer in film history really had no intention of continuing to dig holes. So, after learning that Roland wanted to buy the copyright of Memento, Steven Soderbergh, who was Christopher Nolan's mentor, set off. He wanted to find a chance for his brother. But for Roland, this is really too difficult. He almost forgot about this project. In the end, it still appeared in front of him, after going around in circles. "Okay, I'll ask about this for you, and see what Kathleen thinks." At this point, Steven Soderbergh nodded excitedly, but Roland's next words made him want to jump up and hug him. "Since we have the same taste and both think Christopher's movies are good, if Catherine doesn't have time, then I'll let her husband take charge. I've seen Matt's performance." Robin also suggested that I invest in Good Will Hunting, but I refused because of Harvey's existence. So, don't feel pressured. If they don't have enough funds, Steven and I can invest. "Thank you so much," Steven Soderbergh said excitedly. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. We are all friends. Roland waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. Then what about the third thing you mentioned? The third thing is Solaris. I want to remake this movie, but the copyright is in the hands of James Cameron. Oh. After seeing the cover of the book, Roland understood that the project Steven Soderbergh was talking about was Solaris 2002. The original movie Solaris was adapted into a movie by Soviet director Andrei Tarkovsky in 1972, and after that, James Cameron, who wanted to explore space, bought the copyright. But unfortunately, in the 1980s, special effects were not allowed. In the 1990s, the movie Titanic made him lose interest in Solaris, because he really couldn't figure out how to shoot Solaris to make it better than Titanic. So when Steven Soderbergh found the old man, he generously gave up the project. Then, he had nothing to worry about, and fought against Avatar. And Steven Soderbergh's 2002, Solaris was actually very bad. To put it in one sentence, it was not a science fiction movie, a supernatural movie was not a supernatural movie, and a romance movie was not a romance movie. The point is that not only was the reputation not good, but even the box office was not good. However, it doesn't matter. It's a project worth tens of millions, and it's not him, Roland, who will have to pay for it. So, I know that project. If you want to shoot it, I'll tell James, and then you can find him yourself. James Lightstorm is under the name of Fox. They have suffered heavy losses recently, so my personal suggestion is that you can talk to James first, and then go to Fox after Fox's operating conditions improve. Such words made Steven Soderbergh very happy, and also surprised the Nolan family on the side. As long as you are interested in a person, you dare to invest in any project? Wow. Roland Allen is actually a good man. Christopher Allen, who has been silent since entering the hotel, raised his eyebrows and looked at Roland with desire in his eyes. If you have to make a metaphor, it's like a furry child seeing a favorite toy. Want to get it? Note, it is common for independent films to be bought out at a fixed price in the industry because many independent films do not have the ability to distribute, and they can only look for large companies to entrust them with distribution. In this case, if a large company takes a fancy to the film, they will choose to buy it out at a fixed price. Miramax does this most often, and in this case, small companies can only sell it, because if they don't sell the film, it will rot in their hands. As for overseas distribution, independent film companies generally cannot receive overseas box office revenue, because their overseas distribution is basically a fixed price buyout for one region or one country, and no one gives them a share of the profits. Therefore, any independent company that enjoys a share of the profits is a sick capitalist. Not to mention the big six, even second-tier companies won't let you get up. Brad Pitt was indeed the candidate for the Bourne Supremacy at the beginning. He refused the project and didn't get out of the circle. These big names have big legs, but they just won't be reported on a large scale. After all, it's the American dream. James Cameron's Lightstorm is a subsidiary of Fox, so his project has always been in Fox, now in Disney. It's not that he doesn't want to find someone else, but his bond with Fox is even more fierce than Steven Spielberg's bond with Universal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Got Tricked Again. In fact, Roland has a very special memory of Steven Soderbergh. This memory does not come from his dislike for George Clooney, nor from his surprise when he saw the big names in the Ocean's Path series, nor from his regret when he defeated Ang Lee with The Internet and won the Oscar for Best Director in 2001. It is because this bold man once made a movie called Contagion. Contagion is full of big names, but the multi-threaded narrative makes the whole movie dull. It does not highlight any character, and the narrative technique of not creating any dramatic conflict made the movie sprayed into shit by critics and audiences when it was released. Because most of the audience thinks that the plot in the movie is too absurd, and the virus that can infect the world before people find it does not exist, while the critics think that director Steven Soderbergh is deliberately blackening the governments of various countries, especially when depicting the handling policy of America. The excessive darkness and ugliness is simply like walking behind a dung truck and looking for shit. As a result, the bad reviews everywhere made him lose his job as a director. No film company continued to ask him to make movies, and no audience went to the cinema to support his masterpiece. As a result, this bald man who could offend both the sponsor and the parents who provided food and clothing had to give up the path of directing and chose to change his career to become a painter. But unfortunately, not long after he left the film industry, lottery vaccination, making money from national disasters, smashing, looting, and burning, all appeared. Not only that, the Washington Monument on a rainy night was also struck by thunder. When the movie shone into reality, the oncoming horror made people recall the guy who warned the world at the beginning. But the subsequent fear of reality and anger at the way it was handled made this memory disappear. It was because, when he watched Contagion at the beginning, Roland was amazed at the description of the movie. So now he is willing to help the bald man to make connections. Not for anything else, just because of the admiration at the beginning. Okay. This is too righteous, even he himself doesn't believe it. The reason why he decided to help the bald man was not only because Allen was there, and he didn't want to be slapped in the face, but also because he would not lose money from the bad projects and he could look forward to the profitable projects. Since he knew that the language of the camera could not restore the full picture of Solaris, wouldn't it be over if he didn't do it? And after knowing that The Bourne Supremacy was a good series, wasn't it the best choice to prevent it from entering Universal? Roland had no sense of belonging to any film company, so he had no pressure at all when digging for projects. Not to mention, when AOL and Time Warner announced their merger and both parties submitted the asset distribution results to the American Communications Commission for review, Seagram's Wine, which finally couldn't hold on, had already sold Universal's TV assets American cable network to Barry Diller, the Jewish chairman of IAC Group, and at the same time as the deal was reached, it also negotiated with Vivendi on the merger. If nothing unexpected happens, within half a year, the two companies will be able to complete the path of merger and liquidation and completely merge into one. Knowing that Vivendi is about to enter the market, the right thing to do is to take the Bourne Supremacy out of the hands of the French Penguin. As for whether to invest, for Roland, it is really not important. Because the Bourne Supremacy is not Fast and Furious, it has the limitations of the original work, and the entire series cannot be overdeveloped. Overdevelopment here does not refer to the number of film series restrictions, because in Roland's previous life, after filming the original novel, Universal continued to make the Bourne Supremacy 4 and 5 in order to make money. Although the Bourne Supremacy 4 project died suddenly due to the change of people, when Matt Damon returned and borrowed the racing shooting method of Fast and Furious 8, the entire series was still able to make considerable profits. Therefore, giving up Jason Bourne's character in the trilogy and turning to the sale of feelings is a feasible path. After all, there are audiences willing to pay for it. The real difficulty in the operation of the entire series is actually the development of the surrounding areas. Because Robert Ludlum, the author of The Bourne Identity, the original novel of the Bourne Supremacy, is a best-selling novelist. Like Stephen King, this guy who has sold more than 200 million copies of his work only sells the film rights. Because of this, even if the Capitol knows that, if the Bourne Supremacy is well done, its market will definitely reach the heights of 007 and Mission Impossible, they are too lazy to do it. There is no way. Who let the game adaptation rights, costume design rights, TV adaptation rights, toy production rights, these things are not in their hands. If you expand the plate of the Bourne Supremacy without making any profit, wouldn't that be the heir of the original author at a low price? If you have this spare time, the Capitol might as well invest its energy in other places. Wouldn't it be nice to shoot more than a dozen Fast and Furious movies? Let Vin Diesel and others do motion capture for the game, and you can cheat money when it goes on the market. Isn't it nice to shoot Tom Clancy's works? Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six, these special codes have made Ubisoft earn a lot. In this way, with Marvel on the left, Harry Potter on the right, The Lord of the Rings before, and The Hobbit after, Roland would not get involved in the burn supremacy unless the big six were introduced. It was not because there was no way to make money, but because the cost performance was too low. This was not the invasive brain-computer interface technology that Iron Man Musk showed in his live broadcast. When the market was clear and he knew that he could not get extreme profits, he continued to waste time, which was a waste of life. So, after chatting with the bald man and the others, Roland returned to the guest room and called James Cameron. "Someone wants to make Solaris? How much is the offer?" No, they don't want to buy the copyright, they just want to make this project. Then don't they just submit the production plan and wait for our review? Yes. Is it okay? Oh, you've already asked. Do you still need to ask me if it's okay? I'll give it to John. No, John Landor has been taken away by you. Now the only person working in the company is Leigh Sancini. I'll call her later and ask her to contact Steven Soderbergh and others. Anyway, I have lost interest in the project. Whoever wants to shoot it now can shoot it. In 30 seconds, the thorny problem for Steven Soderbergh was solved. Then, Roland dialed Kathleen Kennedy's number. When this busy guy knew that Matt Damon had shaken Roland, it became a matter of course for Jason Bourne to be approved and filmed. But, Roland, you mean that I should go to DreamWorks to solicit investment, right? Isn't it possible? Universal is facing very serious financial problems now. Well, it's not that it's impossible, but DreamWorks also has funding problems now. Catherine Kennedy on the other end of the phone explained. DreamWorks project funds have always come from Chase Manhattan Bank. Because Steven's father is familiar with them, they opened a $1 billion revolving loan for DreamWorks. However, Chase Manhattan Bank is currently negotiating a merger with JP Morgan and wants to complete the acquisition of Chicago First Bank, Bear Stearns Bank, and Washington Mutual Bank, so this high-risk revolving loan was stopped, and Steven, who got the news, also borrowed the funds required for the company's next projects: A Beautiful Mind, Artificial Intelligence, Shrek the Monsters, Dangerous Lovers, and The Last Castle before the suspension. So, they can't get more operating funds now, and even if Chase approves a loan to DreamWorks, they can't lend much money because the quota has been used up. Without startup capital, public funds can't do it. Well, Roland sighed. Then I'll invest. How much? Catherine Kennedy was not surprised because she thought The Bourne Identity was a good novel, so she and her husband bought the series. I don't know. It depends on Matt Damon's offer. What's his price now? The talented Mr. Rippler's investment of $40 million and the global box office of $120 million are a small loss, but in fact it has reached the B-list standard. In total, it's more than $5 million and less than $10 million. Then sign a trilogy for $20 million and shoot it as a series like The Lord of the Rings. Since the old man has no money, Roland will put the project into his own pocket. In this way, shooting a series together is a must, because only in this way can the money of leaks be used through film and television investment funds. Although it was a bit strange to find out about the development of the Bourne Supremacy series while looking for Christopher Nolan to shoot the Batman series, for Roland, it was okay to invest without having to spend a lot of money or follow the production. It was not unacceptable to put a bottom line of $30 million. As for distribution, of course, the distribution was thrown to Warner. With Disney being cautious, Warner showed sincerity and was worthy of eating this piece of cake. And just after Roland dealt with the problem that ordinary people could not solve in a few days or months in a swift and decisive manner in 3 minutes, the bald man who was about to treat everyone to dinner received a notification call shortly after he walked out of the hotel. When everyone learned that the call was from James Cameron's partner, who told Soderbergh to prepare with peace of mind, and that Solaris would be reserved for him first, they suddenly exclaimed with a little joy, "Oh my god. Is this the reason why they can succeed? The efficiency is really too high. It really works to find someone." Didn't Steven say before that when he asked Fox, he got repeated excuses? He didn't even say whether there was a project plan. But now, after Roland got involved, the project has been finalized. Aren't you talking nonsense? Don't you see what the relationship between Roland and James is? Don't discuss this. Steven, Congratulations. Yes, yes, yes. I got what I wanted. Thank you, thank you. The warm congratulations made the bald man smile like a daisy, and in front of everyone, he simply vented his joy. And then, his eyes fell on the smiling Allen again. Because he knew that Roland was probably not taking care of him, but was interested in this new director. Roland actually likes his movies so much. Memento doesn't seem to be good enough to be sought after by so many people, right? The bald man muttered in his heart in confusion. But after thinking for a few seconds, he stopped thinking about it, because, who cares? Anyway, I have discovered Christopher's mentor now. As long as I maintain a good relationship with him, then, isn't it the same as finding a backer? After reacting, the bald man laughed and opened his arms, hugging the guy who still didn't talk much. Although Roland didn't take Solaris seriously and also thought that the Byrne supremacy was not worth much, these views were all the influence of capital seeking profit. For the general public, for those newcomers who wanted to climb the mountain, Roland's nod and response was enough to cheer. While the people who benefited from this were celebrating excitedly, 3 old men were also in Seattle, tens of thousands of miles away from London. The opportunity to acquire Yahoo has arrived. When are you going to start? Paul Allen asked, with his fingers interlocked and his hands on his abdomen. At the earliest, we have to wait until the reshuffle of Yahoo's board of directors is completed. Bill Gates said, there are 13 people on their board of directors. After the reshuffle, Carl Icahn and Ronald Perelman can take 7. In this case, as long as Carl continues to tell the public that Yahoo is mismanaged and the company's value is underestimated as usual, we can take advantage of the situation to propose an acquisition. With a 7-to-6 vote ratio on the board of directors, Yahoo has to be sold anyway. After reaching an acquisition agreement, we just need to sit down with Carl and others to negotiate the price. From the current situation, it is about 100 billion to 150 billion. Yes, Yahoo is so valuable these days. In the first few days of the millennium, their stock price soared to 118.75, with a market value of 128 billion. Although it fell back later, it has remained at around 100 billion, steadily suppressing Berkshire Hathaway. Under such circumstances, it was simply a dream to acquire at par, not to mention a 1.5 times premium, which was based on the tacit agreement, reached on the basis that Carl Icahn only wanted so much money. If Roland had not taken the initiative to sell nearly 18 billion worth of shares, this deal would have been even more troublesome. 150 billion. That's about it. It's really impossible to acquire more. Paul Allen nodded. At this price, how many shares do we need to use? About 15% to 18%, and the rest in cash. Steve Ballmer said, Cole will help us kick the founder of Yahoo out of the company, so there is no need to worry that they will interfere with the company's operations after the acquisition. Yeah. Paul Allen was very satisfied with the result. Then how should we explain to the Department of Justice? It's impossible for us to acquire under the antitrust case. When talking about this topic, the two people who were still calm and composed looked better. After exchanging a glance, Bill Gates shook his head and said, the biggest problem with the Department of Justice is that they think the System Plus browser solution is a monopoly. So we decided that PC manufacturers can freely choose the Windows desktop and open some of the source code of the Windows software, so that our competitors can also write applications on the operating system. We are also considering providing users with a set of Windows Basic Edition, allowing users to install the software themselves. Steve Ballmer added, is that so? Isn't that too much of a sacrifice? Hearing this, Paul Allen also frowned. Because the whiteboard window really only has the core competitiveness of user habits. But for those two people, this concession is acceptable. Steve Ballmer said, although giving up the monopoly has weakened our competitiveness, we have gained the largest interface of the internet. With MSN, even if we don't use bundling methods, users will choose us based on habit. What really worries us is that when we formulated the settlement agreement, there was a clause that might cause dissatisfaction in the market because we decided to compensate some users of the Windows operating system by issuing vouchers of a certain amount. This amount needs to be discussed with the Ministry of Justice. When the vouchers cannot be fully issued, the remaining balance will be donated to schools that accept students from low-income families, and half of them must purchase Microsoft's educational products. And this result may cause dissatisfaction among companies that dominate the education market. Such words made Paul Allen stunned on the spot, because he understood the meaning of this decision. The so-called random compensation is just a guise to appease the people and suppress the opposition from the people through this means. The subsequent donation amount is to shut up the mouths of local governments, because the education funds of public schools have always been the bulk of fiscal expenditures. Microsoft pays for them to update their equipment, so they can also use it as an achievement. After all, this is the result of their leading the struggle. The states jointly sued Microsoft, and then Microsoft admitted defeat and took the initiative to contribute to the cause of education. This kind of self-sacrifice and feedback to the people can make many people hold on to their votes in the next election. Since Microsoft has allowed them to do more steadily, they will not continue to fight to the death. We are all civilized people, there is no need to fight to the death. But this move is actually infringing on other companies in the education market, because the money donated by Microsoft must be returned by buying Microsoft products. In this case, what should other companies that focus on the education market do? Unite to sue Microsoft for monopoly. Of course, since the scale of the education market is far smaller than the civilian market, Microsoft can fight those companies to the end, but the problem is that the largest companies in the education market know it. Not only that, they are also very familiar with their bosses. No. Is it really okay for you to cheat Roland like this? Paul Allen smiled bitterly. Roland allowed us to acquire Yahoo smoothly, but in order to acquire Yahoo more smoothly, we took over the market share of their company's main business. Although we have no friends in the business world, we are really. Isn't it too much? Who in the circle doesn't know that Roland asked us to acquire Yahoo? He lost tens of billions of dollars to cooperate with us, but we have to attack another company he has. Will people in the circle dare to do business with us next time? Such words made the other two shrug helplessly. They didn't make excuses, because Paul Allen said the truth. In the acquisition of Yahoo, they did cheat Roland again, but this is the best way to shut up the people and the government at the same time. That's right, the company that occupies the American school teaching computer market is related to Roland. And that company is called Apple. Notes: after Steven Soderbergh finished filming Contagion, no film company offered him a contract. After the cooperation he had signed was fulfilled, he was out of work because the industry thought he was too black. The Fast and Furious game refers to the movie game of the same name promoted by Vin Diesel at TGA last year. It was originally scheduled to be released this year, but considering the current situation of school closures, it is estimated that it will not be released this year. And that game was made to cheat money. The modeling is not as good as Uncharted 4 in 2016. If you have to describe it, the feeling it gives to the outside world is similar to that of Marvel's Avengers, which was tested several times this month. Rayson Chesney is James Cameron's company partner and his producer. DreamWorks did have funding problems in the year 2000. At that time, after they had used up their revolving loans, they wanted to use mortgage loans to buy more than 1,000 acres of land in Los Angeles for factories, but because the merger of **** dragged on for too long, this plan had to be cancelled. The Microsoft settlement strategy described in the article is true. Public officials in various states have always felt that their positions are more important than corporate monopolies. Chapter 332 Monopoly and Antitrust. There are only individuals who betray their class, but there is no class that betrays its interests. When the Federation conducted an antitrust investigation on Microsoft's operating system, both the Federation and Microsoft felt aggrieved, because Microsoft did not want to be forced to split by the Federation, and the Federation did not want to split Microsoft. Why? That's because Microsoft's existence is in the interests of the Federation. As a capitalist country, the Federation does represent the interests of the bourgeoisie, but they will not obey the orders of the big bourgeoisie who control a large number of production tools, because in addition to a few individuals, there are also a large number of small and medium-sized bourgeoisie and countless civilians in the whole country. When these people can provide votes, Safeguarding their interests is to safeguard their own interests. Therefore, coordinating the interests of all parties and playing the balancing game are the key to some people's stability. After the Civil War, the Federation entered a period of rapid development of capitalism. In less than 100 years, the total industrial output value has continued to soar from 6% of the world, surpassing France, Germany, and Britain one after another, soaring to the world's first. But with the rapid economic growth, monopoly also followed. When the 18th president was in office, the monopoly consortium made other big, medium and small bourgeoisie miserable, and the majority of civilians became victims of high premiums. The most typical example is the Rockefeller Consortium. Standard Oil Company monopolized 25% of the federal crude oil production. If it were just that, it would be fine. The most important thing is that 90% of the federal oil transportation capacity and 95% of the refining capacity are also under their control. As a result, absolute pricing power has become their toy. Then, the Antitrust Act was born, and the Seven Sisters of Oil were born. This move was a representative of advancement at the time, or even now. It is a classic example of the free market, because Standard Oil monopolized the entire market, making the entire industry lifeless, and making the people feel unfair. But after the split, effective competition can inject vitality into economic development. In this way, the federal government, which has tasted the sweetness, has stepped up its efforts to cut into various monopoly consortiums. In 1945, Aluminum of America was forcibly split because of its monopoly on the aluminum market. In 1984, Telephone and Telegraph was forcibly dismembered because of its monopoly in the telecommunications industry. When the federal government stabbed the big capital to death with a knife, the high-speed economy made them smile, because their interest is to lead the federal government to continue to develop. Since killing monopolies can make the Federation develop better, it means that anti-monopoly is correct. But just when the Federation wanted to continue to use this method to stimulate faster economic development, a series of major events that could change the situation appeared. The bear has disintegrated. The global economy has integrated. The internet has arrived. The virtual economy was born. Before the Federation and the bear were fighting, the world economy was still a real economy. Whether it was oil or aluminum, those were things that could be seen and touched, and the technical content of producing these things was very low. Even if those monopoly giants were dismantled, those new companies could still earn a lot of foreign exchange for the country. But when capital flows were liberalized, the Single European Act came into effect, the North American Free Trade Area was born, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Organization was established, and the ASEAN Free Trade Area began to be built. The situation changed. Because whether it was big capitalists or small capitalists, they all saw unlimited possibilities from the vast global market. As the global hegemon, they have huge funds and leading technology. In this case, it is not too easy to knock on the door of those backward countries. The point is that many backward countries think that advanced technology is just the backward productivity they have eliminated. In this way, they first make a wave of foreign exchange with backward technology and then emphasize upgrading and replacement to backward countries so that they can replace equipment so that capital can make more money. Not only that, they are not afraid of being surpassed by technology. With this idea, countless capitals in the Federation began to invest abroad. But the problem is that, as soon as they went abroad, they found that they could say a long time no see to others. Because the competitors are their own people. All the capitalists who fought to death in the Federation want to share a new piece of cake. So, the problem came. These capitalists compete domestically, which stimulates their own economy, but who can they stimulate by competing abroad? EagleSource was confused. But soon, the crazy investment of other countries in the Federation woke up EagleSource. Without the monopoly oligarchs, they were beaten to pieces. The significance of the existence of the antitrust law is that we do not want a single monopoly to appear in a certain market, because this is not conducive to the development of the country and the economy. But what if the single market changes from a single country to the whole world? Then only the company that has completed the internal monopoly first can have the ability to suck the blood of the whole world. Therefore, many people say that after the collapse of the bear, the EagleSource was confused. At the same time, these people believe that the reason why the Eagle source was confused is that it suddenly became the world's #1 and lost its goal. But in fact, this confusion does not mean that they have no enemies, but that they found that the world is full of enemies. If AT&T had not been split, then when the direction of global economic integration was officially finalized after the collapse of the bear, AT&T could have frantically acquired telecommunications companies around the world. As long as they controlled 50% of the global market. No. 40%. Even 30%. At that time, there would only be one voice in the world. America great. Oh, no, they no longer had to shout this slogan at that time. But what about now? European telecommunications giants are frantically merging, and their own telecommunications giants are half dead. So, on June 28, 1994, the Federal Congress passed a bill that allowed local telephone companies and cable TV companies to enter each other's business scope. On the surface, it was to stimulate competition in telecommunications services, but after the bill was introduced, telecommunications companies such as Viacom merged frantically and regained their world-leading position. Not only that, they also asked Murdoch to move the company from Canada to the United States to continue to maintain his dominance in the media industry. Then, on November 30, 1999, Exxon and Mobil merged. On October 9, 2001, Chevron and Texaco announced their merger and then acquired Gulf Oil. On the surface, the re-merger of the Seven Sisters of Oil is normal business competition, but isn't the fundamental purpose of their merger to cope with the impact from foreign companies under economic globalization? If these companies cannot even occupy the local market, they are like scattered sand with no fighting power. Then when other capital invades, won't the entire domestic market belong to others? And how could this be something that the Eagle source wants to see? So, the Department of Justice's antitrust investigation into Microsoft's operating system is actually a joke. On the other end of the phone, Steve Jobs was expressing his views. Unless the Department of Justice is occupied by spies from other countries, they can't dismantle Microsoft, because once Microsoft is dismantled, it means that they have given other countries more time to develop operating systems and catch up with us. Previous antitrust splits were due to the single nature of the market. In a single market, monopoly is not conducive to economic development, but in the context of globalization, only monopoly can maintain its own market position, because the best way to destroy an industry in other countries is not a technological blockade, but trade dumping. Dump products with corresponding technology. Use dumping to occupy the markets of other countries. Squeeze out their market profits. If there is no profit, their companies will not conduct independent research and development. In this way, disguised control of a single market can be achieved, and this kind of dumping can only be done by monopoly companies. Since Microsoft can already dump its own Windows system to the world, the Department of Justice will not let go of this issue, unless it is crazy, because for them, continuing to create companies that can monopolize the global market in other industries is the most important thing to do now. It is a waste of time to keep staring at Microsoft. What's more, Microsoft's share of the Nasdaq stock market has exceeded 11%. To attack Microsoft is to attack the economy. Just as the three old men were discussing the case of Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo, the godfather of Apple also called Roland. When Roland learned that almost no one in the circle thought that Microsoft would be split by the Ministry of Justice, the word show came to his mind. When he knew that these guys also believed that industry monopoly was the only way out for the company in the future, his emotion surged in his heart. Because he knew that these guys were right. In the context of economic globalization, only by achieving a monopoly in the industry in one's own country can one expand outward and suck the blood of countries around the world. Therefore, the Qualcomm tax appeared. When the small capitals that were suppressed by Qualcomm united to sue Qualcomm, the Department of Justice, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Defense simultaneously took action to suppress the antitrust judgment of the federal court. Why? Isn't it because Qualcomm can suck the blood of the whole world? This is in the interests of the Federation. In this way, no matter how happy the small capitals are, they can only wait for death. Because even if they are supported, they can't suck the blood of the world. If they can't suck the blood of the world, it is equivalent to giving the market to others. Once the market is given to others, isn't it just waiting for the opponent to reap their own industry? Federal GG and small capital GG. Everyone knows how to choose. Similarly, the merger of Boeing and McDonnell Douglas is the same. In 1994, Airbus orders exceeded Boeing's for the first time, reaching 48% of the global market share, while Boeing only had 46%. Under such circumstances, in 1996, when Boeing asked to merge with McDonnell Douglas, the federal court and the Department of Justice did not dare to say a word. Why? They just wanted Boeing to swallow up the global market. In such a situation, they were still fighting among themselves. Therefore, monopoly and anti-monopoly have never been about upholding justice, but about safeguarding higher level interests. However, even though he knew that under economic globalization, industry monopoly was the best embodiment of patriotic capitalists, this did not mean that Roland could accept Microsoft's behavior of harming him. So, you called me at this time to tell me that Apple is going to give up the education machine market? Let Microsoft quickly end the antitrust investigation? Then let them swallow up Yahoo smoothly? After listening to the Apple Godfather's retelling, Roland was a little, well, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. When he first invested in Yahoo, he just wanted to make a little money. Later, he joined Microsoft just to make it easier for himself to cash out. Then he invested in Apple just to give himself the confidence to spend money. Then he reached a game development agreement with Microsoft just to dismantle Sony. Although his personal goals have been changing, Roland dared to swear that he never thought that his behavior of pushing Microsoft to swallow Yahoo would actually bring a blow to Apple. This unknown may be the butterfly effect after his intervention, or it may be the unknown blind spot in his memory, but no matter what the situation is, such a change makes him headache, because the problem currently placed in front of him has no solution. No one can beat Microsoft in this era, and the behavior of those guys turning their faces and not recognizing people made him feel the cold-bloodedness of capital first and, I need the industry in your hands. If you sell it, then we are friends and do business in harmony, but even if you are a friend, you can't interfere with my own interests. If infringing on the interests of my friends can make me better swallow the industry sold by my friends, then I will do it regardless of everything. Because I'm capital. Although Roland could understand Microsoft's behavior, because he himself was crazy about dismembering Sony, when this kind of thing of being oppressed by a monopoly giant happened to him, to be honest, it was still a bit aggrieved. And when he asked Steve Jobs what he thought, the answer given on the other end of the phone made him shake his head helplessly. Apple doesn't want to give up the educational machine market, but Microsoft's settlement agreement does not require our consent. The naked answer made Roland laugh. Yes, this kind of thing does not require our consent. Antitrust investigations are basically directly decided by the Ministry of Commerce. If they accept the settlement, it means that they acquiesce to Microsoft's continued invasion of the educational machine market. In this case, any resistance is futile, because the higher-ups will not listen to your voice. In this way, passive acceptance is the only choice, and this result also makes Roland very glad that he voted for Google. After all, things like anti-Microsoft still have to be done by professionals. But when Roland was about to hang up the phone and wanted to experience Sony's despair when they learned that they had to invest in Black Hawk Down, or thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind, making him smell something unusual. Wait. Since the operating system antitrust investigation is a matter between Microsoft and the Ministry of Commerce, how do you know what kind of settlement agreement they are going to submit? Yes, this is what Roland was most confused about. When the official did not release any news, and Microsoft did not express its willingness to settle with the Ministry of Justice, how did Steve Jobs know the settlement terms that Microsoft had figured out? Aren't you two enemies? Roland almost asked directly. Did you plant a spy in their company? After hearing Roland's question, the Apple godfather on the other end of the phone was also stunned. After a moment, he said directly, William told me this directly. This answer made Roland even more confused. No. Why did he tell you this? Isn't this confidential? Such a surprised expression made the other party react. For others, the settlement agreement drafted by Microsoft is confidential, but for us, isn't this a mutually negotiated clause? William told us that they are going to escape the antitrust investigation in the name of funding public schools, which is a hint to us that we can make an offer quickly. What price do they need to pay in exchange for our concession? What? Roland was completely confused. Shouldn't this be a direct robbery? How can there be such a routine of settling privately first? When Roland was speechless for a long time, Steve Jobs, who thought that this kid might really not understand, continued. When I returned to Apple, William invested a sum of money in Apple through Microsoft. At that time, the agreement reached between the two parties was that Microsoft injected capital to save the company, and Apple gave up the lawsuit against Microsoft for copyright infringement and the internet built-in on every Macintosh in the future. Explorer. At the same time, in order to help us sell the machine, Microsoft also provides Office series support for Macintosh and has set up a technical department for our system. Although this is continuing to consolidate their market position, for Apple, their technical support and investment are indeed putting out fires. So, although we are arguing fiercely, we can sit down and talk. Now, since they want to use the achievement of providing politicians with the education market to avoid investigation, we can actually cooperate, and I have thought of the price according to the company's situation. That is, let Microsoft help us to take over the digital copyrights of all music companies in the world. We have already started to do the MP3 I told you about before, and at the same time, we also need to launch a free digital media player application. According to my plan, when users want to import music downloaded from the internet into MP3, they must use the digital media player application, and we sell music there, which can reduce a lot of trouble for users. Because this is what we all see, Apple's new profit growth point, so I think it is a very cost-effective business to let Microsoft encroach on a part of the education machine market in exchange for their help in monopolizing the portable music device market. Boom. Steve Jobs' words were like thunder. Roland's eyes were full of stars. Did Microsoft achieve the market monopoly of iPod and iTunes? This. Roland had nothing to say. That's right. The success of iPod and iTunes is not really that mysterious. Countless reports said that after negotiating with major music companies, Steve Jobs relied on his advanced ideas to obtain digital copyright authorization at a super low price. But can a company's digital copyright be as low as 10 million? Don't be ridiculous. Universal Music, Warner Music, Sony Music, and Bertelsmann are not doing charity. The so-called reasoning that, because there are too many pirated copies on the internet, these music giants think that Apple, which is willing to spend money to buy genuine copies, is a sucker, so they will sell the digital music distribution rights at a low price. This kind of rhetoric is bullshit. Because when Apple went to buy the copyright, these companies had already screwed Napster. When the court ruled that Napster's free music service was illegal, the era of paying for songs on the internet had already arrived. Under such circumstances, the giants who had already reaped the early profits were crazy enough to sell the licenses at a low price. The real reason for the low price was Microsoft's suppression. When Steve Jobs was negotiating cooperation with various music companies, Microsoft, which also smelled something wrong, was also ready to invade the online music field and moved out Windows Media Player 7. But just when the major music giants were sitting on the diaote and taking turns to listen to the bids from both sides, the wealthy Microsoft suddenly ran away after 2 rounds of bidding because they said that the Department of Justice had added Windows Media Player to the investigation list and asked them to separate it from Windows. If Windows Media Player was separated, then buying copyrights would be meaningless. This situation made the major music giants look confused, and while they secretly cursed the Department of Justice, they also set their sights on another bidder, Apple, hoping that Steve Jobs would take the copyright according to the previous offer. However, at this time, the boss Jobs also ran away. The reason was that they had consulted the trade association. If they only sold iPods that supported the MP3 format and did not provide music services to users, if users added pirated music to the player themselves, then Apple would not be breaking the law. In this way, those who bought genuine music were stupid. This explanation made the major music giants even more anxious, and when they saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away, they had to sign a low-price licensing agreement with Apple for the sake of profit. In this case, Sony, which wanted to promote its own format, was directly besieged by the giants. Seeing this, some people must be confused. Why don't the giants do it themselves? This is actually very simple. First, these giants really don't have the ability to crack down on all piracy. Second, Steve Jobs said that after selling all the copyrights to Apple, music produced in the non-iTunes market is pirated. Not only that, Microsoft also said at the right time that if iTunes' market share is not high, they can also cooperate with Apple to allow Windows Media Player to import songs to iPod. With Microsoft's technical endorsement, can the music giants not agree? Isn't it good to eat ready-made without the technology to crack down on all piracy? In this way, the two companies that sang a double act swallowed up the entire music market. iPod once occupied more than 70% of the music player market. It is no exaggeration to say that the success of iPod is definitely not the effort of one or two people. With Microsoft's willingness to reconcile, Apple gave up some educational machine markets in exchange for a monopoly in an industry. Isn't it good? Of course, this was Roland's previous life. And now, with his intervention, when Yahoo was first thrown to Microsoft, and then Apple, which he invested in, was about to be stabbed by Microsoft, even if the capital was heartless, it would not do anything reckless. So, now we just have to wait for Roland to make an offer. While Steve Jobs was communicating with Roland, the three people in Seattle were also exchanging views. Steve Ballmer said, as long as the offer is not excessive, we can accept it. Bill Gates said, there are too many and too big industries related to computers and the internet. We can't take them all. As long as they are willing to give up part of the educational machine market and don't continue to sue us, then we can help him in any industry he wants to enter. After all, if we occupy Apple's market without any communication, our business will not be easy in the future. Roland has cooperated so well, and we have also robbed his industry. Then other companies will definitely be cautious when cooperating with us in the future. When we are surrounded by enemies, we can also close down. Oh, I thought you would really do things so decisively. Hearing this, Paul Allen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he didn't think there was anything wrong with being too extreme, but he thought it would cause a serious blow to Microsoft's image. Although these things could not be made public in the end, but those who know about it are the ones who have the strength to cooperate with them. So what do you think Roland will want? Paul Allen asked with a smile. In addition to Apple, he also has Blizzard related to games, Warcraft related to film and television, StarCraft related to music, and personal brands. And we don't understand these. So, this deal is actually very difficult to do. It has to be done even if it's difficult. Bill Gates smiled and shook his head. Steve Ballmer said, we are not afraid of him making demands. We are afraid that he has no demands. If he says, now that he wants to acquire Universal Music, we can help him do it. He can take out more than 10 billion, and we just need to help him divest Seagram Wines. But I don't think he will want Universal Music, because that company is too shabby and has a lot of bad debts. Such words made the three people laugh, and at the same time, Roland, who had already turned his mind, was delighted. Fuck. Since Microsoft's settlement provisions to circumvent the antitrust law are the fundamental driving force for Apple's development, then for me, there is no loss. Then let me make conditions? Isn't this equivalent to giving it away for free? Then what conditions can I make? Let Microsoft and Google sign a cooperation agreement, and Microsoft must use Google's search business in the next few years. No, no, no. Google is not my sole proprietorship. Let Microsoft and Blizzard sign a cooperation agreement, and in the next few years, Blizzard games will be on the Xbox platform, and they will not take a commission? No, no, no. If it's just making money, then it's a waste of the opportunity to make conditions. Calm down. Calm down. This is Microsoft repaying a favor. I'm not asking for a debt. If it is used well, it can change the pattern of an industry. Wait. Change the pattern of an industry? Fuck. I know what I want. ATI and NVIDIA. I can eat them now. Note, Microsoft's tone has only become worse in recent years. In a poll conducted by the Wall Street Journal in December 1999, Microsoft was the most popular company in the United States, and 90% of people thought that conducting an antitrust investigation on it was stupid. At that time, some people thought that Microsoft was just a scapegoat. What the US government wanted to do was to create more monopoly giants to suck the blood of the world under the economic globalization. Because Boeing's acquisition of McDonnell Douglas caused strong dissatisfaction from the European Union, it used Microsoft, which had already achieved a monopoly, as a scapegoat, and then secretly let the oil giants and financial giants merge crazily to reduce public attention. In fact, it is just playing both sides. Chapter 333. ATI and NVIDIA are both things that Roland has been thinking about. Now that he has the opportunity to get them, he will naturally not let them go. After attending the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting last year, Roland was thinking about using the long-arm jurisdiction to swallow ATI, and then when Huang was greedy and almost delisted by Microsoft, he would wait for an opportunity to take the nuclear bomb factory into his pocket. But now that Microsoft is backing it, it will be easier to make these two acquisitions. As previously imagined, let James Cameron help him shake out the Ontario Securities Commission to investigate ATI's stock insider trading? No. There is no need to be so troublesome. Just let Microsoft shake out Intel, and the matter will be over. Intel took the lead and jointly acquired with Roland. First swallowed ATI, cleaned up the founding team, and then gradually sold equity to exit the company. Although the whole process may span a year, it is already very fast compared to the previous Yahoo case. This kind of joint acquisition is too common in major acquisitions. The core of joint acquisitions is not that one party has financial problems, but that two parties acquire at the same time, which can avoid many regulatory problems. For example, Roland wanted to acquire ATI, but they refused to sell. In addition to the long-arm jurisdiction, there is actually no good response. But if Intel wants to buy, the situation is different, because the federal authorities who want to take the monopoly competition route will support Intel's acquisition, and ATI will also seriously consider Intel's offer. But if Intel acquires alone, this kind of competition with monopoly implications will not be approved by the European Union. Just like in the Boeing acquisition of McDonnell Douglas, under the pressure of the European Union, Boeing gave up the monopoly supply contracts that had been signed with more than a dozen American airlines in exchange for the opportunity to become bigger. If Intel acquires ATI alone, it will not work without bleeding. But if it is a joint acquisition, each party holds 50% of the shares, then these problems will be solved. The EU thinks this is monopolistic competition. The Federation can also say that Roland still has 50% of the shares in ATI. How can this be considered monopolistic competition when it cannot be forcibly annexed? In this way, the two sides will enter the stage of wrangling. If Intel says that it will not expand its shareholding in ATI by any means in the next 5 years, then the acquisition can be finalized. As for why Intel will help, you have to ask Microsoft. In 1995, when Intel was developing processors, it proposed a new technical specification that could seriously affect the standard of Windows. So Bill Gates came to the door in person, and then Intel strangled the release of the new specification. It would be fine if there is money to be made. When major companies sued Microsoft for suspected monopoly, many companies in the United States also supported Microsoft. In addition to Compal and Dell, which have a complex relationship with Microsoft, Intel is also unwilling to stand in the plaintiff's seat. In their words, the pricing between them and Microsoft is all normal business negotiations. To put it simply, this is a community of interests. To put it bluntly, it is capital grouping. In fact, many times, when people think a problem is extremely complicated, it is not because they cannot find the optimal solution, but because everyone is incapable of the optimal solution. Not only that, in most cases, this optimal solution will be criticized as opportunistic, but when the road of opportunism appears, everyone knows what to choose. Are you sure you want ATI and NVIDIA? Roland's words did not surprise the godfather of Apple. Sure. Taking ATI and NVIDIA will be good for all of us. Roland smiled and said, future computers cannot be separated from GPUs. As long as we take ATI and NVIDIA and do a good job, we can become one of them. Okay, I will pass it on. Wait for the news. Goodbye. Goodbye. Because of the 8-hour time difference, when Steve Jobs took the time to call Roland in the middle of the day, it was already night in London. After hanging up the phone, Roland went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he walked out again wrapped in a bath towel, the comfort wrapped around his body made him extremely enjoyable. Although there was no physical release, let alone spiritual pursuit, the joy that affected his soul made him smile from ear to ear. Was it because he found Roland Allen? Or because he invested in the Burn supremacy? Or was it because he could easily take over ATI and NVIDIA? No. It was related to these things, but it was irrelevant if you look deeper. Because what really made Roland happy was the trampling of the rules. Starting from Yahoo to Black Hawk Down, and now ATI and NVIDIA. These 3 cases made Roland earn a lot of money. But compared with the accumulation of money and the sweeping of everything by integrating capital, it was a little brother. Yahoo was involved in insider trading. Black Hawk Down was involved in insider trading. ATI and NVIDIA were also involved in insider trading. But the question is, will anyone investigate in this regard? No. It should be asked, does anyone dare to investigate? The Yahoo case is already very clear. TIAA Kref and Kalpas were dragged into it by Carl Icahn. Whoever dares to investigate at this time will affect the pensions of all retired public officials. Black Hawk Down is also very clear. When the trade war started, Sony, as a Japanese-funded enterprise, had already lost. Whoever dares to pursue it at this time is treasonous. ATI and NVIDIA are also very clear. When participating in the global game with monopoly competition, more monopoly enterprises are spawned to ensure that the country has core competitiveness. Whoever dares to pursue it at this time will have to bear the blame for hindering economic development. These 3 mountains are not something that a certain person or organization can bear, and the rampant behavior in this situation made Roland taste the beauty of capital. Compared with playing video games alone, compared with appreciating the beauty of movies alone, this kind of decision of life and death in one thought is more fascinating. This is not looking down on all living beings, nor is it plundering money, but an obsession with power. The rights brought by capital. The rights quantified by capital. The right to dominate society. Because of this, humming a tune and rubbing his head is the true portrayal of Roland's inner joy. When he dried his body and got into the bedroom, the beauty he saw at a glance made him salivate. Kate, who had already gone to take a shower when Roland called, was wearing a silk pajamas, leaning on the recliner, with her long smooth hair combed to one side, which covered the charm of the sling pajamas. Next to the recliner, there was a round coffee table of the same height, with books and lamps on it. Kate was holding her chin with her left hand, and turning the pages with her right hand. Perhaps the content of the book was too profound, causing her brows to slightly frown and concentrate. When Roland quietly entered on the carpet, she did not notice anything unusual, and was still concentrating on reading. When Roland stepped down and appeared beside her, looking down at the content of the book, the shadow that suddenly appeared startled her. Ah! The big white legs kicked in the air. Who? The figure that suddenly stood up and turned around instantly made the beautiful back that was a pity not to cupping pass by Roland. When Kate stared with her eyes wide open and raised her head, her hair scattered in front of her body added a bit of hazy beauty to the beautiful couple. When she saw that her man was lying on the back of the chair, staring at her with a smile, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. How come you are floating around like a ghost? The bad guy complains first. Roland raised his eyebrows and said, hey. Before you screamed, I didn't even say a word. The door was open all the time. Didn't you feel anything when I was outside taking a shower? Suddenly there was no sound outside. Didn't you wonder? Did you have to wait until I got close before you jumped up in surprise? Although Roland was presenting facts and reasoning at this time, how could a woman admit that she had a problem? Kate, the victim, glared at Roland and said, you can talk on the phone for 2 hours, and there are long periods of silence during this time. You sometimes speak and sometimes don't. How can I know whether you are thinking about something after the call or still listening to others? If I suddenly interrupt you and ask a question while you are listening to others, what will your reaction be? Hiss. Is that so? Roland has always had a habit when he makes phone calls. He likes to listen to others finish talking about things and then express specific opinions based on the specific situation. In this way, it is often the case that others talk a lot first and he sits there and listens for half an hour. At first, everyone thought this way of dealing with things was a bit perfunctory, because long periods of silence will indeed make the guy on the other end of the phone think that you threw your phone aside and didn't listen at all. But after getting used to it, they became casual, not to mention that finishing the whole thing at once. This undisturbed narrative method can also reduce a lot of topic changes caused by asking questions. However, Roland's approach was good for the caller, but it was annoying for the people around him, because no one knew what Roland was doing when he was silent. So most of the time, the people around Roland would wait for him to show up before continuing to communicate with him. Otherwise, if they were interrupted suddenly, that would be a bad thing. In this way, facing Kate's unreasonable arguments, Roland pursed his lips and felt that his wife had some truth in what she said. After seeing the surprise on his man's face, the guy who knew that he had once snorted, lay down again, hugged the book, and continued to read. That look was almost written on his face. I'm angry. Comfort me. If it were normal, Roland would definitely put on a smiling face and apologize to the mother of his future child. Kate, who was just pretending, would take advantage of it and then spare the father of his future child. But Roland was happy today. He would not use the tricks he usually used. So, after lying on the back of the chair and taking a condescending look, Roland turned around, sat on the armrest first, then stuck to the inside, and kept moving towards the gap in the chair. Although Kate was lying on the coffee table with her body sideways to read, how much space could a single chair leave? The gap the size of a palm was equivalent to nothing for a big guy like Roland. However, a small space also has its advantages. While squeezing in, the sense of accomplishment of expanding the territory makes people happy. And when the whole body is completely included in it, the tight feeling of wrapping around makes people happy. What are you doing? Kate couldn't hold her face tight when she felt the heat coming up. Since it will scare you, if we meet again after we separate, then we won't separate. Roland put his arm around his wife's waist and put his head on her shoulder. This kind of earthy love talk made Kate roll her eyes. She didn't bother to pay attention to the fool and continued to read. But Roland, who was in a good mood, was not ready to let her go. He glanced at the pages of the book and asked, "What book are you reading?" Kate didn't say anything. So Roland picked up her hair with his mouth again and kept teasing her cheek. "Hey, stop it." Kate, who was itching unbearably, replied, and then half pulled her body to brush her hair to the other side. This situation made Roland smile proudly, and his right hand, which was around her waist, naturally slipped into her pajamas. While stroking her abdomen, he also accurately found her belly button, and then kept drawing circles around it. Kate pursed her lips due to the sudden increase in sensitivity, and just when she wanted to turn around and push Roland away with disgust, the man behind her also moved, raised his thighs, put them on her waist, pressed down his body, and captured her whole body in his arms. Kate clearly captured her panting and steady breathing. It was not until this moment that she realized that something was wrong with her man today. But just when she wanted to ask if the last few phone calls had brought Roland some good news, the guy lying on top of her started asking questions. "Kate, what do you think of me? Why are you asking this question all of a sudden? I just want to know, because you've never given me a positive evaluation. Apart from praising me for being handsome, you haven't expressed anything else, making it seem like my greatest advantage is just being handsome." Kate was almost choked to death by the narcissistic words. She squirmed and turned around with difficulty. When she turned her head and saw her man's face clearly, she was so happy that she was confused. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" "You took the wrong medicine," Roland replied unhappily. "But you're not like this normally." "Then what do you think I'm like normally?" "You always tell me straight about everything you encounter. You never beat around the bush. You tell me directly about happy things. You tell me directly about sad things, and especially about happy things in business. You. What about me? Do you really want to know?" Go ahead. You'll tell me about your joy, like you are doing now, and then, you can't wait to share your joy with me in bed? Fuck. Am I really like a pervert? When Roland looked at his wife with burning eyes, the affirmation conveyed by the eye contact made him speechless. Well, he admitted that he did do this before, but wasn't it because he was happy? As a guy who doesn't spend money on wine and women, isn't it wrong to do some happy things with his wife at home? How can such a correct thing be colored when it comes out of his wife's mouth? Roland couldn't figure it out. But it doesn't matter if he can't figure it out, because after he came to his senses, he also showed a bitter smile on his face. Okay, so in your eyes, I'm such a person. Kate's extremely hypocritical words made her excited. Hey, what's wrong with you? I wanted to talk to you about something serious. Then say it. But you think I can't talk about serious things? If you keep beating around the bush, believe it or not, I will hit you. Kate came to her senses. She thought Roland wanted to use the method of changing the subject to avoid the previous coaxing. So while talking, she also pulled out her arms and directly hugged Roland's neck. Although she kept saying that she wanted to commit domestic violence against Roland, the raised corners of her mouth betrayed her mood at the moment. She liked this kind of meaningless conversation, because at this time, Roland belonged to her completely. But just when she was thinking about what words Roland would use to break through her blockade, Roland suddenly distanced himself from her. Looking up at the familiar man, Kate heard the most inexplicable question. Have you found a house on Kensington Palace Gardens? Ah. I looked at 3 houses for sale, and I think the one near the Italian garden near Lancaster Gate is good. Then buy it. I'll go with you tomorrow. That's it? Is that all you want to say? Yes, let's take a look at how to decorate it. After all, we are getting married this year. Note, it is true that Intel proposed a new standard to threaten Microsoft in 1995, and it was precisely because of this that Microsoft used bundling to deal with Netscape. Microsoft itself knew that it could kill Netscape by playing the free card, but the problem was that Intel reminded Microsoft that the monopoly of Windows could be broken. If Netscape went public together with manufacturers who could launch new standards like Intel, Windows would explode because IE was not as easy to use as Netscape, so Microsoft took the risk and crushed Netscape directly. This was written in the complaint of the antitrust investigation that year. Intel had the opportunity to challenge Microsoft, but it gave up, or it could be said that it was persuaded by Bill Gates. The interest group with Microsoft as its core is very large. Those states that did not sue it back then were all its allies. The most typical one is Texas. First, the father of the then Texas governor was a friend of Gates' father. Second, those computer companies in Texas and Microsoft formed an interest alliance. They would never agree to Texas suing Microsoft for suspected monopoly and threatened the Texas federal government that if Texas sued, they would move their companies away. Chapter 334 Premarital Property. 300 years ago, this place was a suburb of London and the manor of the Earl of Nottingham, a British noble. After that, it was bought by King William III for £20,000, and the manor gradually became a residence. The reason why William III took a fancy to this place was that it was located outside the city of London and the air was fresh. He had always suffered from asthma and bronchitis, and was not suitable to stay in other humid places for a long time. So starting in 1690, the newly built Kensington Palace replaced Whitehall and became the king's official and private place. Not only that, George I and George II also liked it very much. They spent money and manpower to beautify and decorate it. Every ceiling was painted with exquisite pictures. In October 1760, 76-year-old George II died of a sudden heart attack, and Kensington Palace ended its history as a royal residence. But after that, Queen Victoria also moved in. It was here that the Queen witnessed the birth of the British Empire. After her death, this place became the home of other minor members of the royal family. Now, Prince William lives here, but he has to study and has rarely come back recently. The next morning, Roland and Kate came to Kensington Palace Garden Street and found the Chinese official agent here by scanning their faces. Since Kate had been here several times, when they explained that they were still looking at houses today, the property management owner who was almost 70 years old and dressed in a tuxedo, took them to the vacant houses for sale. Perhaps it was because he lacked company at an old age and liked to talk to people, but it was also possible that telling outsiders about the prosperity of the dynasty made him feel more proud. So when the old man was guiding them, he also introduced the history. When they came to the mansion next to the Italian garden near Lancaster Gate that Kate mentioned last night, the 4-story building in front of them was eye-catching. The small European-style palace made of white bricks and stones fully displayed the atmosphere of the British Regency dynasty. In the middle of the pond, the sculpture of Queen Victoria holding a scepter carefully depicted the history of the British Empire. The most important thing was the exaggerated green, which was the most precious thing, because after looking around, you will find that more than 80% of the greenery in London seems to be here. Lush woods, green grass, neatly trimmed landscapes, potted plants of various shapes. If you pass by here drunk one day, you might mistakenly think that you got a hint from your friends. It's just quite bold. Not only that, in addition to traditional British castle villas, this is also a gathering place for embassies of various countries. The embassies of France, Finland, Russia, India, and Saudi Arabia are all on this street. Standing on the roof and looking around, the flags visible to the naked eye made people feel deeply moved. At the same time, Roland was also trembling. I never thought that one day I would be protected by the French National Gendarmerie Special Forces, the German KSK Special Forces, the Polish Mobile Reaction Force, and the British Special Air Service Regiment at the same time. Is this the safest place in the whole UK? No, no, no. After hearing his words, the elderly housekeeper hurriedly shook his head and denied with a smile. This is only the second safest place in the UK. The safest place is Buckingham Palace. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. It's where the Queen lives. Roland nodded repeatedly after reacting. However, the butler continued to deny. No, no, no. It's because there is also the Russian embassy in the UK on this street. Their Alpha unit is the most unstable factor in the entire block. Roland was stunned by these words. When he saw the old butler smiling and winking at him, he suddenly understood and laughed. Oh, I didn't expect you to make such a joke. Mr. Allen, although I'm 69, staying in this place, age will only make my experience continue to expand. The old butler spread his arms and stretched his hands in white gloves. Not only that, he also said, if you don't believe it, you can also ask your wife. I think she should be impressed by my introduction several times before. Yes, Uncle really is a very humorous person. Kate, who had been holding Roland's arm from the beginning, smiled and replied, the last time I came to see the house, he also told me not to buy a villa near the French embassy because when encountering emergencies, they may surrender before us. Right. Roland interrupted. Bingo. The old man applauded. Such a situation made Roland and Kate laugh. In fact, Roland had thought about getting married a long time ago. He had thought about it since he accepted the investment from Berkshire Hathaway. To outsiders, he might be 20 years old, 21 years old. Returning to the family at this age is simply a waste of life. But for him, the psychological age of more than 40 years in both lives has made him look down on everything. He didn't believe in love before, and he still doesn't believe in love now, but this does not conflict with wanting to get married. After spending so much time and making so much money, it would be a loss if it is not passed on. Although he did envy Howard Hughes, the prototype of Iron Man, he envied him for inheriting his parents' inheritance at the age of 18, buying 125 theaters at the age of 19, filming Hell's Angels at the age of 24, designing airplanes by himself at the age of 28, breaking the world record with the H-1 designed by himself at the age of 30, driving the airplane he designed across the American continent at the age of 32, making history again, traveling around the world at the age of 33, and funding the construction of medical school at the age of 40 to explore the origin of life. She envied him for having had a brief romance with a bunch of Hollywood actresses, including Billy Dove, Katharine Hepburn, Bette Davis, Olivia Havilland, Ingrid Bergman, Ava Gardner, Lana Turner, and Hedy Lamarr. But Roland couldn't accept the fact that Howard Hughes lived a carefree life, but had no offspring. She couldn't accept that after Howard Hughes passed away, all his property was inherited by his own Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Although the Howard Hughes Medical Institute has been benefiting mankind, it is controlled by others after all. More than 20 billion yuan of funds were handed over to others. For mankind, it is indeed a good thing, but for individuals, why? Just like a rich second generation said, why should the efforts of several generations be lost to your 10 years of hard study? 10 years of hard study is just to seek a good life. If there is more, it means that the younger generation will not suffer as hard as themselves. And other people's ancestors have been struggling for decades, several lifetimes, just for this? The real cause of imbalance is not because of, why don't I have a good father? So Roland will never see that he will end up alone after playing for half his life. Not to mention, after tasting the power brought by capital, he doesn't want to let go. Playing with the world like Howard Hughes. Don't take it as a joke. Isn't it more fun to laugh at the wind and clouds? In his previous life, he was beaten by DHOZ and couldn't turn over. So in this life, he wants to decide their life and death with a single word. Not to mention, he and Kate are a community of interests. The greater the interests, the more stable the marriage will be, because when two people get together, it is equivalent to the merger of listed companies, and when two people separate, it is equivalent to the splitting of listed companies. The former, everyone is happy, the latter, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, who is willing to accept it? Since no one is willing to accept it, then the marriage will not be more stable. Uncle really told me before that this land belongs to the royal family and the lease is renewed every 120 years. In addition, even if we buy the house, we cannot renovate it without permission. The facade of the house cannot be modified, the outer fence cannot be replaced, and the surrounding courtyards must be regularly maintained to keep consistent. Of course, these matters can be left to Uncle Riley and the others. We just have to pay the property fees. Oh, by the way, he also said that, if the interior is renovated, the problem of noise disturbance must be considered. Because the guys living around here can only be members of the royal family, industry oligarchs and ambassadors from various countries, so we can't renovate on statutory holidays or during daily rest periods. Not only that, if we want to dig deeper and carve out a basement or underground entertainment space, we have to get the consent of other residents. If we act without their consent, those ambassadors can use the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties to require us to sell the property and move out. While looking at the house, Kate was still half hanging on Roland, counting on her fingers and talking to her husband about the precautions after buying a house. The bunch of restrictions made Roland's scalp numb, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, is this buying a house or asking for favors from the ancestors? This is not allowed, that is not allowed, what is allowed? But while Roland was complaining, Roland, who was holding Kate's waist, was still smiling and listening carefully. When the happy silly woman stopped talking and thought about what else she hadn't explained, Roland took the opportunity to change the subject. Okay, I know everything you said. Don't say it, I can't remember it at all. Actually, you and I don't have to worry about these things, you just need to tell me whether you like it or not. Anyway, there are many tools, let them solve it, and you are talking so much uselessly, aren't you just trying to show your satisfaction? If you like it, then we will buy it. I think you like it very much now. If you want to see it again, then we will go. I don't want to listen to the second introduction. No need to worry about anything else. I can handle all the problems. Please let me pay. Looking at houses is so tiring. Such caring words made Kate smile, but even so, she still turned her head, like a little girl, and made a check mark in front of Roland with her index fingers. But this one is priced at £39 million, plus 11.875 tax, and it will cost $45 million in the end. Kate's careful narration made her look very cute, and Roland raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Don't forget, I also want to buy the highest peak in Los Angeles and build a house there. Not to mention, you are my wife, who else can I spend my money on if not you? Kate raised her fist and hit Roland's chest with these words, and when she remembered that the old man who accompanied her to view the house was right beside her, she turned around and buried her head in Roland's arms. This action made Riley who was watching on the spot, smile knowingly. When he and Roland looked at each other, this old but not old guy made a face. In fact, when Roland told Kate last night that she wanted to arrange the wedding on October 5th of this year, which was her birthday, this guy had gone crazy. After repeatedly confirming with him incoherently, Roland, who wanted to give Kate a surprise and then play with her well, was directly done by Kate on the recliner. Before, Roland didn't know what a tigress was. But after last night, he finally understood what it meant to be like a wolf and a tiger. Especially when Roland told her that from now on, until the end of the wedding, all arrangements would be decided by her, whether it was going to take wedding photos, traveling before the wedding, or even staying at home without going anywhere. That was really not enough. So, we bought it? Roland looked down at Kate, but saw the back of her head. In response, he was even more of a dull HMM. Okay, we can sign the contract now. Roland looked at the butler really, but saw a lightning fast movement. Invite the two to go downstairs, and let the assistant waiting outside bring the proposed purchase contract. The whole process did not even take more than 3 minutes. This luxury house at the top of the British housing price pyramid is never sold on the open market. If you don't have enough connections, you don't even know which houses are listed for sale. In this way, signing on the spot is simply normal for them, because those who can see the house will not be unable to pay. When the contract was delivered to Roland, he only needed to sign his name in the purchaser column, pay the money and taxes on time, and these considerate royal butlers would handle all the handover procedures for them. Roland, holding a fountain pen, poked Kate, who was still holding him. "What are you doing?" A muffled voice came from Roland's arms. "You sign it." Roland shook his legs, signaling Kate to stop playing dead. "What?" Such words made Kate look up suddenly. Her eyes of disbelief fell on Roland, like a steel fork, trying to pierce Roland through. "Please don't look at me like that." This attitude made Roland laugh and cry. "It's for you, a pre-wedding gift. I've been with you for 5 years, and I've never given you a proper gift. I wanted to give you a surprise at the wedding, but considering that there might be a lot of guests at that time, in order to avoid them making a fuss, I'll do it first." Well, this is actually related to my inability to think of a surprise. I always think of myself as a boring person. I may not be able to do anything new at a wedding, which is a sacred moment for girls. Therefore, I can only use the excuse of giving you something in advance to impress you. I hope you can be nicer to me in the future. Roland tilted his head slightly and shrugged. "If we can have a boy and a girl, that would be even better." Kate giggled at the lame excuse. She sat on Roland's thighs, holding the man's shoulders with both hands, and bumped her head against Roland's chest. When she climbed up, her cheek rubbed against Roland's ear, leaving her join his ear. "If you want to create a surprise, based on the previous proposal, it's really hard for you. But don't you think that kind of thing is a surprise only once in a lifetime? So, you may have made a mistake. From that day on, I no longer need surprises. I only want you." Before she finished speaking, Kate turned around and signed her name on the contract. When Roland saw that the guy actually wrote Kate Allen, he was suddenly surprised and shook his head helplessly. But when he wanted to raise his big hand and slap Kate's butt hard to make her take it seriously, the butler named really directly picked up the contract, smiled and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Allen, Mrs. Allen, the contract is signed." Such a ridiculous behavior made Roland look confused. No, she didn't sign her own name. "Isn't this her own name?" the butler asked back. "What?" Roland was stunned on the spot. He thought the butler had misunderstood. "No. She is still called Kate Winslet, and we are not married yet. But it doesn't matter," the butler answered confidently. "Don't worry, we may not be able to interfere in other transactions, but here, the Queen has the final say. Even if you two haven't officially married yet, it is still your common property. The corresponding documents will be handed over to you after you get married, and no one will raise any objections." "Fuck." Roland reacted and looked at Kate quickly, and what caught his eye was a face full of arrogance. "Roland, don't think I don't know that you are giving me your premarital property. But I don't need this kind of premarital property, because you are all mine. It was. It is. It will be in the future. Note, it is indeed very troublesome to renovate the house there. First, it needs royal approval, and then the consent of the residents. In 2016, John Hunt, the founder of London billionaire Foxton, was going to dig an underground palace for himself. After obtaining royal consent, he was stopped by the French ambassador and brought up Article 22 of the Vienna Convention. Then John Hunt's plan was blocked. When he changed his mind and changed the construction method and got royal approval, he was confronted by the Indian ambassador to the British Foreign Office because of the problem of demolishing the wall, and finally changed the plan. This matter was reported on China National Radio News. The place is indeed safe, but the neighbors are very troublesome. Chapter 335, Farking. Roland actually had his own plan for wanting to give Kate a house worth more than 40 million. Because he needed to sign a prenuptial agreement with the other party. Although eternal interests can make the two sides inseparable, there will always be an accident in everything. Before it happened, no one would have thought that someone would suddenly resign as prime minister because of a relapse of ulcerative colitis. No one would have thought that when Japan was leaderless, Warren Buffett had already waved Berkshire Hathaway and beat up 5 of the 6 disobedient Japanese conglomerates. From the Daiichi Kangyo Bank Group, Fuji Group, Mitsubishi Group, Mitsu Group, and Sumitomo Group, they acquired 5% of the shares of Itachi, Marubeni, Mitsubishi Corporation, Mitsu & Co., and Sumitomo Corporation, and also publicly stated that they would reserve the right to increase their holdings of all companies to a maximum of 9.9%, based on future conditions. Since the 5 major conglomerates that monopolize the entire Japanese trade market could be beaten to the ground overnight, what else is impossible to happen? Even the 3-body universe was found by Netflix, so signing a prenuptial agreement was even more necessary. Of course, Roland would not be as exaggerated as Comrade Django. He would not add in the prenuptial agreement something like if divorced, the woman must return any gifts received during the marriage, such as furs and cars, to the man, and would not mention such clauses as during the marriage, the woman's help to the man is a gift to the man, and he shall not ask for compensation in the event of divorce. According to his arrangement, if an accident really occurs, and they get to the point of divorce, then the gifts he gave Kate after marriage will belong to the other party. Not only that, the non-investment property purchased in the UK, except for the company, will also belong to Kate. It was with this idea in mind that there was nothing wrong with giving the newly purchased house to the other party in the name of a prenuptial gift. Anyway, what he really cared about were only companies like Nvidia that held new product launches in the kitchen. But when Kate directly refused and once again swore her sovereignty over Roland in front of outsiders, Roland was still very happy. Although he doesn't believe in love and has already held the money, which symbolizes power, tightly in his hands like Rupert Murdoch and Summer Edstone, who wants to live a lonely life. Although capitalists are the embodiment of capital and have no feelings, as long as they continue to breathe, they are still human beings. He pecked Kate on the face, and the sound caused Kate to hit him again. The intimate action made Roland hug his wife's waist. Since he accepted all this, he would not be hypocritical. Okay, let's do it this way. Roland looked at the old butler. Okay, Mr. Allen, this is a wise decision. The old butler smiled and nodded. Seeing that the matter was settled, Roland, who was in a good mood, also asked the other party about his doubts. By the way, you don't know Kate, do you? If not, isn't it abrupt to stop her? The old butler knew that Roland was asking about his abnormal behavior just now. Since it was not a secret, he smiled and said, Mr. Allen, we don't have gift tax in the UK, but you do in the United States. If you give this property to your fiancé, then according to your American law, if the gift occurs abroad and the recipient is not a US citizen, you need to pay the full gift tax, and the tax rate in California is as high as 50%. In other words, you spent $39 million to buy a house, and you still have to pay $19.5 million to the California Federation. This kind of business is really a loss, but if it is after marriage, you can enjoy unlimited marriage deductions. With $19.5 million, you can buy the small house next door, get approval from the Queen, and rebuild it together. Why give the money to the Federation? So, whenever a guest wants to give a property to a loved one, we will remind them according to the actual situation. After all, the prince's requirement for us is to serve every owner well. The old housekeeper smiled at Roland and bowed slightly to show his respect. Roland shook his head with emotion when he heard the unconcealed words. He understood that the old housekeeper was helping him avoid taxes on the surface, but in fact, he hoped to use high quality services in exchange for the residents' investment in the UK. Today they can help you save 19.5 million taxes on the spot, and tomorrow they can also help you save money from other places. In this case, when you encounter trouble on this piece of land, you will take the initiative to ask them for help, and at that time, all kinds of conditions can be put on the table. Okay, I understand. Roland nodded to the old housekeeper, then looked down at Kate. Now that the house is bought, what are you going to do with the decoration? Leave it to David. Kate said as a matter of course. David already knows my preferences. Yes. Roland spat in his heart. This is really using people as tools to the end. After dealing with the house purchase, Roland's second purpose of coming to the UK has been achieved. The following time, as he promised, was all given to Kate. He followed her to do whatever she wanted to do. As a girl who was looking forward to marriage, but was a novice, Kate's performance was no different from other women. She found a wedding company and told them her planned wedding time. Those tools who were eager to make money would arrange everything properly. The venue of the wedding, the design of the wedding dress and dress, the way to take the wedding photos, the plan for entertaining guests, the itinerary for the honeymoon trip. With the US dollar leading the way, the wedding company can make you feel the warmth of home. What Roland had to do was to lean on the sofa comfortably with Kate and answer those planning questions. So, where do you want to set the venue? The old man in his 50s asked with a smile, holding a clipboard. The venue? The venue should be private. Kate said. He doesn't like to be disturbed by the media. Then it's the same as William. Roland agreed with his wife's statement. But the old man didn't understand what he said. William? Bill Gates. Roland added. Just like him. Just rent an island. Please help me pick an island that is more beautiful than Lanai. The old man nodded and wrote down the needs of the two new newlyweds. So, for wedding dresses and evening gowns, which brand are you going to choose? We have cooperated with Pronovius, Marco and Mariah, and Jenny Packham. Roland spoke before Kate could answer, because he would answer this question. Elizabeth Emanuel, I think you should know her. We don't cooperate with any brand, so we ask her and her husband to make wedding dresses, unique wedding dresses. Such words made Kate chuckle, and the old man's right hand, which was recording, paused. After looking up at Roland and making sure he was not joking, he continued to ask, how and where will the wedding photos be taken? Roland also knew the answer to this question. We are getting married in October. It's January now, so there are still 9 months left. During this time, we can prepare a few more wedding dresses and take the photos wherever we go. There is no need for a fixed location. This answer made Kate lean on Roland, and the old man who was recording blinked in confusion. After spending a few seconds to digest Roland's idea, he asked again after recording it, is there a guest list for the banquet? We can design the inner pages of the invitation letter according to the names of the guests. Roland also knew this question. This one. There are quite a lot of people. He turned his head and stared at his wife and said, all the relatives and friends on your side have to be invited. So starting with Kenneth Branagh, I will count 100 seats first. That's about it. Kate thought the number was reasonable. You have to invite the guys in the circle. Then count the relatives and friends on my side, and I will reserve 100 seats. That's not enough. Kate shook her head and said, people like Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, Francis Coppola, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Tom Hanks. These people will definitely attend as a whole family. You have to count their children. How can 100 seats be enough? At this point, Kate counted on her fingers again. Not to mention, there are partners like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Paul Allen, Charlie Munger, Carl Icahn, Ronald Perelman, friends like David Shaw, Richard Cheney, Henry Rumsfeld, and close comrades like Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos who must be invited. Let alone 100 places. Even if it's 300, I don't think it's enough. Hiss. It seems to be this problem. Roland took a breath. Right, these guys are all friends. You can't invite one of them and not the other, right? Kate nodded and continued, although you don't know if Warren Buffett and Carl Icahn will be there at the same time, but invitations must be sent. And the bosses of the 6 big companies, you have been working with them for so many years, as long as you send invitations, they will come. The old man who wanted to record the names at first stopped his work. He stared at the newcomer who was counting people there. At this moment, countless question marks appeared in his mind. No. Are you getting married? Or are you holding the United Nations General Assembly? Why are the people you invite getting more and more outrageous? Aren't you from the entertainment industry? Why not bring the entertainment industries of the 2 countries together? Why are you bringing in crossovers? The point is that it's crossovers, so that's fine. Why are you always talking about those people on the Forbes Global Rich list? Is the combined net worth of these people 1 trillion? This is too exaggerated. When the news that Roland was hiding in the UK to prepare for the wedding came out, no one in the outside world was not surprised. Although they all knew that Roland and Kate would get married, no one expected that Roland would be so quick and finalize his wedding before officially announcing his retirement. However, surprise is surprise, and congratulations are congratulations. After learning the news through various channels, they also calculated the time difference and called Roland to congratulate him. Such behavior made Roland very busy. For 3 consecutive days, his phone never stopped ringing. Of course, the private congratulations did not cause any response from the society. When the 2 newlyweds were reluctant to make the wedding news public, the media also respected their personal wishes. There was no way they could not disrespect them. The top wedding companies might not know Roland's circle of friends, but the media were very smart. While Roland was preparing for the wedding, everything in the world was running in an orderly manner. When February came, Yahoo's board of directors was reorganized without any waves. 5 independent directors, Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn, successfully entered the board of directors. On the 2nd day of their election, Carl Icahn said that Yahoo's CEO Jerry Yang was not competent for the current job. While AOL was absorbing Time Warner, Yahoo, also an internet service provider, was not making any progress and was indifferent. It was simply a joke with the shareholders' money. When such criticism appeared, the media pounced on it like sharks smelling blood. For a while, a series of news headlines such as Wolf King invades Yahoo, Yahoo may be dismembered, and the free internet era may end occupied people's attention. At the same time, Yahoo's stock price soared. They were originally hovering at more than 110 billion, but they directly climbed to 125 billion. Because everyone knows that every time the Wolf King makes such a statement, it means that they are going to cut the company. Regardless of whether it is a package sale or a dismemberment and split, this series of transactions will make the company generate countless premiums. And this is the best opportunity for them to make money. But before retail investors fell into madness, waving money to buy Yahoo shares and drink soup with the Wolf King, Microsoft, which received the signal, followed up and released a big satellite to people. The newly appointed CEO Steve Ballmer said that he was willing to reach a settlement with the Department of Justice on the operating system monopoly case, no longer restricting the choice of operating systems for personal computer equipment manufacturers, and welcome everyone to write various applications based on the Windows operating system. The copyright of applications created based on the Windows operating system belongs to the operator. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was stunned. No one could figure out, is Microsoft crazy? Before the Department of Justice gave any solid evidence, Microsoft had already given in. Not only that, but it also opened up permissions to allow other developers to write software on the Windows system. This is simply courting death. In the eyes of the public, Microsoft, which made such a decision, is giving away its core competitiveness. Although when developers all over the world use the Windows operating system to develop software, Windows can truly monopolize the entire market, because the entire system's ecological environment is not comparable to other competitors. But the problem is that this will also prevent Microsoft from launching lethal software in the future. The previous software was implanted in the Windows system, whether the user chooses it or not, it is there. In the future, the software will be chosen by the user. Although the latter does allow consumers to take advantage, it is fatal to a company. As a result, Microsoft's stock price plummeted. This inexplicable statement also confused the federal government. After confirming again and again that Microsoft really wanted to reach a settlement with itself, Thomas Jackson, the federal judge in charge of the case, was immediately fired by the Supreme Court on the grounds of violating judicial procedures, and the newly appointed judge asked her to thoroughly investigate whether Thomas Jackson abused his rights and threatened Microsoft. Such a change shows the face of monopolistic competition vividly. When Microsoft was making trouble, the federal government had to deal with it, but when Microsoft took the initiative to admit defeat, the federal government was afraid that Microsoft would hand over the operating system market to others. This change of situation made people sigh. But unfortunately, Microsoft's stock price was afraid that it would not rise back before the announcement of the acquisition of Yahoo. Just when people thought that two major events happened in the same month, another company jumped out to add fuel to the fire. Enron, the largest natural gas purchaser and seller in the United States, announced that it expected its revenue to reach $101 billion in the whole year of 2000. Note, when AOL and Time Warner merged, Yahoo did want to do something, but it was powerless because they were studying how to delete mailboxes registered by machines. As the world's largest free mailbox provider, Yahoo was attacked by countless hackers that year. Hackers used robots to automatically register mailboxes and then pushed spam to users. In order to solve this problem, Yahoo invited Louis von Ahn, and then the verification code now used by Google for AI deep learning was born. That's right, Yahoo was the first to use the verification code, but it was eventually bought by Google. The stock prices of companies targeted by the Wolf King will soar because retail investors already know that there is money to be made by following the Wolf King. This is why the Wolf King is more famous than the stock god. Fast, accurate, and ruthless is the favorite of retail investors. Chapter 336. Enron is now an energy company located in Houston, Texas. Its predecessors were Houston Natural Gas, founded in 1925, and Pacific Gas and Electric, founded in 1930. In 1985, the two companies announced their merger and became the second largest natural gas pipeline supplier in America at the time. In 1988, they tried to expand overseas and entered the British energy market. In 1989, they were short of funds and packaged natural gas into a commodity. They established a natural gas bank, allowing natural gas producers and wholesalers to purchase the company's natural gas supply and hedge price risks, which is the financialization of commodities. In 1990, they opened futures and options trading services on the New York Stock Exchange. Since then, Enron, an energy company, has become a financial company because their essence is not to sell goods, but to make a lot of profits through the use of financial instruments. Of course, if it was just that, then their license would have been changed long ago. However, while making profits, they also invested the profits they earned. Or, just like what the father-in-law of the nation said, I can spend the money I earn as I want. Enron started a global buying and buying model. In just 1 year, they occupied 3% of the total electricity market in the UK. By 1994, they were present in the energy markets of 18 countries around the world, including Germany, France, Norway, Poland, India, the Philippines, Japan, Australia, and Guatemala. In 1998, Enron even invaded the British water market and swallowed up all the sewage treatment business in the southwest of England. In fact, Enron is also a typical example of America's promotion of monopolistic competition under economic globalization. When global investment is rolled out, annual overseas income can account for 25% of Enron's total income. To put it bluntly, with Enron, America can earn $25 billion from other countries every year. Although compared with a GDP of more than 10 trillion, these 25 billion are not enough, and compared with the global GDP of more than 30%, the proportion of these 20 billion in the global energy market is also insignificant. But doesn't a successful invasion mean unlimited possibilities? As long as you can suck blood from other countries, it means that there is nothing wrong with the idea of monopolistic competition. Therefore, Enron has been rated as the most innovative company in America since 1996. But if using financial instruments, to acquire companies in other countries and invade overseas markets is innovation, then Roland feels that he is the most innovative entrepreneur in the 21st century. Any of the 3 cases he is working on can crush Enron. Ning, isn't this funny? But this is the current trend. When Enron announced that its expected revenue this year would exceed 100 billion, their stock price soared. Not only that, when Enron saw the stock price soaring, it also honestly issued a public statement saying that the 100 billion in revenue was the current expectation, and there might be a big difference with next year's financial report because they were also preparing to enter the high-speed fiber optic network market, which was the main trunk of internet traffic this year. And it was expected to burn a lot of money. At that time, their stock price rose even faster. Why? Because the internet represents making money. The internet these days is the same as the future P2P. No matter whether they are men or women, no matter whether they are old or young, as long as you sell them your business as the internet, even if it is just a little bit related, they will go crazy and get in. When the old man selling breakfast and the old woman selling vegetables tell you that investing in the stock market now is equivalent to picking up money for free, the guys who have already invested in the stock market have already started to run away. How much is Microsoft now? 48. How many shares do we have? 20,960,000 shares. They split one into 2 last December. More than 1 billion. Sell them all. Sell them all. Are you sure? Of course. To avoid suspicion? Yes. Although the current historical course has undergone tremendous changes under Roland's intervention, he can no longer guarantee whether Microsoft, which wants to acquire Yahoo, will still experience a stock price plunge when the internet bubble comes, but selling a hand will never hurt. What's more, as a former shareholder of Yahoo and a current shareholder of Microsoft, selling shares at the critical juncture, when the founder of Yahoo is about to be kicked out of the company and Microsoft wants to propose an acquisition, is actually a risk avoidance measure. If this kind of insider trading is exposed in the future, Roland, who did not get the profit, can claim that he is just a victim. As a Yahoo's mentor, he didn't want to sell Yahoo stock, but when he chose Microsoft stock as a supplement to his usual investment, Microsoft, which learned the news, forced him to choose one of the two. Because Microsoft's MSN and Yahoo are competitors. In this case, he, who is more optimistic about Microsoft, can only reluctantly sell Yahoo stock. As for why those stocks ended up in Carl Icahn's hands, why Yahoo was eventually acquired by Microsoft, he didn't know. And if someone must accuse him of promoting the entire transaction, Roland can also smash their heads with facts. I lost billions of dollars just to promote Microsoft to acquire Yahoo. Am I crazy? When I knew that Microsoft had the ability to acquire Yahoo, why didn't I promote the deal myself? I just asked for more board seats, kicked out all the opponents, and finally sold Yahoo to Microsoft so that I could become a major shareholder of Microsoft. Is the Yahoo stock price in 1998 the same as the Yahoo stock price in 2000? In order for Microsoft to acquire Yahoo, I put in nearly 5 billion myself. Do you think I'm you? Although this reason is lame, it is enough. Because Microsoft and Wolfking, as stacker holders, would not voluntarily explode. As for putting the blame on Microsoft, even Bill Gates, that old coin, could inform them of the decision to swallow up the Apple education machine market as a notice, so Roland would not have any psychological pressure to put the blame on them in return. Capital will huddle together for warmth, but who will turn their backs on others? Since there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, then, at any time, hiding will live longer than leading the charge. What are you going to buy after you sell it? David on the other end of the phone asked again. Not buying it for the time being. The situation is not right now. Let's see how it goes. What? Not buying it? Then it's a waste to leave nearly 10 billion cash in your account there. What? I still have so much cash? Roland was stunned. What else? David's tone was somewhat helpless. After selling Yahoo, you bought Marvel. The remaining money has been lying in the account all the time. Although you have bought a lot of land and houses over the years, you only used a fraction of the money in the account. According to the current share price of 44,000 yuan for your favorite Berkshire Hathaway, after you sell Microsoft shares, the money on hand can buy 200,000 shares. Fuck. 44,000, 200,000 shares. Isn't that 8.8 billion? Roland was shocked. When he thought that he had 8.8 billion in cash lying in the bank and letting the other party earn the custody fee, he was furious. Roland has always been adhering to the principle of using the money of leaks to make his own family. But now, he is being cut by the bank as a leak. This. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Then just continue to buy Berkshire Hathaway. As soon as he said this, Roland found something wrong. Let's not talk about how many shares Berkshire Hathaway has in circulation, nor that their trading volume in January is only about 15,000. The number of 200,000 alone accounts for 10% of their total share capital. And if he buys 10%, at that time, the media really can't treat him as a blind man. Forget it. Just increase your holdings of 60,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway plus the previous 20,000 shares, a total of 80,000 shares, pushing the shareholding ratio to 4%. Then you can buy some Disney shares, no more than 5%, which is less than 3 billion. Finally, use the remaining money to buy some Enron shares. Isn't this company very popular now? Buy it for fun. Although Enron's stock price collapsed directly due to financial fraud, before the financial fraud case broke out, their stock price was still very strong, doubling within half a year. In this case, buying some Enron shares appropriately is equivalent to making some pocket money. Invest 500 million, collect 1 billion, deduct the tax fees brought by short-term speculation, and the remaining few hundred million can not only offset the wedding expenses, but also earn money for the diapers of the future children. Alas. Is this the trouble of men who are about to get married? The pressure is really great. My head is going bald. Just when Roland was hiding in the corner, talking to David about serious topics like a thief, a loud shout almost scared him to death. Roland. Hey, I'm here. Hearing his wife calling him again, Roland, who wanted to chat for a few more words, quickly hung up the phone with David. When he followed the sound into the fitting room, the figure wearing a lace wedding dress and showing a white and beautiful back firmly caught his eye. Although he had seen it many times, to be honest, every time he changed clothes, it would make people feel fresh. Where have you been? When I went in to change clothes, you were still sitting here. How come you disappeared when I came out? The questioning words made Roland look away. When he found that his wife, who was facing away from him, was observing his actions through the mirror, he pursed his lips because of the excitement of her gaze. I'm going out to answer a call. Roland raised his phone and shook it, explaining, David called to ask about the decoration. Oh, Kate smiled and stretched out her voice, not believing the stinky man's words at all. Because Roland hated wasting time on trivial matters like decoration. Whenever he encountered such a problem, he would always push the matter to Kate on the grounds that what my wife likes is what I like. So, whenever he disappeared, it was most likely to talk about work. Although Roland repeatedly stated that he would listen to Kate in the next 9 months. But Kate didn't think that Roland could really give up his career. So, even though she guessed the reason why Roland left, she had no intention of exposing it. Instead, she smiled and smoothed her veil. I thought you went to the bathroom. If you really went to the bathroom, you must wash your hands before you can touch me. Such words made Roland, who hated being questioned, laugh. She put her hands to her nose and sniffed in a fake way, then said, I don't think I stink. Ah, you really went to the bathroom? You haven't washed your hands yet? Then stay away from me. Kate screamed, with a look of disgust on her face. Roland approached, as if he was presenting facts and reasoning, and put his hands in front of Kate. It really doesn't stink. If you don't believe me, smell it. Go away. I don't smell it. Kate dodged left and right. Roland continued to approach. We have been here for more than 1,500 days. Are you not used to these things? I don't dislike you. I dislike you. Wow. I'm not convinced when you say that. It seems that I was too good to you in the past. I must teach you a lesson today. Ah. Don't come over here. No. I will come over here. The two childish ghosts started to fight in the dressing room. The noise made the staff waiting outside to be summoned look embarrassed. Although I have worked in the bridal shop for so many years and have seen many newlyweds with status who have been soaking in the honey pot and eating dog food for a long time. The relationship between those guys is not as good as that of the couple inside now. Although other newlyweds are also close, no couple can joke around like Roland and Kate. Just when the stars decide that love without class sense is really beautiful, the winner has been decided in the closed room. Roland leaned against the corner and put his arm around Kate's waist while Kate sat on Roland's thighs and hooked his neck. The veil that Ben wore behind her was turned to the front because of the fight between the two. The hazy cover could not block the sight of the two people, and Kate's exhaled breath made the veil fluctuate, lifting, falling, lifting again, and falling again. This regular movement made Roland smile. His lips slightly opened, and he kept blowing air, trying to make the veil fit Kate's cheeks completely. This action made Kate grit her teeth and respond in the same way, wanting to blow up the veil. Instantly, the room was filled with puffs, 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 and puffs. The stupid behavior of competing made the veil, which symbolized youth and purity, flutter like unwanted seaweed. When Kate blew it up with force, the high veil seemed to be unveiled, leaving the two of them completely free of obstacles. Looking at that familiar face, pouting and blowing, the distorted facial features made Roland laugh heartily when he found that the raised veil was about to fall because Newton could not open the coffin. He also leaned over in time. When the veil fell again, this time, it covered two people. "You are so stupid," Roland, with his forehead pressed against hers, complained first. "It makes you look smart." Kate snorted lightly, with a look of disdain on her face. Before the voice fell, the two were amused by their childish words and giggled. At the same time, the two of them tightened their arms tacitly. When the close embrace spread all over the body, Roland suddenly kissed Kate on the nose. "It's so easy to be with you." Kate also responded and kissed Roland's chin. "Me too." The gentle response made Roland tilt his head slightly, and when he found the hot red lips by feeling, the next thing was, that was the content of the barrage pay to watch. Note, although the internet bubble caused the Nasdaq index to plummet, companies that developed the internet with real industry as their foundation were basically not affected. Enron's stock price did not fall much, and it continued to soar. Berkshire Hathaway's stock price soared when the bubble burst. Enron actually had many problems. When it went bankrupt, the chairman of the Democratic Party was once Enron's lawyer, the senior advisor of the White House was Enron's advisor, and the attorney general took Enron's campaign funds when he took office. The president who came to power in 2000 had Enron's share of campaign funds and war funds. The point is that he took money from Enron when he was the governor of Texas. In this case, Enron was quickly killed after the scandal was exposed, and then, the real beneficiary was Warren Buffett, who copied Enron's valuable energy assets at a low price. According to normal procedures, Enron should not have died so quickly, but there was no way. If it didn't die, the donkey party would open fire. Chapter 337 Stock Market Crash. Charles Schulz, the richest cartoonist in history, creator of Peanuts, father of Snoopy, passed away on February 12, 2000 due to colon cancer at the age of 77. The 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development opened on February 12, 2000 at the National Convention Center in Bangkok, Thailand. The theme of this conference was Globalization and Development Strategy in the New Century. On February 17, 2000, Microsoft held its first press conference after announcing its willingness to reach an antitrust settlement agreement with the Department of Justice on the operating system antitrust case, and announced the new generation of Windows system, Windows 2000. Viacom and CBS merged. Following AOL's acquisition of Time Warner, Comcast also announced that it would discuss acquisition or merger with AT&T Broadband, the largest cable TV operator in the United States. If this acquisition or merger is reached, Comcast will become the largest pay TV company, the largest cable TV company and the largest home internet service provider in the United States, the third largest home telephone service provider in the United States, and the second largest broadcasting and cable TV company in the world. The second generation of the world's most popular home game console PlayStation was officially released in Tokyo on March 4. The sales volume reached a record-breaking 980,000 on the same day. But the lack of matching games has become the most regrettable thing for players. On the 10th, the Game Developers Conference was successfully held in San Jose, California. Bill Gates, co-founder and chairman of Microsoft, announced at the conference that Microsoft will enter the home console market and announce the console that has been secretly developed for a long time. Sparks the Nasdaq Composite Index climbed to 5,048.62. It is twice the highest amount in 1999. The biggest bull market in history is coming. On March 13th, the Nasdaq Composite Index fell 4 percentage points to 4879. On March 15th, the Nasdaq Composite Index fell below 4600 to 4580. In 6 days, the index fell by more than 500 points. The stock prices of internet companies were cut in half. The worst bear market in history suddenly hit. The earth will still turn without anyone. During the period when Roland and Kate were preparing for their wedding, America, across the ocean, was like a frontline war zone, with frequent thunderstorms. First, a series of acquisitions driven by economic globalization made telecom giants such as Time Warner, Viacom, and Comcast invest more than $500 billion. Then Sony handed in a perfect answer. On the day of the release of PlayStation 2, sales in Japan soared to $250 million. In the month of release, total sales exceeded $1 billion. This situation allowed the outside world to see the $100 billion market of electronic games, and Microsoft, which announced its entry into the home console industry shortly afterwards, added fuel to the fire. If it were just these, it would be fine. Because these good news made the Nasdaq Composite Index climb to a record high. But the problem is that when people were full of fantasies about the bull market and spent the 2 days of rest on March 11th and 12th, as soon as the new week came, people were forcibly awakened by the slap of the big bear. At the beginning, the stock prices of major companies began to fall slightly. At that time, market analysts said that this was a self-correction of the stock market and the bull market would continue. But when people believed the words of the experts and wanted to buy the bottom and find a leak, the stock market plunged for 2 consecutive days, which made everyone confused. If a 4% drop in one day is a small adjustment, then what is a drop of more than 4% for 3 consecutive days? Don't be afraid, it's a technical adjustment. Wow. Isn't this the arrival of Ding Crab? If you don't run quickly, you will die. At this time, the stupid people also understood that the bull market that had been going for several years was going to fall. Not only that, they also found that the internet, which was once popular, was no longer popular in an instant. In fact, Roland had known about the internet bubble in his previous life. According to the expert's explanation, this is because capital has seriously overestimated a certain industry in the pursuit of extreme profits, and thus entered the market crazily. But in a short period of time, the emerging industry could not find a profit method that matches the investment amount, so countless bubbles were accumulated. Due to the short-sightedness of capital, such extreme events can never be avoided, because there is no way in the world to control the crazy pursuit of profit by capital. Because of this, Roland never thought that his reckless behavior could affect this kind of inevitable major event. Not only that, he was still curious about how Wolfgang and Microsoft would face it when the internet bubble burst. But when this day really came, he found that capital is always capital. Because the internet bubble was not caused by the coincidence of major internet companies burning out of money as some experts said, but was pierced by various capitals. On March 10th, after the Nasdaq Composite Index broke through 5,000 points, on March 13th, the stocks of a bunch of high-tech companies such as Microsoft, Cisco, Dell, and Qualcomm were sold by institutions. At the same time as the institutions sold, various funds were directly liquidated. In just one day, tens of billions of dollars were earned from the leaks who took over. If the smashing of stocks by these capitalists is destroying the interests of everyone, and the naked robbery cannot be hidden from the public's eyes, the public can smell something unusual after taking over the stocks on the first day, because other media will more or less disclose their behavior. Then, what if the bosses of these media are also selling stocks? Philip Anschutz, the owner of Staples Center, controls a company called Quest International Communications, which provides telecommunications services to 14 states in the Midwest of America. When the internet bubble burst, he frantically sold the telecommunications stocks in his hands and directly took away $1.9 billion in cash. Gary Winnick, a teammate of Carl Icahn and a subordinate of Michael Milken, controls the world's first private underwater optical cable across the Atlantic Ocean, providing information services to Microsoft, SoftBank and other media companies. When the internet bubble burst, he took away nearly $750 million in cash. Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, perfectly avoided the internet bubble. He sold all the stocks that could be sold, and he hedged the stocks that controlled the voting rights of the company, offsetting the losses caused by the disaster. Not only that, even those financial institutions have made corresponding countermeasures. While selling stocks, the guys led by Merrill Lynch and Citibank are quietly tightening their own loan businesses. When those companies went bankrupt directly due to the dual pressure of stock prices and funds, these capitals walking in the dark used trumpets to collect them. It is difficult to explain clearly how the internet bubble was born. But there is one thing that has actually been put on the table that the public cannot see. That is, retail investors died suddenly and the bankers killed all. Many people may find it strange that the stock prices of those big companies have plummeted and the capital behind them has continued to shrink. Why can they, as bankers, be considered victorious and killed all? This is actually a very simple question. Because the stock price plummeted, for them, there was no loss. The face value of the stock fell, but the number of stocks is still there. The market value of the company fell, but the market it owns is still there. Before the stock market crash, I controlled 70% of the market share in a single market. After the stock market crash, will the market share of a single market that I control drop from 70% to 65%? Apple fell 8% that day, and its market value shrank by $179.92 billion, creating the largest single-day loss in the history of American listed companies. But what can it do? For capitalists, it doesn't matter if their wealth shrinks. As long as they can cash out their stocks while holding on to the means of production, it is a net profit. And what about retail investors? As means of production, they have nothing except cash. For them, losing money is like losing the world. So, when Roland learned that Carl Icahn and his friends only held 5% of the stocks in total, 6% of which had been sold in the past year, and the remaining 5% entered the market one after another, after confirming their seats on the board of directors, he was so moved that he really wanted to admire the Wolf King. Compared with this kind of operation that uses technical means to avoid risks, foresight is really not enough. Winner takes all. Winner takes all. It was precisely because of this major event of the diarrhea-like decline in the stock index that Roland promised to Warner before Christmas last year to come back to discuss cooperation after the holiday was forgotten by Warner. As a combination of the telecommunications industry, the internet, and the entertainment industry, their current life is very difficult. This kind of difficult life does not mean that the shareholders have lost money and the management cannot explain it, but that the two bosses of Time Warner and AOL are about to fight for the right to operate. In the previously negotiated merger, the new company after the merger will be controlled by the original AOL 55% and the original Time Warner 45%. The CEO of the new company will be Gerald Levin, the former CEO of Time Warner, and the chairman of the new company will be Steve Case, the former chairman of AOL. Not only that, they also formulated a future development path that is mainly based on the internet. Steve Case said that after the merger, he would promote the integration of the internet, TV, and telephone so that customers can enjoy the three services of calling, entertainment, and surfing the internet with one account. 3 months ago, this resolution was unanimously agreed by the boards of directors of both parties. Everyone felt that there was no problem, because AOL was more valuable than Time Warner at that time, and the internet was very popular at that time. And if it were pushed back 10 years, this development path would be the benchmark for the telecommunications industry. Which company dared not follow the guiding ideology when they could not move, connect, or trust these three companies? But now, 3 months later, because of the bursting of the internet bubble, something unexpected happened. Time Warner, which was waiting for approval from the Ministry of Commerce, hoped that AOL could renegotiate the development path with them. They hoped that AOL could slow down a bit, but AOL said that in the internet age, speed is money. Such words made Time Warner, as a traditional media, very unhappy. They believed that the internet was not a new world, but a new market, and their merger was just selling old things to the new market. When AOL heard this, they were not happy. They felt that no matter whether it was new world or new market, selling things on the internet must not follow the traditional media approach. So, the talks broke down. Yes, they had already broken down before the merger. In this case, Gerald Levin of Time Warner hoped to change the merger plan so that he would serve as the chairman of the new company, and Steve Case of AOL would serve as the CEO of the new company. As soon as this sign of power grab appeared, it was strongly opposed by AOL. But the unwillingness to postpone the action or to disperse the power made the old media empire Time Warner very angry. As a result, before the Ministry of Commerce made a ruling, both parties had rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight each other. Of course, although AOL and Time Warner both disliked each other, it was impossible to separate. As the internet bubble dissipated, the US dollar, which symbolizes power, continued to evaporate, but it is an indisputable fact that countless users still flocked to the new market. With such a broad prospect, the two sides only dared to quarrel, not to break up. Because after leaving AOL, Time Warner could not find a second good merger partner, and after leaving Time Warner, AOL could not find another traditional media with the productivity of Time Warner. Because of this, did Roland stand up? This is not important to Warner at all. If Roland wants to get married, then let him get married first. Anyway, they now also want to settle the merger first. When major events that can attract the public's attention appear in a series, the entertainment industry is really dull. Eat the melons of celebrities? How can the melons of entertainment stars be as delicious as the melons of the world's richest man? Watch the movies released by major companies? Sorry, the internet bubble has shattered the dreams of countless people to make money. When the lifeblood of many people evaporated with the decline of the stock index, they were no longer in the mood to watch various interesting movies. As I said, spiritual entertainment is always based on material foundation. When your stock account keeps shrinking, not jumping off a building and quietly accepting the pain is the best entertainment. But when the annual Academy Awards kicked off on March 26th, ABC's ratings rebounded slightly compared with previous years. The unexpected but reasonable result made everyone feel a little emotional. This kind of free entertainment that does not require attention to the process, but only to the results. Perhaps it is the best spiritual comfort for people when they are in pain. Turn on the TV and lie on the sofa, empty your eyes, and wait for cheers. Acquiring without thinking is the best way to numb your nerves. Because you don't have to care about the passage of time. When you open your eyes again, it will be a new day. After the Oscars, Warcraft film and television also started to operate. As a money-making machine for capitalists, it is working hard to produce the movie that capitalist Roland cares most about, The Princess Diaries. Note, the institutions that frantically sold off technology stocks on March 10, 2000 were eventually liquidated on the grounds of misleading investors, but they were fined 3 times and each paid a few million yuan. Compared with the amount of cash they cashed out, it was really not even worth plucking a hair. Just like after the financial crisis in 2008, Goldman Sachs was fined 5 billion yuan. Compared with the money they made, it was nothing. The 3 guys written in the article all cashed out, which was confirmed by the secretary, but in the end, nothing happened. The article said that Carl Icahn reduced his holdings of Yahoo shares to 5% and controlled the board of directors. When he attacked Warner in 2006, he had 14 seats on the board of directors, and he immediately reduced his holdings after taking 6. When he attacked Warner, he only had 3%. He never cashed out when the final deal was reached, but he attacked his opponents while transferring the risk to the leaks who followed in. The merger of AOL and Time Warner was indeed for the purpose of free network integration, but just like Microsoft launched Sparks for the Internet of Things, their ideas were too advanced and then died, while we did not launch the free network integration until 2010. So it is not nonsense to say that we cross the river by feeling the head of the eagle sauce. Because there was no agreement before the merger, the business integration after the merger was actually equivalent to nothing, which is also the reason why the two parties were able to break up happily in the end, because Time Warner is still Time Warner, while AOL has exploded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Reading Comprehension. Alvino Highland College was founded in 1960 and is a private women's college affiliated with the Catholic Church. Although it is only in its 40s, the architectural style of Florence, Italy, has made it a holy place for many movies, such as Dear Mother in 1980, Nowhere to Hide in 1987, and True Lies in 1994. The European classical style buildings in the mall come from here. As a result, when the production team found that the movie The Princess Diaries needed a Mediterranean-style school to act as the Grove High School where the heroine Maya attended school, John Landor, who had accompanied James Cameron here as early as 1993, contacted the school's principal again and won the filming authorization with his familiar relationship. Not only that, after learning that more than 20 minutes of movie scenes would be shot at the school, the principal also rented 3 warehouses that had been vacant for a long time to the crew, allowing them to store props and change clothes. Therefore, when the crew notified the staff to assemble, Highland College, which had a logistics base and was close to Hollywood, became the only target. Of course, even if the principal agreed to the crew coming here to shoot, it did not mean that the crew could walk sideways in the school. After all, in this era where saying nenny would be reported by students, not saying or not doing anything can no longer satisfy the needs of the nitpickers. If you want to avoid being blamed for suspected racial discrimination, the best way is not to appear in front of these guys. In this way, it is inevitable to enter the scene at different times. As a result, Los Angeles at 4 in the morning became a legend witnessed by the crew members. Well, we arrived so early, in fact, we came to shoot the scene where the heroine Maya stepped on the sunset to go to school. It was already dawn at more than 5 o'clock, and the place with sunset at more than 6 o'clock was filmed. If you don't prepare in advance, you will miss everything. But because we just watched the Oscars a few hours ago, so yawning and looking tired is the real working state of everyone. I don't know if it's because she was too tired and perfunctory, or the makeup artist's skills are really superb. In short, when Anne Hathaway, the leading actress, came out of the dressing room, her look was really the same as Maya described in the script, without any aesthetic feeling. If the dark blue long-sleeved coat with a plaid skirt has already covered her advantages tightly, then the black stockings that almost reach her knees are like a saw, sawing off a part of her long legs. The distribution of dark blue, light blue, white, and black makes her, who is 5 feet and 8 inches tall, look only as tall as Reese with a spoon. With a wild-like fluffy wig, a pair of black glasses that can make people recite poetry, and a pair of thick eyebrows, she is completely ordinary and can't be found in the crowd. This state also made Evelyn Watson, who saw her for the first time, raise her eyebrows. Is this the actress that the boss personally selected? She's too green, isn't she? She muttered to the producer John Landor beside her. As the person in charge of Warcraft films appointed by Roland, Evelyn Watson naturally didn't need to personally check the production process of The Princess Diaries. Unlike what everyone thinks, the CEO of a film and television company must understand the production of all projects. In fact, the CEO of a film and television company only needs to be responsible for the financial report. It is their fundamental job to ensure that the company can make steady profits. They don't need to personally participate in the creation of all aspects. Not only that, the producer doesn't have to stay on the scene all the time. The purpose of their existence is to urge the entire project to be produced on time and according to the requirements of the investors. The real ones who keep an eye on the whole process are the production directors. But the problem is that these common sense cannot be applied to the tasks issued by the boss himself. So, on the first day of filming, even at 4 in the morning, they arrived on time. After hearing what the other party said, John Landor turned his head slightly, glanced at the boss who had come out of nowhere, then cast his eyes back to the filming location, and nodded. Yes, she is the actress Roland personally selected. Why? Doesn't she look like her? Yes. Evelyn Watson nodded and smiled. I thought the boss only liked those with plump figures. Kate Winslet has a great figure, and Charlize Theron, who was chosen during the casting of X-Men, also has a very beautiful figure. Now, this Anne Hathaway is at two extremes compared to them. Wow. 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 Evelyn Watson's words caused John Landau to exclaim repeatedly. However, although the fat man made a surprised sound, there was a happy smile on his unshaven face. Evelyn, Roland is your boss. How dare you disparage the boss and his wife behind his back? I think you don't want to do this anymore. Evelyn Watson shook her head at the teasing rebuke. She did not give any additional explanation for her words, but asked back, okay, stop acting in front of me, okay? Who among the guys here doesn't think so? If the boss wasn't getting married soon, do you believe they would immediately treat her as the boss's girlfriend? While speaking, Evelyn Watson raised her right hand and pointed around. The area covered was enveloped by a sentiment called kind, discuss, and good. This situation made John Landau tut his lips. Even though he did not give a clear response, the recognition was already on his face. That's right, although Roland's fundamental purpose of investing in the Princess Diaries was to establish a long-term and good cooperative relationship with Disney, in the process of mutual communication and integration, he could find Disney's weaknesses and then attack them fiercely. But the problem is that only he knows the truth. In the eyes of others, his shooting is full of mystery. It's like a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house. Originally, as a film and television company, its involvement in various themes can actually be called diversified operations. No one would ever dwell on such boring questions as why a film and television company that started out as a horror film would shoot a historical drama. However, the films invested by Roland's Warcraft Film and Television have always been very casual, or in other words, full of purpose. Everyone in the industry knows that the reason why Roland invested in Seven Deadly Sins is because the film director David Fincher wanted to shoot this work, and he is George Lucas's man, so Roland helped his friend. They also know that the reason why Roland invested in the Virgin Suicides was because of Sofia Coppola's father's face, and when Francis Coppola wanted to intervene, Roland took the initiative to sell the project. Not only that, everyone still knows that the reason why Roland launched the 3 projects of Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings and X-Men at the same time, was all because he wanted to buy an award for himself and his wife. Under this habit of having a purpose before investing, Roland suddenly proposed to make a Cinderella-type movie. Anyone would find it strange. Because the author is not his friend, the director is not his friend, and the producer is not his friend. Then, what is Roland after? Money? Don't be ridiculous. Film and television dramas are the most risky gambles in the world. When you can make money with financial tools, film and television dramas are actually just toys. But if it is filmed openly, then no one will be entangled, because they can understand that Roland wants to advertise his own R&K brand through a Cinderella type movie. But the problem is, not only is the lead actor already decided, he is not a well-known actor. It's okay if it's a newcomer, but this newcomer is not related to the Jewish gang and the British gang. Hey, you can't blame others for imagining it. When the members of the group learned that the protagonist of this project without public casting had been decided, everyone smiled knowingly when they learned that Anne Hathaway, who exuded a youthful atmosphere, was personally selected by Roland. Their understanding of gentlemen made them smile even more, and when they learned that Warcraft Films signed a 5-year, 3 to 6 film guaranteed contract with Anne Hathaway. These guys, while keeping their distance, also gave her warmth like a spring breeze. For example, when writing the script, screenwriter Gina Wincoates met with Anne Hathaway first. After learning that she was a Catholic, she deleted all the meaningless passionate scenes of the heroine except for the 2 kisses required by the plot. For example, when Mario Iskovich, the executive producer who was in contact with Anne Hathaway, learned that Anne Hathaway usually kept a cat, he didn't need to find the excitement of a stuntman, so he directly signed the other party's cat. For example, after the team was established, they contacted R&K and asked them to design crown jewelry according to Anne Hathaway's personal style. When the designers learned that this was the display cabinet specially selected by their boss, they wanted to take the real object to the site for comparison, but they immediately picked up the notebook they carried with them. and asked questions to the model in a friendly manner. In the end, they filled up 10 pages of paper, starting from Anne Hathaway's preferences and ending with the results she wanted to present. What is this? Isn't it just that the subordinates received the inspection notice from their superiors and frantically prepared everything? Although Roland never expressed any of his intentions, and even after issuing the task, he didn't meet Anne Hathaway, but it didn't matter, because the guy who flatters can make him do reading comprehension on Mars. Forget about the strange light flashing in the eyes. When they see a movie that needs to be watched 3 times to understand on the poster, they can even use entropy increase principle, grandfather paradox, Mobius strip crossing, single electron universe hypothesis, chiral molecules and mirror molecules to explain the greatness of the movie. So, when Anne Hathaway's performance did not satisfy director Gary Marshall, breaking the rule that the first shot must be shot once, the director did not yell at her, but waved his hand. Gary Marshall motioned her to come over. Hi director. Such a situation made Anne Hathaway a little nervous. While she was jogging along the scooter, her lips pursed involuntarily. Such a situation made Gary Marshall wave his hand. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, director. After hearing what the other party said, Anne Hathaway became even more nervous. She even wondered if it was because she was too nervous, that she was too restrained in the shooting just now. Otherwise, why did the director call her over to talk about the scene right after the first take? Gary Marshall laughed at the blunt sophistry. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, this guy would be worried for a whole day. So he asked directly, do you know what we shot in the first scene? It's over. It really was a mess. Anne Hathaway secretly cried out in her heart. Her body suddenly tensed up, and the toes in her shoes instinctively curled up. After taking a quick glance at the director, and finding that he was staring at her like a smiling tiger, she immediately lowered her eyes, and said in a resigned tone, the first scene we shot was when Maya went to school. When driving the scooter to school, Maya encountered a steep slope. Because the slope was too steep, the electric scooter couldn't go up, so she needed to get off and push the scooter up. Yes, that's what we just shot. Gary Marshall was very satisfied with her answer, and then continued to ask, then do you know how you acted just now? Anne Hathaway thought for a while, and felt that her actions just now seemed to be fine, so when she answered the question, her voice was a little confused. I just pushed the scooter up. As she said that, she frowned and glanced back. It seemed that she was recalling her actions just now, but it seemed more like she was questioning the director's question. If it were normal, Gary Marshall would have been angry, but now, he still kept smiling and said, yes, you did walk up just now, but didn't you find that there was something wrong with your posture? No? Anne Hathaway thought for a while and didn't answer, but her eyes full of curiosity fell on the director. The silly and innocent doubt made Gary Marshall scratch his head, raised his hand slightly, and slightly hooked the 8 fingers except the thumb, indicating that the other party would give him the electric scooter. Under his leadership, the two came to the slope. Gary Marshall demonstrated it to her personally. Just now, you walked up along the edge holding the handrail. There's nothing wrong with this posture, because normal people would walk like this. But the question is Maya in the movie a normal person? No. Maya in the movie is a lively but shy girl. She can fantasize about an intimate kiss with her crush, but she can also blush and be speechless in front of the other person. This contrast happens to be the distinction between in front of and behind people. In front of acquaintances, she is introverted, and in front of strangers, she is cheerful. And now, during her school years, she didn't meet any acquaintances, so you don't need to use such a ladylike pace. Not only that, in order to reflect Maya's introversion in front of acquaintances, you have to be more cheerful at this time and make some cart-pushing movements that can distinguish personality, and you can exaggerate appropriately. Just like a naughty child. Do you understand what I mean? Oh. Anne Hathaway understood. I see. Okay, then do it again. Okay, director. Although the two people's voices were not loud, because of the silence in the whole place, the two people hiding in the distance could still hear it clearly. Such a friendly situation made them very satisfied. They were satisfied with the attitude of the staff. They were satisfied with the attitude of the actors. The reason they came here today was that they were worried that someone would take advantage of their seniority and someone would be spoiled. And now, since nothing happened, the director was friendly and the leading actor was humble and eager to learn, then there would be nothing to worry about. Okay, I'm leaving. Evelyn Watson smoothed the wrinkles on her clothes. I'm leaving now. Why don't you take a closer look? John Landor asked. No, you can just keep an eye on this place. I still have a lot of things to do. Evelyn Watson sighed. Besides me, there are only a few financial people in Warcraft films. I have to do everything myself. I'm so busy. John Landor also knew this fact, so he asked curiously, then you won't hire people? Hire people? No need. Evelyn Watson shook her head, because the things I have on hand can't be divided. Chapter 339 6 Projects and 2 Acquisitions. When Roland confirmed that his target was Disney, he was mentally prepared to develop Warcraft film and television. Unfortunately, when he poached Evelyn Watson from Sony and asked her to set up a company according to the standards of a first-line film company, he found that his Warcraft film and television still didn't need to recruit people. Why? Isn't it because the current operating model of Warcraft film and television is exactly the same as Time Warner? Outsourcing. 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 Important things should be said 3 times. The 5 pits currently opened by Warcraft film and television are all undertaken by a complete production team, and the location shooting locations are all over the world. In this case, the entire company does not need to transform and expand according to the operating model of Disney and Fox. In this way, Evelyn Watson's job is actually to connect with each group and control the overall situation through feedback information. For example, now, after checking the crew of Princess Diaries and finding that there is no unstable factor in it, she left the set with confidence and let John Landor monitor and check. Then go to Sony to ask about the distribution of Memento. After learning that Sony would take Memento to Cannes for exhibition, doubts about protecting the boss's interests also followed. Although Cannes is the most commercially successful international A-class film festival, didn't the French Prime Minister call this year for European films to unite and fight against Hollywood? Other film companies withdrew their participating films after learning of France's attitude. In this case, aren't you asking for trouble by submitting Memento for exhibition? The questioning words made the leaders of Sony Global Distribution panic, and they hurriedly explained, although Memento is a movie invested by Hollywood, the director Christopher Nolan is British, so when we applied for it, we changed the film's place of origin and made it a US-UK co-production. Co-production? Upon hearing this, Evelyn Watson's voice became even louder. Do you think the judges of Cannes are all fools? Can't they see the trick? Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Withdraw the film immediately. Change the film festival. Change to Venice. Then show me who are the judges for Venice this year. Sony was annoyed by the clear instructions. Although they wanted to complain that the company had spent more than 300,000 yuan on Cannes, they swallowed the words before they even came to their mouths. There was nothing they could do. After all, Evelyn Watson represented Roland Allen. The head of Sony's North American headquarters had already notified them that they didn't need to ask about projects related to Roland Allen. They just had to do it. Because even if they asked, the higher-ups had no right to intervene. After their search, the lineup of judges for this year's Venice Film Festival was presented to Evelyn Watson. The president of the jury of this year's Venice Film Festival is Milos Forman, and the judges are Jennifer Lee, Shamila McMahon-Bath, Giuseppe Bertolucci, Claude Chabrol. As the names were announced one by one, Evelyn Watson, who was thinking frantically, had already extracted a lot of useful information. Isn't Milos Forman the director of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Isn't Jennifer Lee's father Vic Morrow, and her mother Barbara Turner? Isn't Giuseppe Bertolucci the younger brother of Bernardo Bertolucci? These judges are all our own people. With them here, why are you going to Cannes? Go to Venice. Give Memento an award. Such words almost choke the people at Sony Worldwide Distribution to death. Although all awards rely on public relations, the question is, which company can win as many awards as your boss? We also know that Millis Foreman has a very good relationship with the Jewish gang. We also know that Jennifer Lee's parents have a very good relationship with the Jewish gang. And we know that Giuseppe Bertolucci's brother has a very good relationship with the Jewish gang. But we are not familiar with them. However, these are all unspeakable secrets, because if they are said openly, it will give people the illusion that professionals are outdone by amateurs. So these guys nodded helplessly and accepted this arduous task. Of course, they are not stupid. If we want to win the award, then we have to write down Warcraft pictures in the column of the production company in the exhibition book. This is to tell people openly that the entire movie is produced by Roland Allen. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't understand, they don't have the right to vote. Okay. Evelyn Watson knew what these people were thinking and nodded directly. Let's do it. Oh, by the way, the boss also ordered that we must hold a premiere for this movie. At that time, invite all those suspense masters, such as David Fincher and David Lynch. After dealing with the production of The Princess Diaries and the publicity of Memento, Evelyn Watson's day's work was actually over. This is also the benefit of outsourcing. Professionals can help you solve all problems with just a few words. Of course, it is not easy to run a company that works half a day and rests for a month, because the fundamental reason that supports its survival is its unparalleled influence. Time Warner has been open for so many years, and the resource channels it has are not comparable to those of small companies. Although Warcraft Pictures has not been open for so many years, the resource channels it has can still crush all non-first tier companies. This kind of success cannot be replicated, and this kind of ease is enviable. And when it came to April, Evelyn Watson, who had been resting at home for almost a month, packed her luggage and flew to New Zealand because the filming of Lord of the Rings 1, which had been filmed for more than 7 months, had officially ended, and Lord of the Rings 2 was also launched at the same time. Although all the post-production of the 3-shot project of Lord of the Rings will be completed in New Zealand, the American contracting company does not have to worry about it at all, but the face project still needs to be done. For example, to comfort the staff, is the filming going well? Because I took over Warcraft Films after the project started, I didn't have time to communicate with you. At the wrap-up party of Lord of the Rings 1, Evelyn Watson looked at everyone with a smile. Her words also aroused many complaints. Smooth? It was smooth. If broken teeth and broken ribs don't count. That's right. Viggo Mortensen and Orlando Bloom insisted on not using doubles, and they were both injured. Viggo Mortensen had a tooth knocked out by an iron sword. Orlando Bloom broke a rib while hanging on the wire. Even though these accidents were tolerable accidents during the filming of major crews, Evelyn Watson still looked at Peter Jackson with surprise and asked, "Peter, didn't our crew sign a protective contract with the actors that they must use doubles for dangerous actions when filming fighting scenes? You are all filming in the wild. If a big accident happens, it will be too late to rescue." Words similar to questioning made everyone present quickly ask Peter Jackson to explain. No, this is what we insisted on. Viggo Mortensen said. Yes, this is none of the director's business. Orlando Bloom nodded in agreement. We hope that the images we shoot will be more realistic, so we don't use a double. Because we are in the battle ourselves, the director can take more close-ups and show the thrill of the fight. Although Evelyn Watson's words are not humane at all, in her conversation, she did not treat the doubles who are engaged in dangerous work as human beings at all. But the problem is that no one at the scene found it strange, because this is the norm in the circle. The meaning of the existence of a double is to help the leading actors to do dangerous actions. And why do they help them do dangerous actions? That's because the double is not worth money. A leading actor kneels during filming, and the subsequent inspection, compensation, restart, change of filming, and other series of problems will cause the capitalists to suffer heavy losses. But what if a double kneels during filming? Let the insurance company pay. At that time, the media will at most question the danger of filming, and then the producer will stand up and say that he will thoroughly investigate and express his grief for the deceased double, and finally fire the scapegoat responsible for safety in props. Compared with kneeling a leading actor, kneeling a double is the lowest cost and the best choice. Although many publicity have labeled life as priceless, as long as people need to survive, it is priced. Therefore, after learning that the crew members were eager to pursue a better viewing effect, Evelyn Watson immediately shook her head and said, "I respect your choice, but I also hope that you can protect your own safety. Has the crew arranged a helicopter rescue team? No? Then the company will provide this guarantee." After helping the Lord of the Rings crew contact the 7*24-hour all-weather rescue service, Evelyn Watson, who had a good impression in front of everyone, returned to Los Angeles and represented the company to attend the premiere of Gladiator held on May 1st. Although she was not interested in this fictional Roman historical drama, she still watched the movie very seriously and gave it a high evaluation. There is no way who let this movie be invested and filmed by DreamWorks, and director Ridley Scott is about to accept the Black Hawk Down project. That's right, although the project of Black Hawk Down is fully controlled by Sony, there is no trace of Warcraft Pictures in the production company column, and there is only Arnold Schwarzenegger's name in the producer column. But in fact, apart from providing people, money, and venues, Sony does not care about anything else. Shoot it however you want. Don't talk nonsense to me. Because even if you talk nonsense to me, I can't make a decision. In this way, the whole project is actually equivalent to outsourcing. Sony is the nominal contractor, Warcraft Pictures is the actual contractor, and the team led by Ridley Scott is the contractor. In this case, isn't it obvious who is in control? After the release of Gladiator, Evelyn Watson invited Ridley Scott to a get-together, citing the excellent box office performance of nearly $35 million in the first weekend. When she mentioned Black Hawk Down, the old man, who had guessed her thoughts, immediately smiled and said, "I have studied the script. I know what you want to express. Don't worry, I won't do any artistic processing under the supervision of the US Department of Defense. Besides, your boss's wife has to call me uncle, and I won't cheat my own people. Oh, by the way, since you have asked me, I will tell you. The original start date of the movie was May 18th. But after reviewing the training level of the actors and referring to the opinions of the consultants, I decided to give them 10 more days of assembly and rehearsal, so the official start date was scheduled for the 28th. Such words made Evelyn Watson laugh. As long as Ridley Scott follows history and doesn't make random changes, there will be no problem. Because their biggest goal is to make a war film under the guidance of the American Department of Defense. Medieval witches and inexplicable phoenixes must not appear. Shortly after the start of Black Hawk Down, on May 30th, X-Men was also announced to be completed. Just like the previous treatment of The Lord of the Rings 1, on the day of the completion of X-Men, Evelyn Watson also fulfilled her role as the spokesperson for Warcraft film and television, and personally went to the set to celebrate with the staff. However, this series is not a continuous filming, so after the celebration, everyone went back to their own homes the next day. As for Kevin Feige, of course, he was buried in the studio with the director and editor, trying to get a rough cut out within half a month, so that it could be handed over to Industrial Light and Magic Digital Domain and Weta Digital to make special effects. So far, among the 6 projects that Warcraft Films is operating, Memento is in the promotion stage, X-Men and Lord of the Rings 1 are in the post-production stage, Black Hawk Down and The Princess Diaries are in the shooting stage, and Harry Potter. Steven Spielberg has just finished filming Artificial Intelligence and needs to rest for 3 months. Therefore, the already prepared Harry Potter was scheduled to start shooting in October. As for why May plus March equals October, that's because the old man said that, since Roland is getting married, he will wait until his wedding is over before shooting. It's a shame that the whole group stopped working to attend the wedding after just a few days of shooting. Just when Evelyn Watson was ready to make a preliminary promotion plan for X-Men and Lord of the Rings 1, on June 1st, Intel also quietly threw an acquisition invitation to ATI. Such an abrupt move attracted the attention of the outside world. Everyone was wondering whether Intel wanted to monopolize the CPU and GPU markets at the same time, just like Microsoft did. But before some experts could come to a conclusion, ATI decisively refused. Such a fierce performance made the market relieved. No one wants to see the birth of a Roman Empire that squeezes their living space. But just when those small capitalists were sighing that ATI still had backbone, on June 13th, the Ontario Securities Commission of Canada summoned ATI's management to ask them about the stock selling a few months ago. This abnormal behavior made the small capitalists who had just relaxed their hair stand up. Because they have seen this trick before. Intel, all in at the beginning. Unfortunately, even if their hair stood up like monkeys, it could not change the fact that Intel attacked ATI. Just when Intel used long-arm jurisdiction to force ATI's shareholders to change their leaders so that they could swallow the company, the recipients related to it did not expect it at all, because on June 16th, Frozen Planet was released. The agreement between Blue Sky Studios and Fox was invalid. Chapter 340 You are too young. No matter which market, the box office revenue generated during the summer season can account for 35% to 40% of the total annual box office revenue. It is a battleground for strategists, so no matter how cruel the external environment is, no company will give up on its own initiative. Therefore, even with the internet bubble in front of it, people's consumption desire plummeted, but the major Hollywood companies were still stubborn and pushed the prepared projects to the market as planned. First, Gladiator, which was released on May 5th, took in $34.81 million box office in the first 3 days of the weekend. Just looking at the data, hey, people's consumption level is okay. But looking at the market, damn, a movie is equal to the entire market. Because Jordan Maximum, which was also released on the same day, only closed at 578,000 in the first 3 days of the weekend. Although this is a documentary about Jordan's legendary experience in the 1998 playoffs, from a sensory point of view, it cannot bring greater expectations to fans. But Jordan's Space Jam in 1996, which collected $230 million box office. Such a bad movie can be sold out just by relying on the name of Jordan. So why is no one buying the more realistic IQ tax produced by the Mosaic Alliance, which re-edits the scenes that were not broadcast and recorded, and uses special effects? Is it because the tribe has no money? This is easy to solve. Promote the African American Reparations Act and claim $14 trillion from the federal government. Everyone gets $350,000, and the money will come, right? If the comparison between Gladiator and Jordan Maximum is not obvious, then the next movie, to be released, perfectly interprets what it means, that the people have no money in their pockets. Battlefield Earth was released on May 12th, and won $11.54 million in the first weekend, but everyone knows that this result is full of water, because Battlefield Earth is adapted from the novel Post-Apocalyptic History published in 1982, written by Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, and starring John Travolta, a fanatic. This terrible movie is only watched by their own people, so after those devout believers saw it, the box office fell like an electronics factory that threw away certificates. It exploded directly. By May 19th, the animated film Dinosaur, that harvested children's wallets, and the fart comedy Hello, that harvested young people's wallets, did push the box office to more than $60 million. But compared with Mission Impossible 2, which harvested $57.84 million in the first weekend, their results were really not good enough. Shanghai Noon, released later, closed at $15.6 million in 3 days. Fat Lady earned $25.66 million in the first weekend. Gone in 60 Seconds, co-starring Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie, earned $25.33 million. Lush, starring the future director of SHIELD, earned $21.71 million. In this case, Frozen Planet earned $9.37 million in 3 days, which is actually a good result, because in the case of an economic downturn, it means the winner takes all. If we say that before, when people had money in their pockets, one movie a week was the norm for entertainment, and a movie starring a B-list star could hit $30 million in the first weekend box office if it was well promoted, and a movie starring an A-list star could basically hit 40 or 50 million. Then now that people have no money in their pockets, the data of the B-list has dropped instantly, and the data of the A-list has skyrocketed wildly, which is normal, because the vast majority of the audience has no goals, and following the trend of big brands is their consumption habit. In this way, it is only after the tide recedes that we will know who is swimming naked. Only the real big names can attract the most box office. The remaining half-baked stars, even if they come up with the trick of tearing each other apart on the night of the formation, the results will be so-so. The poor box office trend has also made all the companies see the sluggish market. In the past, there would be 2 or 3 movies with a North American box office of over 200 million in the summer season, such as Men in Black and Jurassic Park 2 in 1997, Saving Private Ryan and Robbery in 1998, and The Phantom Menace, The Sixth Sense, and Austin Powers 2 in 1999. But now, it is the best result for Mission Impossible 2 to break 200 million. The upcoming The Perfect Storm, Scary Movies, and Dangerous, which are not likely to hit 200 million. But despite the general trend, Frozen Planet, which invested 75 million, is expected to have a box office of no more than 50 million, which also made Fox feel the pain of the referee who was hit by Djokovic with a tennis ball. Before, they had given up the idea of making animations on their own, and were ready to outsource. Now, since Roland wants Blue Sky Studios, then take it. Such poor outsourcing results made Fox not want to continue investing. As a result, when the Blue Sky Studios, which had been lifted from the ban, approached Warcraft Films, the acquisition negotiations were finalized very quickly. You are willing to sell 50% of the equity for 47 million, and take out the copyright and distribution rights of the company's works for the next 8 years in exchange for creative freedom, right? Evelyn Watson was still in charge of the negotiations. Yes, the production investment is not less than 80 million, and there are no more than 2 projects at the same time. Chris Wedge, the founder of Blue Sky Studios, nodded. If it were an animation studio like Pixar or DreamWorks, when negotiating with investors, they would all give a 5-year budget, and then let the investors squat aside, and wait for the results. But for Blue Sky, which has no results, it is impossible to stand up straight. An average investment of 40 million per project is already a bold result. After all, Toy Story, produced by its good friend Pixar, only cost 30 million. However, just when Chris Wedge looked at Evelyn Watson cautiously, hoping that the other party would not be angry because of his greed, Evelyn Watson, who had never handled a project below 100 million yuan, nodded directly and said, okay. Not only that, she also talked about the revenue sharing directly. 20% of the total box office is the income of Blue Sky Studios. Is there a problem? What? This result made Chris Wedge overjoyed, and he nodded quickly and said, no problem. Okay, sign the letter of intent first. Evelyn Watson didn't waste any words. I'll let the lawyer draft the contract, and you come to sign it next week. Hollywood's films released globally, after deducting taxes from various countries and the Commission of Theaters, can generally get 38% to 50% of the global box office. The reason for such a big difference is purely because of the negotiations of the North American Theater Alliance. Some movies can get 70% of the box office share from the North American Theater Alliance, while some movies can only get 50%. In this way, when overseas standards do not change much, the smaller the producer, the more difficult it is to survive. After that, the distributor will take 10% as usual, so the producer can only get 28 to 40% in the end. Under this algorithm, giving Blue Sky 20% is already a very generous decision. Because Blue Sky Studios does not have to bear risks, does not have to pay for production, does not have to worry about publicity and distribution, and only needs to focus on making animations. Of course, although it is 20%, only 10% actually belongs to the production team. There is no way who let Blue Sky Studios 50% of the shares belong to Warcraft Pictures. After signing the letter of intent, Chris Wedge did not leave directly, but rubbed his hands and said with a smile that, any other questions? Evelyn Watson, who was about to pack up the documents, stopped what she was doing. Yes, yes, yes. It seems that he does not want to take up his boss's time, but it seems more like he is eager to get investment. So Chris Wedge did not hesitate and directly took out a project plan from his handbag. We have already finished Frozen Planet, the film Fox gave us. During the period of no communication in the contract, we also thought of a new project, a story about animals living in the Ice Age. When Chris Wedge took out the project book, he was a little nervous, because it is a taboo in the industry to discuss the project before the acquisition contract is officially signed. If the idea is not satisfactory, the acquirer may really think that they have made a mistake and withdraw the acquisition invitation. In this way, it is like a cooked duck flying away. But after Evelyn Watson simply flipped through the idea book, The casual answer surprised Chris Wedge even more. "Oh, you have a project? Have you prepared the contract?" "Not yet." "Then prepare it and sign it next week." Ah. The unexpected result made Chris Wedge raise his eyebrows, and the next second, joy spread all over his face. Okay. Although Chris Wedge used to be the chief painter of Disney, it was precisely because he had worked in the Big Six that he understood how difficult it was to approve the project budget. First reported to the headquarters, and after a round of internal competition, only after winning, can it be submitted to the green light committee of the headquarters. After approval by the review department, they will also give the standard score, based on market judgment, to the content president, and they will determine whether their project can get the money. In this process, if someone who doesn't like you deliberately blocks you, that's it, the project you proposed may fail. Such a bureaucratic style is the root of their hatred of the Big Six, and now, it's really good. Because of this, when Chris Wedge left, his uncontrollable happiness was naturally seen by Evelyn Watson. Although she understood why this guy was excited, she really wanted to say one thing: it's not that the company is optimistic about you, but that you are too young. That's right. After Evelyn Watson took over Warcraft Films, Ice Age was the smallest project she handled. Compared with the series that was shot 3 times in a row and had a budget of 300 million yuan, Ice Age was really not good enough. How can we pay attention to a project that can't even be organized by public funds? There is no way to pay attention to it. When News Corporation learned that Warcraft Films had no movement after swallowing Blue Sky Studios, they also breathed a sigh of relief, because compared with the animation industry, the current corporate restructuring is more important. At the end of last year, they were accused by the British media of evading 1.4 billion in taxes. Although the other party did not produce actual evidence, no one wanted to be entangled in such a mess. Therefore, the tabloid king who wanted to move the company from Australia to the United States began the journey of splitting up the company internally. In this way, he would not cause trouble at this time. However, although Roland Allen had no movement, News Corporation still did not take it lightly and secretly offered to in and Rotten Tomatoes, hoping to get these two bean sprouts with good growth first. Such behavior naturally attracted the attention of peers, but unfortunately, no one could intervene in News Corporation's layout of the internet now, because Disney had just failed to enter the internet. Time Warner was still arguing with AOL, Viacom was trying to digest CBS, and Comcast was trying to acquire AT&T Broadband. So, this group of capitals who wanted to kill the thief, but could not save the situation, so they cunningly reported the matter to Roland Allen. Although IMB has been sold to Amazon by you, the problem is that you are still the second largest shareholder of Amazon. So, after seeing the momentum of Rotten Tomatoes, don't you have a sense of urgency? As the kings of the fire, they did not call Roland directly, but through business cooperation, using the excuse that Time Warner, Disney, and Paramount wanted to sell movies on Amazon and open official stores. They expressed their concerns that IMDb's influence might be surpassed by Rotten Tomatoes in the future. At the same time, they also intentionally or unintentionally leaked the news that News Corporation was connecting with Rotten Tomatoes and might enter the e-commerce industry in the future, forcing these guys to report the information by lowering the price. As a result, when Roland, who was in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, inexplicably took the phone handed to him by his assistant, he was completely confused. After listening to David Olson's retelling and understanding Jeff Bezos's nervousness, he was even more speechless. While holding the drawing board, News Corporation wants to do e-commerce? What a joke. Now the whole world knows that the internet bubble has burst, and the market value of those internet companies has been halved. As a listed company that needs to be responsible to all shareholders, how dare they use their own stock price to test the waters? Tell Jeff not to worry, News Corporation will definitely not attack Amazon. Their acquisition of Rotten Tomatoes is nothing more than wanting to expand their media territory. Does it have any impact on us? Of course, but the impact is not big, so don't pay too much attention to it. Yes, just reply to him like this. If he is still not at ease, just ask him, what fool would take the initiative to attack Warren Buffett's people? I have something important to do. See you later. Bye. Pop. Roland hung up the phone neatly. After throwing the phone back to the assistant, he raised the drawing board and continued to look ahead. At this moment, Kate was standing on the second floor observation deck of the Fisherman's Bastion. The grey and white two-story building formed a sharp contrast with the white wedding dress, and the spire combining the neo-Gothic and neo-Roman styles was the best background. Because of their existence, Kate, who was standing under the tower overlooking the Danube, became a husband-waiting stone. In the golden glow of the setting sun, she silently waited for the love that belonged to her. That's right, the business that Roland and David were talking about was to draw pictures for their own stinky wives. As for why they had to draw, it's just the wife's task. Note, giving 10% to Blue Sky Studios is really not low. It is said that the conflict between Pixar and Disney was because Pixar only got 14% of the box office share. The British media that accused News Corporation of tax evasion is called The Economist. This is a media that likes to interfere in its internal affairs. For example, it gave Kashmir to India, attacked the ruling party of Singapore, and arbitrarily changed the Middle East ownership of the Persian Gulf. In 1999, they targeted News Corporation and wanted to disgust Murdoch through the tax scandal. Why? Because at that time, The Economist was a subsidiary of the Financial Times, which was a subsidiary of Pearson Group, which was controlled by Viacom, and News Corporation robbed Redstone's business in European acquisitions. Therefore, News Corporation, which has been operating in the UK for more than 10 years, has frequently exploded in the new millennium. Hit the snake at its weakest point. These big guys don't use normal means to compete at all. Chapter 341 Roland's Love. As the saying goes, once you say something, it's like spilling it. You have to pretend to be a boast, even if you have to kneel down to pretend it. At the beginning, when facing the British royal wedding planner hired by Kate, Roland said very confidently, "Wedding photos don't need to be taken in a specific location. Anyway, you have money and time, so you can go wherever you want." Not only that, he was young and frivolous and ignorant at the time and said, "The wedding dress for the wedding day will be customized separately, and the others can refer to first line finished products. Buy whichever one you like. This is a once in a lifetime event, so you can't just settle for it." So, Kate, who was warmed by these two bold words, combined them slightly according to the context. First, she took Roland to various major wedding dress brands to choose the styles she liked. The most classic heart-shaped neck wedding dress, the halter neck wedding dress that highlights the waist curve, the one-shoulder neck wedding dress full of retro temperament, the lace sleeve wedding dress that adds temptation, and the fishtail wedding dress that outlines the figure. She bought them all. If the act of picking out 17 sets in 3 days was completely acceptable to Roland, because while he was sitting in the dressing room admiring Kate's changing clothes, the money needed to buy these wedding dresses had already been earned by his tools, then Kate's reluctance to wear clothes afterwards, the act of not wanting to wear ordinary clothes, really made him see the madness of women. After choosing the wedding dress, Kate pulled Roland to discuss the location of the wedding photos. The Mouth of Truth in Rome, the Wall of Love in Paris, the Sagrada Familia in Spain, the Amalienborg Palace in Copenhagen, the Sea of Flowers in Amsterdam, the Poetic Lake in Fussen, the Cliff Heights at the North Cape. These are the places Kate wants to go. After finalizing the location, Kate flew to wherever she wanted to take pictures, just like playing a tour of the world. According to different scenery, choose different wedding dresses, and then pose according to the shape. In the past few months, Roland saw the most women wearing wedding dresses and women wearing nothing at all. Compared with this monotonous change, the happiness that overflowed from every pore of his body was the only eternal one. At first, Roland thought that this was Kate's excitement after her wish came true, because he knew that Kate was also a rational person. And the other party had said to him before, "I liked your face first, then your money, and finally gave up my acting career for you." But when Kate took out the drawing board prepared by her assistant in advance and acted coquettishly to Roland, asking him to record a sweet photo of the two of them in every city he went to, Roland realized that even the most heartless people have their own fantasies. Even if the original intention of the two parties to get together is for profit. After going through this stage and deciding to build a family together for the rest of their lives, the kind of mutual communication of knowing each other's roots and opening their hearts can make the two parties have a closer relationship. This kind of feeling is not love, but it has surpassed love. In life, lovers may have their own little tricks, but they don't. Because both parties know each other's goals. Roland helped Kate fulfill her biggest wish in life, and Kate understood that Roland was obsessed with power. Lovers with similar values may still have their own conflicts, but they didn't. Because most conflicts in the world originate from greed. But what can they be greedy for now? This subtle change surprised both of them. They even believed that, if they reenacted Titanic, their current state could completely crush their previous erotic love. But at the same time, they were also happy about it, because no one wanted to force a lifetime with a hard stone. Therefore, for Roland now, painting for his wife is indeed the most important thing. Because business is never finished, but people cannot be missed. As long as someone has connections, there is always a chance to remedy the unsuccessful business. But if the person in front of him runs away, where should Roland find someone to confide in? With the improvement of his status, what he desires most now is not money and love, but to confide and listen, because only this method can make him, who is lonely, feel warm. Finally finished. After Roland came to his wife with his masterpiece, Kate, who had been standing for nearly 3 hours, softened and leaned against her husband without any image. While supporting Roland, she bent down and kept slapping her legs with her hands. Ouch. It's so numb. If you're slower, my legs will probably break. Roland's crying complaints made him chuckle. Isn't this the pose you chose? I didn't ask you to do it. When the two arrived in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, Kate saw the fisherman's bastion and the Danube River, and wanted to take a theme photo of a girl looking at the distant battlefield, based on the war history here, hoping that her fiancé would return triumphantly to marry her. The creativity, copywriting, content, storyboards, everything was prepared by Kate herself. And Roland was just a tool who listened to his wife. But although this is a fact, how can Kate be happy to say such words of shirking responsibility at this time? This is like a couple playing a game in the arena. After winning a round, the nurse happily told her boyfriend that her healing amount had reached a new high. At this time, her boyfriend suddenly replied that it was because the other 3 DPS were too stupid to stand in the enemy's AoE and take a shower. Isn't this asking for a fight? Is the girl here to discuss tactics with you? No. She just wants you to praise her for being awesome. So, Kate, who was still hammering her legs, stood up with a pout. Since the theme of today's photo shoot is lovesickness, Kate wore a long-sleeved wedding dress that didn't show her shoulders or back. In order to reflect her longing for her lover and her loyalty to love, this wedding dress didn't have any complicated patterns. From top to bottom, it was pure white, extremely simple. Because of this, when Kate frowned and glared at Roland, her immaturity in the boudoir instantly broke out. And when she raised her hand to hammer Roland's shoulder, her temper made her look even more adorable. If you can't speak, don't speak. No one thinks you're dumb. What do you mean I chose the position myself? This is clearly the result of a discussion between you and me. Did I block your mouth during the discussion? From the beginning, I didn't deprive you of your right to make suggestions. So, you can't put the blame on me alone now. The sound of slap, slap, slap attracted the attention of the surrounding staff. Although the sound was loud, every slap of Kate's hand hit the shoulder pad of the suit. Roland's behavior of making a lot of noise, but not doing anything made him speak quickly, smiling. Oh, look at my memory. I forgot that this was the result of our discussion. But this is really one person's responsibility. Who told you to look so beautiful in this conservative wedding dress? I was just thinking about it when I was painting. How could you come up with such a good idea? Compared to you, I haven't learned any composition skills from Stephen and James in these years. Kate, who was not angry at all, rolled her eyes at the flattering words. When Roland smiled and presented his finished work in front of her, she, who was still angry in front of Roland, couldn't help but pursed her lips, and her beautiful eyes smiled into crescents. Kate in the painting, with her back against the castle attic, the open door proved her belonging. With her hands on the fence, the slightly tilted curve perfectly interprets the inner expectation and desire. Facing the distance, there are mountains and rivers painted by MIU, symbolizing the illusory love. The sparkling Danube is like a natural moat, perfectly dividing reality and dreams. It's not bad, is it? Although she was very happy, Kate still said shamelessly, there is room for improvement. Roland shook his head repeatedly with his puffy cheeks. No, 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 no matter how hard I try, I can't draw your true beauty. Kate's elementary school-like words finally broke her efforts. She tilted her head and smiled. Hey, are you excited? I don't understand what you are talking about. Roland continued to play dumb. However, this suicidal behavior directly deprived Kate of his opportunity to defend himself. Okay. Don't understand, right? Then you don't need to understand. My feet are numb. Carry me back. What? Roland was shocked. Before he could react, Kate had already put her arms around his neck and relaxed her body naturally. Like a koala, she hung on her man. Such behavior made Roland say that he was losing money, but after he and the cheating guy looked at each other for a long time, the smug look made him admit defeat and took her away from the scene in a princess hug. Where are you going? Roland didn't want to give a good face to this guy who was pushing him, but Kate, who was satisfied, giggled. Let's go back to the hotel to change clothes and have dinner. Isn't this how we have been living these days? For ordinary people, taking wedding photos may be a double torture of body and mind, because the merchants who want to make money from you will constantly manipulate you and make you do various poses according to their requirements to achieve large-scale production within a limited time. But for Roland and Kate, the merchants who follow the shooting only need to do one thing. That is to shut up. In this way, acting according to one's own preferences is the norm in the group. While eating, they talked about everything and talked about the afternoon phone call. Who called you when you were painting in the afternoon? Kate asked. David. Roland answered casually. David? Why did he call suddenly? Did he want to ask you how the wedding preparations are going? Kate was curious. Upon hearing this, Roland shook his head like a rattle. No way. It's a business matter. He told me that Amazon learned from some sources that News Corporation wants to enter the e-commerce field. Roland briefly described the matter. Is it serious? After hearing the cause of the incident, Kate asked again with concern. Should we go back or ask someone to find out about News Corporation's movements? Didn't you just swallow up their Blue Sky Studios? Is this revenge? Although Kate has always said that everything must be done by her before the wedding is completed, but this kind of thing is just a casual remark. When she is free, she will take away the right to speak at home, but when things really come to the door, support and companionship are the only choice. No need. Roland didn't worry so much and repeated his previous judgment. When the internet bubble collapses, News Corporation will not take risks. What if? Kate was still a little worried. What if? There is no what if. Roland said confidently. E-commerce needs to rely on burning money to occupy the market. News Corporation can afford this money, but the market will not give them the confidence to burn money. Even if News Corporation can convince all shareholders to enter the market after the collapse of the internet bubble, what they will do is to acquire those e-commerce platforms that are still alive in the market. But apart from Amazon, isn't eBay the only one that still has a chance of survival? And the best way to beat eBay is, what is it? Kate hated Roland's behavior of speaking half sentences the most. Hurry up and say it. Pa slapped her man's thigh again. I'll tell you. Roland couldn't deal with this kind of person, so he directly revealed the mystery. The best way to beat eBay is to acquire PayPal. That's right. In Roland's opinion, those media groups that are hostile to News Corporation are too low level to fan the flames. Because of debts of nearly 10 billion, News Corporation, which is being targeted and hammered by those media giants, has no time to burn money in new industries. Even if News Corp really carried out capital invasion and wanted to retaliate against Roland by buying, Roland could also buy and fight back. Because besides Amazon, only eBay is worth buying in the market. If JD.com copied Amazon, then Teo Bayo learned from eBay. As a B2C e-commerce platform, Amazon does not need the endorsement of a third-party payment platform, but as a C2C e-commerce platform, without the endorsement of a third-party payment platform, users would not dare to choose it at all. As the saying goes, B2C has 3 treasures: brand, channel, and good sales. C2C has 3 treasures: you open, I buy, and Alipay. Teo Bayo took off because of the existence of Alipay, and eBay was not eliminated because it acquired PayPal. In this way, if you want to strangle eBay, the best way is to acquire PayPal. As for what you say, News Corp can also create a PayPal by itself. That's just wishful thinking. Before the company moved to the United States, without Wall Street's intervention, those politicians who wanted to kill them could fill the Pacific Ocean. To be honest, if News Corporation wanted to retaliate from other channels, Roland would still be nervous, but e-commerce. The probability of News Corporation winning is not even as high as the probability of hackers only clicking a like after hacking the account. So you want to acquire PayPal? After hearing what Roland said, Kate relaxed again. And Roland's answer was even more casual: acquire. When we go back in August, let David acquire it. Although Roland was full of confidence after making the mistake of arrogance last time, he still chose to be cautious. Regardless of whether News Corporation wanted to attack him or not, it would be right to acquire PayPal. First, after acquiring PayPal, it would be able to effectively threaten eBay and consolidate Amazon's position in the circle. Second, he is a major shareholder of Apple and Google after all. After acquiring PayPal, it can monopolize the entire third-party payment market. When Apple mobile phones are popular all over the world, Apple Pay will be directly cut off. When Android competes with it, Google Pay will be stillborn. Although credit cards are the mainstream way for people to pay, but there is no need for so many third-party payments. This kind of business is enough for one company to do, and it is better for Roland to do it himself than for others to do it. Just like Warren Buffett said, each of our companies, if we want to live longer and live more comfortably, we will eventually need to build our own moat. PayPal is a moat that can curb the development of competitors while strengthening itself. As for why this kind of thing was not mentioned before, it is because August. Kate was stunned after hearing this word, because she didn't know why Roland said this inexplicably. But when Roland pulled her into his arms, put his hands in her hair, massaged her scalp, and helped her recall the comfortable feeling, made Kate, who was like a cat, suddenly realize, oh, I almost forgot those things while playing. August, is it the day when Freaky Friday is released, right? Chapter 342 Conspiracy. In early October 1999, the filming of Freaky Friday started, and in mid-December 1999, the filming of Freaky Friday was completed. As the 5th film of the Olson sisters, the 3rd film in which they starred, and the second to last film, before they were about to retire, Roland, as the eldest brother in the family, actually didn't care much. Why? Because he didn't need to care. As the saying goes, the glory in front of people is vicissitudes behind the scenes. In front of the public, the stars are glamorous, but behind the scenes, that the public can't see, the stars are still at the bottom of the food chain. They can't say the truth they want to say, they can't do what they want to do. Even if they want to vent their inner dissatisfaction, they have to hide it, for fear of being discovered. Once discovered, the stars can only shirk responsibility and try every means to get themselves out of the whirlpool of critical public opinion. But when passing the buck, the stars have to carefully find someone to blame. If it is a social animal who is unable to shout, it can still have some concealing effect. If the blame is passed on to the capital, the blame phenomenon will occur, while the capital from all sides takes the initiative to take the blame. They will also personally go down and hammer these stars to the point that they can't take care of themselves. What a marketing account for 1,000 years. What don't want to be famous, but participate in variety shows. What a comminuted fracture, but can practice dancing after 5 days. Just beat them to death with sticks. In front of capital, stars can only be an obedient tool. In this case, Roland thinks it's okay for the Olson sisters to shoot anything, because no matter whether it is word of mouth or performance, it can't affect them now, and they can control others. So, are you willing to give your fiancé a few days off? Roland rubbed Kate's head, as if pinching the face of a Shiba Inu. Oh, stop it. Kate wanted to slap Roland's hand away, but unfortunately, she struggled twice and couldn't escape. So, she leaned on Roland's arms and muttered, "No." "What?" This answer surprised Roland a little. "Why not?" "Because you said that you would listen to me during this period." Kate raised her right hand and shook her index finger in front of Roland. "So, if I want to give you a holiday, you will have a holiday. If I don't want to give you a holiday, you won't have a holiday, and now I don't want to." Such words made Roland frown. But before he could get serious, Kate had already turned around. Poking Roland's chest with his index finger, he said proudly, "But now I want to watch Olson's movie, so not only do you not have a vacation now, but you also have to accompany me back to attend the premiere." Roland's godlike brain circuit made him frown. When he caught the smile hidden in Kate's eyes, he wanted to prove his position as the emperor of the family. He pressed Kate on his thigh like a chick. Then he implemented the family law without hesitation, hitting the soft peach. "I'll let you joke with me endlessly." Ah. Roland, stop hitting me. Kate struggled to escape in pain. "I'll let you joke with me endlessly. Help. 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 My husband is abusing me." After failing, Kate shouted for help again. "I'll let you joke with me endlessly." "Woo woo woo honey, I was wrong." Kate, who couldn't struggle and had no one to help, admitted defeat. Such words also made Roland stop. "Will you dare to do it again in the future?" "No, no." Kate shook her head repeatedly. "Humph." Roland snorted and let go of Kate. When she got up again, her blushing cheeks looked like ripe peaches. Her upturned mouth could hang a bottle of oil. "Why are you staring at me?" After seeing his wife's unwilling behavior, Roland, who wanted to pretend to bully his wife and bring back the place he lost in the afternoon, asked in a timid manner, "Did I go too lightly?" However, before he finished speaking, Kate had stretched her neck, opened her bloody mouth, and bit Roland's shoulder directly. Then, there was a burst of ghost screams. "Oh oh oh. Don't bite. Don't bite. I was wrong. I was wrong." In addition to the acquisition of Blue Sky Studios, many major events happened in July. First of all, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which Roland didn't care about at all, was finally released. After being screened at the Cannes Film Festival, Sony arranged for the film to be screened in Asia first. On July 6th, it was first screened in Malaysia and Singapore. On July 7th, the flame spread to Ang Lee's hometown. On July 8th, The Other Side of the Strait also screened the film. On July 13th, the headquarters of Anil Films also pushed it hard. On July 15th, Indonesia also saw this Western story in Eastern Skin. According to Sony's arrangement, the film will be screened in a regional rotation mode, first entering the market that can accept martial arts culture and using the performance in these regions to exchange for theaters in the Western world. Not only that, when it enters Europe and North America, they will not spread the film in a big way, but control the number of theaters where it is screened, exclude ordinary audiences, and attract film critics who can make up their minds to watch it first, and create a perfect publicity gimmick for this film through their mouths. When the storm of public opinion is formed, the screening market will be gradually expanded. At that time, regardless of whether ordinary people are interested or not, they will be attracted to the theater by the high reputation. If they understand it, everyone will be happy. If they don't understand it, the professional film reviews that have been circulating on major online forums for a long time can also teach them how to be a good person. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with this publicity and promotion model. But for Roland, it takes too long. Therefore, on the day when Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was released in Southeast Asia, IMDb had already included its information. A week after the release, the 9.0 points scored by nearly 5,000 people attracted the attention of most people. Then, some netizens who had nothing to do after dinner pointed out that the film was suspected of brushing the score and took the initiative to report it to the authorities. After receiving the news, the authorities, who regarded the user's reputation as more important than the sky, intervened strongly and tried to eliminate the possible tricks in the background investigation and on-site investigation. Not only that, on the second day of the investigation, IMDb also issued a written result that most of the people who scored were indeed in the same region. Such a situation satisfied those netizens who were bored. They thought that such a score-brushing movie would soon get the punishment it deserved. But 5 days later, the report of the investigators who went to the screening location to watch the movie in person surprised them, because the 10 investigators selected by Amidst in 10 countries all gave a positive review of no less than 8 points. I don't understand martial arts, but I can see that this is a wonderful action-adventure movie. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a fascinating action epic. It is not about the confrontation between two armies in boring action movies, but about the story of personal achievement, honor, and dignity. An action movie that breaks gravity. Incredible movie masterpiece. The Eastern sense and sensibility. Such comments made him views as unbelievable. Although there were only 10 investigators in total, these guys were all randomly selected by IMDb officials in Europe and North America. Many of them had received feedback emails from their registrations before, and their credibility was unquestionable. Not only that, before departure, the information of these people was also officially disclosed according to the process. After clicking on their homepage, everyone can see the efforts made by these users in the past few years to help the website improve the information database. The supplementary information recognized by the vast majority of people is an irrefutable fact. When these people think the movie is good, curiosity arises spontaneously, like a cat's claw, constantly scratching their hearts. Just when these guys were confused and decided to pay attention to a wave of movies and wait for them to be released at their doorsteps, when they tasted them personally, hey, countless reports related to them suddenly appeared on the homepages of MSN and Yahoo. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is the best movie at the end of the 20th century. An epic myth far beyond Star Wars, The Phantom Menace. A perfect love that crushes Titanic. A strong contender for the 73rd Academy Award for Best Picture. Sony's greatest investment, after acquiring Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures. The extremely exaggerated slogans stunned those abusers. What was even more surprising than them were the ordinary netizens. No one could figure out where the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon came from. After reading the news reports and figuring out the situation, they found out that Sony, the investor of the movie, had invested a lot in publicity. If they hadn't invested, why would there be a news headline that far surpassed The Phantom Menace? If they hadn't invested, which film critic would write a desperate article that crushed Titanic's perfect love? No matter how bad the former is, it's still Star Wars with hundreds of millions of fans. As for the latter, Roland's fans can spray away Sony's market value of hundreds of billions. What kind of movie is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? How can a movie I have never heard of surpass Southwestern? A love story greater than Titanic? Just because of Ang Lee? Is Sony crazy about making money? They come up with such publicity? Who knows when this movie will be released? I will definitely go back to the cinema to support it. I want to see how good this movie is. Panasonic has given up. Sony is really strong. The sudden publicity and overwhelming discussion made Sony full of questions. They were just about to promote the movie in North America, but they ran into tap water. There was such a good thing. When they investigated the whole thing and found that the popularity of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was related to the company controlled by Roland, they felt frustrated and entangled because they couldn't figure out what the current situation was. Why did Roland buy a press release for us? I don't know. This PR press release looks like it was bought by him. It's very bad for us. It's disrupted all our plans. There's nothing we can do. Are we still going to do a preview? What should we do now? Public opinion has already risen. If we find someone to blow the whistle, it will only have a counterproductive effect. Then just release it directly? Go ahead. Although the wind direction is dangerous, the momentum is already very good. Yes, yes, yes. Is the reputation of the movie important? As long as it can make money like the Blair Witch Project, it's enough. In fact, the performance of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is not important to Roland. All he wants is to tie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to Sony. He wants everyone to know that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a project promoted by Sony. He wants to firmly engrave the concept that the fundamental purpose of Sony's invasion of Hollywood is to get a share of the world's public opinion in the hearts of the public. It's that simple. While Sony was frantically preparing for the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, on July 25th, Roland, who was packing his luggage to leave Europe, heard an unexpected news. A Concorde passenger plane that was originally scheduled to fly from Charles de Gaulle International Airport in Paris, France to John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York, USA, crashed in Venice, a suburb of the city, shortly after taking off, killing all 100 passengers and 9 crew members on board, and causing the death of 4 people on the ground. Concorde is the world's only supersonic passenger plane, which can fly at twice the speed of sound at an altitude close to space. Before, Concorde was hailed as the world's safest and fastest civil airliner, but now, they are experiencing the first catastrophic accident in their operating career. After investigation, people learned that on the day of the crash, there was a long metal part on the runway that fell out of the number 1 engine of Continental Airlines' McDonnell Douglas DC-10 passenger plane. When the Concorde took off, the wheel rolled over the part, causing the tire to burst. The tire fragments shot towards the wing oil cylinder, cutting the cables of the landing gear, causing sparks to ignite the oil leak and fire. The point is that at the time, the air traffic control personnel and crew members had discovered this problem, but because the plane had to take off, because it had taxied to V1 speed, the captain wanted to fly to Paris Le Bourget Airport 5 kilometers away for an emergency landing, but the problem was that the number 2 engine of the plane had been shut down, and the number 1 engine was ignited, making it impossible for the plane to climb and accelerate. In the end, the tragedy occurred. This investigation result made the Concorde, which can fly at supersonic speed, the most dangerous civil airliner in the world. Because if this kind of thing happened to a subsonic airliner, they could definitely avoid it, because they couldn't accelerate. As a result, calls for airlines to stop flying such aircraft and to pay huge compensation to the victims intensified. At the same time, all major media in the United States revealed the dark history of Concorde. In June 1975, a tire burst occurred at Caracas Airport. In June 1979, a tire burst occurred at Dulles International Airport. A month later in July, the second tire burst occurred at Dulles International Airport in the same year. In August 1981, they continued to have tires burst when taking off from New York. In November 1985, they left Heathrow Airport because of a tire burst, which blew up 2 engines. In July 1993, when landing at Heathrow Airport, the tire exploded. In October of the same year, the same airport, the same explosion. When these facts were placed in front of the public, Concorde could only swallow its anger and say that it would compensate the victims. On the day they promised, Airbus's stock price plummeted. That's right. Concorde is an Airbus model. The reason why the American media attacked them was, firstly, to whitewash the engine parts that McDonnell Douglas left on the runway, and secondly, to make the whole accident a tragedy caused by product quality problems. This would not only hit Airbus market share, but also help Boeing get more orders. If the matter ended here, it would be a small victory. But the news that followed made Roland full of surprises. When he stepped on California land again, the first thing that appeared in his ears was the unified news from major media radio stations. The American Department of Justice has reached a settlement with Microsoft and withdrawn its antitrust investigation into Microsoft's Windows operating system. What Microsoft needs to pay is to stop interfering with the right of personal computer manufacturers to freely choose the system and to open part of the source code of the Windows software so that Microsoft's competitors can also write applications on the operating system. Not only that, at the same time as reaching a settlement, Microsoft also publicly announced that it would acquire Yahoo, and Ronald Perelman, who had kicked the founder out of the management and served as chairman, also announced that Yahoo was very willing to negotiate with Microsoft. When this news came out, the world was shocked. If everyone knows that under the trend of economic globalization, America cannot dismantle Microsoft and will only allow it to complete the monopoly, and the so-called split is just a show, pretending to be just, then what is the acquisition of Yahoo? Openly agreeing to industry monopoly? Then isn't this an act of imperialism? Imperialism is the highest and final stage of capitalist development, relying on capital export to make other countries work, change the economic life of other countries. Before, you at least put on a show, but now, you don't want to act anymore? Then isn't the next step to overthrow While the world was shocked, the European Union also reacted. They were also investigating the suspected monopoly of Microsoft's Windows system, and stated righteously that they would never approve Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo. They would never let Microsoft, which is suspected of operating system monopoly, continue to monopolize the internet. But soon after their statement was issued, the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States stated that after the bombing of Air France Flight 4590, they would immediately launch another investigation into the safety standards of the Concorde manufacturer. They had evidence to suspect that the safety standards of the Concorde manufacturer did not meet the passenger requirements, and once verified, they would include all the related manufacturers of the Concorde in the list of prohibited imports. As soon as this news came out, the EU was silent. Because this is an open conspiracy. Didn't the EU not approve Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo? Then we will beat the shit out of Airbus, which has had a series of accidents. Aerospace and the internet, you choose one. Note, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was indeed screened all the way. In the United States alone, the media previewed 5 times. First, by media reviews, then show it in the region, exclude ordinary audiences through the weekday scheduling standards, and wait for public opinion to rise before large-scale release. In this way, anyone who says it is bad is either mentally retarded, or a water army sent by the opponent. They are very skilled at this kind of marketing. Compared with them, our Navy can be beaten to pieces just by labeling. The IMDb score of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon even reached 8.8 before the Oscars. This score is not exaggerated. IMDb must have rated it on a 20-point scale. During the new millennium, Sony's market value did exceed $100 billion, which was once higher than Berkshire Hathaway, and then it was destroyed by the United States. The crash of Air France Flight 4590 was really a tragedy. In the end, this model was directly withdrawn from the stage of history. And the United States did attack Airbus at that time, and they fought fiercely for the market. Chapter 343 My Lawyer Father. Great. I didn't expect Microsoft to have such a trick. Roland was sitting in a visitor's chair in the CEO's office at Apple headquarters, turning around. After learning that Microsoft had made a direct offer to acquire Yahoo, while escaping the antitrust investigation by the Department of Justice, Roland flew to Steve Jobs without saying a word, because he wanted to know how such a thing was accomplished. Roland has always been a green tea, that is, he wanted to sell Yahoo to Microsoft to cash out, but he was afraid that Microsoft would become an invincible dragon that monopolizes the operating system and the internet after swallowing Yahoo. It was with this kind of fear of gain and loss that he has been paying attention to this transaction, eager for an external force to cut off Microsoft's evil intention of acquisition and give himself a larger living space. In his imagination, the only ones who can do this are the violent institutions in the world. For example, the US Department of Commerce does not approve it, the EU antitrust regulator does not approve it, and other countries raise questions. Among these violent institutions, the American Department of Commerce is obviously unreliable because it has become an indelible label that it wants to be a bitch and a saint. The doubts and accusations of other countries cannot hinder Microsoft. Even if the bear is willing to come out and shout a few times, it will be useless. Only the European Union can forcibly stop this transaction. But the problem is that the idea is beautiful and the reality is full. Before Roland could imagine the situation where the European Union would hammer Microsoft to death, Microsoft had already stood together with the American Department of Commerce and hammered the European Union to pieces. This situation was unexpected for Roland, and this speed made Roland even more difficult to understand. How can there be such a fast person in the world? If the crash of Air France Flight 4590 was an excuse delivered to the door, how to turn this excuse into a knife to attack the enemy in the shortest time? This transformation is the horror of capital. When Roland was puzzled and confused and asked Steve Jobs, who was most familiar with Bill Gates, this question, the guy standing in front of the French window looking out at the scenery, laughed. Surprised? Asked the Apple godfather. Of course, aren't you surprised? Roland replied. Oh, your state is really rare. Jobs turned around, folded his arms, and leaned on the windowsill. What can't you figure out? I don't understand why the National Transportation Safety Board suddenly helped Microsoft. Roland said bluntly, "You know, even if the Department of Justice and Microsoft reached a settlement, it doesn't mean that the federal government has to help Microsoft. This change is too abrupt, making the previous targeting a big show. A big show to fool the world." Roland's words made Jobs nod, and he pulled out his right hand, as if introducing the product to the world at a new product launch conference, and said confidently, "I agree with your point of view, and I also think their change is too abrupt. But what if I tell you that at this time, the National Transportation Safety Board must come forward?" "What?" Roland didn't understand. Jobs continued to explain, "You heard it right. The National Transportation Safety Board has to step in at this time. On the surface, it is helping Microsoft, but in fact, it is helping Boeing and Lockheed Martin. I think you should know about Airbus. It is the world's largest global passenger aircraft manufacturer. It is a product of the integration of the entire European aerospace industry. It is formed by the merger of Germany's DF, MBB, MTU, France's Ross, Matra, and Spain's CASA. The reason for its formation is to confront Boeing. It is precisely because of their crazy mergers that Boeing's market share has been eroded, so they propose to acquire McDonnell Douglas. But you have to know that McDonnell Douglas is the largest military aircraft manufacturer. The F-4 retired in 1996, the F-15 still in service, and the C-17 that was put into service in the 1990s are all their products. So, after the acquisition of McDonnell Douglas, Boeing's history also changed. It once again entered the military market that it had been involved in before the 1960s. Not only that, the three markets of civil, commercial and military make it a direct threat to Airbus's position. So, in order to ensure its own market position, Airbus established an independent company, SAS, in January last year, which specializes in the research and development of military aircraft. Not only that, they also directly participated in NATO's A400M military transport aircraft research and development plan. The main function of the A400M military transport aircraft is to increase the tactical air transport capabilities of the country that uses it. Before they announced their independent research and development, this market had been occupied by Ukraine's Condor and Lockheed Martin's Hercules. If Airbus succeeds in its research and development, it will inevitably have a serious impact on these two models. So, after the crash of Air France Flight 4590, it was our National Transportation Safety Committee that had to stick to their safety standards. If Airbus safety standards were found to be problematic by us, then which country would be willing to pay for the A400M they developed except for themselves? For a company that makes civilian tires that frequently explode, which country would dare to use their transport aircraft to transport troops? At the same time, the small passenger plane A318 that Airbus is developing is aimed at Boeing's 737-600, which was only launched in 1998. In the words of Airbus, their goal is to seize the medium-range market below 4,000 nautical miles. In the face of such a plan, if our National Transportation Safety Board can smash their safety standards, Boeing's market position will be more stable. At this point, the Apple godfather stopped talking. He shook his eyebrows at Roland, and his knowing smile made Roland suddenly realize. It turned out that the original intention of the National Transportation Safety Board was not to help Microsoft acquire Yahoo, but to allow Lockheed Martin and Boeing to gain a larger market share from Airbus. But the problem is that you can understand it, but you can still be confused. After understanding the good intentions of the Federation, another question popped up in Roland's mind. If the Federation is not representing Microsoft now, then Microsoft, isn't it a case of tampering with porcelain? Tampering with the Federation's porcelain? Tampering with the EU's porcelain? And when these two companies react, Microsoft will inevitably face their counterattack. The EU will definitely hold on to the acquisition. After all, no one is a fool. 1-for-1 is a fair trade. 1-for-2 is a huge loss. The Federation will also continue to make trouble. Because they have been kidnapped by Microsoft. That means there is still a chance that Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo will be rejected. As soon as Roland said this, Jobs immediately understood what the kid in front of him was thinking. He chuckled twice, walked to the water dispenser, and poured 2 glasses of water. When he came back and handed them to Roland, he muttered, "TSK, TSK, TSK, William may not know yet. The guy who took the initiative to sell Yahoo actually hates him. Such a teasing made Roland, who had perfect expression management, laugh. No, I'm just concerned about my friends. I'm also concerned about myself. Concerned about friends? Are you concerned about whether Carl Icahn and Ronald Perelman will lose money because of this deal? Jobs didn't believe Roland's nonsense, shrugged and said, concerned about yourself? Are you concerned about whether your Blizzard Entertainment can still take advantage of Microsoft's bucks? I remember that your company has already obtained their test machine. Roland did not give a clear answer to this tentative inquiry. Of course, it was not that he didn't want to answer, but after Blizzard Entertainment got on the right track, he didn't ask about its development. Not to mention whether Blizzard Entertainment had obtained the Xbox test machine. Even among the game projects that Blizzard Entertainment was developing, he only knew about World of Warcraft that David Olson had talked to him about last time. Jobs saw the silence as a tacit agreement. He was too lazy to delve into the issue and said, the Concorde is a supersonic aircraft. It was a project from the 1950s. From 1965 to 1979, they produced a total of 20 aircraft. According to the performance standards at the time, the tires of the Concorde were indeed qualified. After 30 years of development, the Concorde was already on the verge of being eliminated. Although it only takes 3 hours to fly from London to New York, which is the fastest in the world, the high cost has kept their ticket prices above $9,000. They were not aircraft for the general public, so after the air crash, giving up and retiring them was actually the most common choice. In this case, even if our National Transportation Safety Board has sufficient reasons to put Airbus on the list of prohibited imports, the EU can find an explanation clause to allow Airbus to continue to enter other markets. Hacking Airbus may really allow Lockheed Martin and Boeing to gain more market share, but if they are only hammered for a single market, it is not cost effective. So, Microsoft will take advantage. Oh my god. Can it be like this? Roland was shocked. He didn't expect that using Airbus safety standards as an excuse to let the EU approve Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo was actually taking advantage. If Yahoo can be acquired painlessly just by taking advantage, then this advantage is too big. And, to be honest, Roland can't understand this kind of thinking of taking advantage. Because for the Federation, Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo is unnecessary. Microsoft is an American company that has already monopolized the operating system market, and Yahoo is also an American company that currently occupies most of the internet portal market. In this case, their combination is a superposition of monopoly and monopoly. From the perspective of the Federation, it is a completely thankless case. Since both companies are American, there is no need for them to make any acquisitions. Because even if there is no acquisition, it is our Federation plundering the world. But this explanation doesn't make sense. Roland shook his head. If I were the Federation, I would definitely refuse. Because this acquisition will neither increase my profits nor reduce my market. Not only that, approving this acquisition will greatly damage our image. So, taking advantage is just an excuse. This analysis brought a smile to Jobs' face. He shook the water glass, looked at the vortex that suddenly formed, and denied, no, you got me wrong. I said Microsoft took advantage, not William. Roland didn't understand. His confused look made Jobs shake his head. This situation made him stop keeping the secret. Microsoft took advantage of William. The William the first mentioned is not William Henry Gates III, but his father, William Henry Gates II. William's father is a lawyer, a very famous lawyer. He used to be the president of the Seattle Bar Association, and later became the president of the King County Bar Association, and then the president of the Washington State Bar Association. To put it bluntly, if you commit a crime in Washington State, as long as you hire William's father, there is no case that you can't win, no matter whether the guy suing you is an individual or the federal government. And you also know that in the federal government, guys in various positions are basically lawyers, not to mention the federal courts. lawyers from Washington state, are the largest faction in it. So from the beginning, we didn't think Microsoft would be split up, because if there really was a problem, his father would be able to find a way to replace the judge in charge of the split case. At this point, Jobs seemed to be envious, but more like helpless. He took a sip of water and complained, "Damn guy. When he started his business, his mother could help him get orders. When he monopolized the market, his father could help him solve all legal problems." Such words made Roland chuckle. After all, there must be people before there can be a society. This response made Jobs roll his eyes at Roland. "Oh, yes. You are such a person too. I still remember the Google incident. When I was your age, I could only be kicked out by Sequoia Capital, and you." Roland shook his head repeatedly after hearing the sarcastic words, and Jobs did not dwell on such boring topics, but continued with the previous words. "Since we all think that his father can influence the personnel issues of the federal court for his son, then when the opportunity for Microsoft to acquire Yahoo arises, isn't it the most normal choice for his father to come forward to help? The point is, his father doesn't have to spend too much effort to help now, because like Microsoft, Boeing's headquarters is also in Seattle, and the team of lawyers hired by Boeing have always been his father's people. When Boeing wanted the NTSB to discuss Airbus, why didn't they make a deal with Microsoft when they knew they couldn't make any actual profit? You have used Yahoo to show the world how the internet can guide public opinion many times. When this power is in the hands of your own people, the criticism of Airbus will only increase day by day. After all, the war of public opinion is also a war." Jobs winked at Roland. "Fuck. A kind of plant." Roland smiled on the surface, but he was empty in his heart. Since the old man has made it so clear, if Roland still doesn't understand, then he is a fool. Microsoft's shaking of the NTSB is actually very simple. It's nothing more than the most common routine in novels. After the younger one is beaten, the older one comes. I saw my son being targeted, and I felt so distressed. When I was about to help my son solve the problem, I suddenly found that in the process of solving the problem, I could also slap those guys who bullied my son. So, I took action. The Federation doesn't want to see Microsoft acquire Yahoo. It doesn't matter. The military-industrial complex just needs Microsoft to acquire Yahoo. Because when the tools of public opinion are in the hands of their own people, this camp will be stronger. As for whether the Federation is willing or not, in this case, they have to be willing, even if they don't want to. First, Airbus can't make any actual profits. Second, it can't refuse the capital kidnapping. And third, actually, after the internet bubble was punctured, Yahoo is not having a good time now. So far, they still haven't found a way to make large-scale profits. At this time, if there is a huge flow of funds to support them, then their chances of finding a profit model will also increase. Okay, I'm fine. Roland sighed and patted his body. At this point, he no longer has any illusions. Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo is a foregone conclusion, and he personally created a unique dragon for himself. Oh, right. These things have nothing to do with us, right? Roland thought of his deal with Microsoft. After hearing his question, Jobs smiled and said, "Of course it matters. Money is not that easy to earn." Notes: the A400M military transport aircraft project that Airbus intervened in the late 1990s did make Lockheed Martin feel threatened, so they directly upgraded their own Hercules, drove out the Super Hercules, C-130 Joules, and officially delivered it to the US military in 2004. Which was also the reason for the death hammer on Airbus at that time. The A318 that Airbus wanted to compete with Boeing was a failed product. The reason for the failure was not that the aircraft had problems, but that the United States would never define it as a small passenger aircraft and had to charge various fees according to the standards of large passenger aircraft. Therefore, airlines bought it, which was equivalent to buying loneliness, with revenue plummeting and costs unchanged. In the Microsoft antitrust case, the Supreme Court replaced the judge. This matter has been mentioned before, and Gates' father did have a close cooperative relationship with Boeing. Among the government orders Microsoft received in 2003, the biggest breakthrough was that Boeing invited Microsoft to do system protection for military aircraft. Chapter 344 Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. If there were Instagram these days, Roland would be able to go viral on the internet just by publishing his daily schedule. At the same time, self-media favorite titles like A Happy Day for Billionaires. Self-discipline is the beginning of freedom. The real difference between rich and poor, the most terrible thing in the world, is not being poor, but people who are richer than you, work harder than you, etc., can capture the attention of countless netizens. Why? Because within 24 hours, Roland flew across 2 countries and 3 cities, flew more than 6,000 kilometers, and negotiated a 100 billion project. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Although Roland flew to Silicon Valley to verify the matter with insiders on the day he returned to China, and after the chat, he flew back home in the afternoon. This kind of flying life did make him physically and mentally exhausted, but compared with the intelligence he got, everything was worth it. Of course, what really affected his mood was not the real story like My Lawyer Dad, that was similar to the title of the composition, but the fight between the rich, that shocked the world the next day, after he returned home. The day after Steve Jobs told Roland that money is not so easy to make, Apple issued a public statement as soon as it got to work, saying that it was a good thing for the federal government to support innovation, and it was also a good thing that Microsoft could reach a settlement with the federal government. But at the same time as reaching a settlement, the disguised compensation related to the education industry in the compensation clause was actually a form of unfair competition. He hoped that the federal government would re-examine the settlement terms that were about to be finalized with Microsoft, and Microsoft should agree that the schools that received the donation could use all the unclaimed funds to purchase any technology products, instead of just choosing Microsoft. Just looking at the statement, no one could find the problem. Because as Microsoft's old rival, Apple is openly dissing the other party's monopoly. The grievances between Apple and Microsoft are all old melons. Not to mention that they are not sweet, even the skin has been eaten up. In this case, Apple's statement is an ordinary bombardment in the eyes of the public. Due to the huge difference in size between the two sides, the symbolic significance is far greater than the actual significance. But just when everyone thought that this kind of voice was just the struggle of the week and Microsoft would not respond at all, Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft, publicly accused Steve Jobs that morning, saying that he was riding on Microsoft's popularity. I don't know how the settlement agreement that the Department of Justice agreed to became an unfair competition in disguised monopoly in the eyes of Mr. Steve Jobs. If your ideas are the laws of our country, then I believe that with your temper, America will have to be renamed the Apple Empire. If you really think you have a lot of time, you can use the energy you envy us Microsoft to research better products. As far as I know, the new product you launched this month, Power Mac G4 Cube, is not much different from Power Mac G4. But the price is 200 yuan more. If this improvement is your greatest effort, then I think your shareholders will be very angry. Deg. Steve Ballmer's sarcastic response shocked those who thought the old melon was boring. Ever since the rise of Windows, when Apple's market dominance was replaced by Microsoft, Microsoft has never looked at Apple in the eye. Regardless of whether Apple took the initiative to lead the joint lawsuit against Microsoft, or rebuked Microsoft for many years, and exposed Microsoft's ugly face to the public, whenever these hostile attacks appeared, Microsoft always responded simply with a calm attitude, never confronting it head-on, as if arguing with it was a stupid and inferior act. That kind of high-handed attitude has made people accustomed to Apple's incompetent rage, and when one day, the guy in the cloud suddenly came out personally and responded fiercely to the ant's rebuttal, it felt like learning that the fairy who was not worldly would also poop, and it was extremely shocked. Oh my god. Microsoft actually responded to Apple's accusations? What's going on? I know Steve Ballmer is tougher than Bill Gates, but I didn't expect him to be so tough. Is this event, after reaching an antitrust settlement with the Department of Justice? It's going to be fun. Steve Jobs is also a hot-tempered guy. The mutual attacks between Microsoft and Apple instantly attracted the attention of countless people. While everyone was discussing how Steve Jobs would respond to Steve Ballmer's attacks, the CEO of Apple, who should have been extremely busy, gave the public what they wanted most at noon that day. So stating the facts is also a mistake. Isn't your real purpose to turn the settlement compensation into another means to monopolize the market? Moreover, Mr. Steve Ballmer, since you think our company's Power Mac G4 Cube is not good, then which of your company's products can form real core competitiveness? Wasn't the Microsoft DOS you originally wrote for IBM bought from Tim Patterson of Seattle Computer Co. Limited? Wasn't your Windows 1.0 copied from my Mac OS? Wasn't your data software service obtained through the acquisition of Fox? Didn't your IE browser buy Spyglass Mosaic? Wasn't your current email service developed through the acquisition of Hotmail? Since the founding of your Microsoft company, you have never launched a product that truly belongs to you. The Department of Justice feels that you are in line with the development concept of promoting innovation, so it did not split you up. But what is the fact? You never expand the market by yourself. You just wait for others to do it first, and then follow suit to acquire. You are the least innovative company in America. Awesome. The blood-stained response made the crowd excited. Although the whole world knows that Bill Gates and Paul Allen just entered the business with the idea of playing around when they started their business, so they very hastily split and merged the two words microcomputer and software to form the name of Microsoft, which has no novelty. But knowing it does not mean that you can say it. Just like many people know that it was Bill Gates' mother who first helped him get the order from IBM to write key operating system software for PC, and then Microsoft started to make DOS. This entrepreneurial road, similar to pretending to be a woman to chat with, is actually just a private topic of conversation. If it is really put on the table, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? The point is that now Steve Jobs' behavior of publicly exposing his past in front of Steve Ballmer is no different from a fight where you take off your shoes and slap the other person in the face. This kind of humiliating speech makes the audience who don't know the truth look confused, but for the people who like to watch the fun, it's just too cool. This kind of pleasure does not come from the verbal battle between the two sides, nor from the two people exposing each other's past, nor from the dissatisfaction with Microsoft's safe passage through the antitrust case and its acquisition of Yahoo, but from the billionaire's low-profile rogue, who is Steve Jobs, the godfather of Apple, the owner of Pixar Animation, a billionaire with a net worth of over $1 billion, who is Steve Ballmer, the first business manager hired by Bill Gates himself, the current helmsman of Microsoft, a billionaire with a net worth of over $1 billion. When successful people who are unattainable in the eyes of the public roll up their sleeves and punch, open their mouths and spit out foul language, even if they curse at things that people have already known, they can still make the front page headlines of major media. So, that night, all media companies released the news that Apple and Microsoft had a big fight. Because the incident was clear, after the show was broadcast, the whole world knew that when various companies evaluated the matter of the US Department of Justice and Microsoft reached a settlement, Apple had already shown its dissatisfaction with Microsoft. Not only that, Bill Gates' old rival Steve Jobs also found loopholes in the settlement agreement between Microsoft and the federal government. When the news spread around the world, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the European Union, which I felt I could do, jumped out again. They publicly supported Apple, highly praised Steve Jobs' struggle, and used the method of giving him a taste of his own medicine. Just like the National Transportation Safety Board questioned Airbus's safety standards, the European Union was also questioning whether there was a problem with the judgment criteria of the American Antitrust Act. If there is no problem, then as a company that has grown through acquisitions, why is it called a representative of promoting innovation? When the European Union caught Microsoft's handle and fought back in the shortest time, Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo was actually settled. Why? Because the conflict between Apple and Microsoft was originally a stepping stone for the European Union. On the second day after the incident, the verbal war between Steve Ballmer and Steve Jobs also escalated, and on the third day, they had even gone beyond normal product criticism and entered the stage of cursing. Steve Jobs angrily criticized Microsoft as a thief, and Steve Ballmer labeled the other party as a butcher. Steve Jobs angrily criticized Microsoft as a robber, and Steve Ballmer labeled the other party as a tyrant. Steve Jobs angrily criticized Microsoft as a pile of shit, and Steve Ballmer told the fact that the other party abandoned his wife and daughter. Then, it exploded. just as people simply couldn't believe that Steve Jobs could expose Microsoft's lack of innovative spirit while attacking Microsoft. When Steve Ballmer brought up Steve Jobs' old story, in the eyes of the public, the Apple godfather, who originally wanted to criticize Microsoft and take advantage of the verbal advantage, could no longer endure it. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Steve Jobs flew to Seattle. He rushed into the Microsoft building with bare hands and had an offline park with Steve Ballmer. When the scene of the real fight was faithfully recorded by the media who happened to pass by, the people who saw the video were really shocked this time. Because no one thought that things would develop to this extent. Did they really hit someone? Jobs bought a plane ticket to Seattle just to kill Ballmer? It's so cool to hit someone without beeping. Just when people were wondering how this farce would end, the Seattle police who intervened in the investigation also issued an incident report, which stated, Steve Jobs felt that the settlement agreement submitted by Microsoft to the Department of Justice contained implicit misleading clauses, and those clauses did not conform to the spirit of fair competition in the market, so he made accusations, and after encountering Steve Ballmer's nonsense, he felt angry and came to Microsoft headquarters. At first glance, this is just an ordinary description of the incident, but a closer look shows that the words are full of partiality that overflows the report. On the surface, the Seattle police did not make any judgment on the settlement agreement reached between the Department of Justice and Microsoft, but in fact, they explained everything with Steve Ballmer's nonsense. Even they thought that the acquisition just after the settlement was too outrageous. Such a development made the European Union applaud loudly, and comments on the dispute were posted one after another. Not only that, they also pretended to advocate justice and decided to launch a formal investigation into the suppression of Apple by Microsoft in the European market. It is expected that Microsoft will be fined a huge amount of money. When things got to this point, Microsoft's stock price also fell. This situation made Bill Gates, who was sitting at home waiting for the result, couldn't help it. He stood up and said that he hoped Steve Jobs could calm down quickly. We have known each other for so many years, and we can sit down and talk properly. But how could such an excuse be accepted by the tyrant? Steve Jobs, who had returned to Silicon Valley, directly rejected Bill Gates' proposal, and then sent a letter to the Department of Justice, hoping that they would re-examine the settlement terms submitted by Microsoft. When the ball was kicked to the Ministry of Justice, the farce came to an end. When the Ministry of Justice invited Steve Jobs to the headquarters to listen to Microsoft's number one enemy's views on the whole matter, it learned that Apple felt that the clause personal computer manufacturers can freely choose operating systems did not meet the survival needs of companies like Apple that produce their own computers, and did not consider the influence of a company that only sells software on this clause. The Ministry of Justice invited major computer hardware manufacturers to hold a discussion meeting. The entire closed-door meeting lasted for 2 days. When the Ministry of Justice held a press conference on the morning of the third day, the final result was officially released. The Ministry of Justice would not overturn or modify the decision it had made, and would still maintain the settlement agreement reached with Microsoft. However, at the same time, considering that the clause personal computer manufacturers can freely choose operating systems was not completely fair to computer manufacturers that produce their own systems, they suggested that hardware manufacturers should measure their cooperation with non-Windows operating system computer manufacturers by the standards for treating computer manufacturers using Windows operating systems. To be honest, this suggestion without a formal document is useless. Because hardware manufacturers can completely ignore the Ministry of Justice. Computer manufacturers using Windows operating systems are all about volume, so of course they can get relatively low hardware prices. Since computer manufacturers without Windows operating systems cannot sell in volume, it is okay to increase the unit price accordingly. But just when everyone thought that Apple was just arguing for nothing, Intel, which has maintained a good cooperation with Microsoft for many years, suddenly announced that it was willing to treat Apple with the same standards as computer manufacturers using Windows operating systems. They can sign a 5-year supply agreement with Apple. In the next 5 years, the CPU price Apple gets will be the same as other manufacturers selling in volume. Such a response caught everyone off guard. Later, Intel announced that, if they successfully acquired ATI, they would also be able to reach a supply agreement with Apple on the graphics card project, and provide innovation support at a fair price. Not only that, they also decided to give up the idea of acquiring all of ATI's shares, and invited Apple's largest shareholder, Watch Venture Capital, to invest together to complete the acquisition, to ensure the effectiveness of the agreement. If Intel's coming forward made people look confused, then when Steve Jobs readily accepted Intel's kindness and announced to the world that Apple would release the world's first Mac OS X based on the FreeBSD system next month to challenge the market position of Windows, and made a bold statement that he would personally end the mistakes he had made, the EU was already dumbfounded. Why doesn't the EU want to see Microsoft acquire Yahoo? It's because of the operating system monopoly and the internet monopoly. As long as these two are there, they will not unconditionally agree to this acquisition. But the problem is, that monopoly can actually be solved. Because there is more than just Windows operating system on the market. When Apple got Intel's low-priced supply order under the mediation of the Ministry of Justice, although the fact of monopoly was not solved, Apple's chance of challenging Microsoft has been infinitely raised. At the same time, Apple also got Intel's graphics card supply commitment after acquiring ATI, so the pressure is actually on the EU side. Yes, we did not solve Microsoft's monopoly problem, but through intervention, we helped Apple, which has the greatest chance of challenging Microsoft in the market, to clear the cost obstacles. We are working hard to create a company that can compete with Microsoft. In this case, will you approve Intel's acquisition of ATI? If you approve, then you are supporters of orderly market competition like us. If you don't approve, then you are the devil who supports market monopoly. While Microsoft has lost its price advantage over Apple, is it still a problem to acquire Yahoo? Their core business will be seriously threatened in the next 5 years, and acquiring Yahoo cannot maintain their monopoly position. So, the step has been found for you. Will you step down? If you step down, everyone will be happy. If not, the National Transportation Safety Board will continue to put pressure on you. In fact, all mergers and acquisitions between giants are to ensure that they have stronger competitiveness in the market, and the antitrust review generated in this case is actually a check and balance between violent institutions. You want to swallow our market, and I want to swallow your market. You want your company to grow bigger, and I want my company to grow bigger. The so-called antitrust review is just an excuse for double standards, and what really determines the success or failure of the acquisition is the fist. Whoever has the bigger fist, his words are the truth. Let alone now, even in 10 years, the EU will not be able to stand up to America. If they can be tough, they will not issue huge fines to technology companies such as Google, Apple, and Microsoft every day, but will ban them from the European market, like they do to other companies. But the question is, does the EU dare to do it? No. It's a waste. When America is unable to be tough, Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo and Intel's acquisition of ATI instantly entered the prudent review stage. Similarly, the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States also formed an investigation team and invited technicians from various countries to investigate the safety standards of Airbus. If nothing unexpected happens, the results of these 3 things will be born on the same day. The fuss lasted for 7 days and seemed to have no results, but Roland knew that he had made a fortune. In order to swallow Yahoo, Microsoft must establish an enemy that seems to be fully capable of defeating itself on the surface. In order to make this enemy a threat to oneself in a short period of time, it is necessary to continuously increase the stakes. Therefore, while Apple was full, Roland, as the largest shareholder of Apple, enjoyed a generous dividend. This dividend was a temporary binding of Microsoft and a forced swallowing of ATI. When all the businesses were connected, Roland finally understood what it meant to say that life is like a play, and it all depends on acting. Compared with these old capitalists who drive wolves and tigers for the market, the actors on the screen are the group of people with the worst acting skills. Because if the latter loses, at most they will change their careers, but if the former loses, that means they lose everything. Note, Bill Gates' mother was interviewed by USA Today when Windows 3.0 was released on May 22, 1990. She said at the time, "This is the greatest day in his, Bill Gates, life. he can no longer rely on IBM. Unlike all entrepreneurs, others first have products and then sell them, while Microsoft first has orders and then buys finished products for modification and research. Without Bill Gates' mother, there would be no Microsoft, because it was his mother who first helped him get orders from IBM, and then they thought about receiving finished products for modification. That's why the article says that it is the least innovative company in the United States, and this is also the reason why Bill Gates was criticized so harshly. People used to think he was a genius, but later they knew that this was destined by heaven. Steve Jobs is an old actor. When he had a conflict with Disney, it was either you or me, but as soon as Disney changed its leader, he sold it immediately. When he found out that Google was researching Android, he directly said that, even if he burned all of Apple's money, he would kill Android. But the problem is that Andy Rubin, the father of Android, originally came from Apple. Android was developed based on Apple's smartphones in the 1990s. The copyright is in the hands of Apple. As a result, Jobs didn't even fight a single day of lawsuit with Google, but just kept talking nonsense. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Goo Breeding and Agreement. When Intel invited Apple's major shareholder Overwatch Ventures to jointly acquire AT&T according to the established plan, Overwatch Ventures also promptly sold all of its Enron shares at 84 yuan per share. Compared with the 39 yuan when it was bought, the 84 yuan selling price, even if it includes the tax and fees of short-term operations, can still make Overwatch Ventures a lot of money. But if it is put together with what it is going to do next, the money is a bit shabby. After encountering the long-arm jurisdiction, AT&T, which has changed its leader, accepted the $3.2 billion acquisition invitation. According to the half-equity acquisition negotiation, Overwatch Ventures, which is unwilling to complete the acquisition by share exchange, needs to pay $1.6 billion in cash for this acquisition. In this way, even if Overwatch Ventures makes enough money on Enron stocks, there is still a hole of nearly $700 million to fill. This is a hole of $700 million. It will take a long time to burn it if it is piled there. The smoke produced may not cover the entire San Francisco, but it is more than enough to block a Golden Gate Bridge. The thought of such a costly acquisition made Overwatch Ventures feel a little overwhelmed. In addition, what made Overwatch Ventures even more anxious was that their boss also had his eyes on PayPal, so they also needed to prepare a sum of $500 million to $1 billion in cash to acquire part of the equity of the company that had merged with X.com, founded by Elon Musk. Yes, at the beginning, Roland did want to make PayPal a wholly owned subsidiary of Overwatch Ventures, and to complete the transaction, he would need to pay $1 to $1.5 billion in cash, but after seeing the big show of Microsoft and Apple, Roland changed his mind and decided to acquire part of PayPal's equity and then sell it to eBay to gain the right to speak within eBay. This is not because Overwatch Ventures could not take out $1.5 billion in cash to acquire PayPal while acquiring AT&T, but because Roland wanted to learn from Microsoft and create friendly merchants in a single market. Yes, it is the merchants with friendly relations mentioned by Lei Jun. Indeed, after acquiring PayPal, Roland could indeed try to use Warren Buffett's relationship to connect with Visa International and MasterCard International. While other online payment companies were trying to cultivate their brands, he could directly attack with the endorsement of the world's first and second largest international credit card organizations. Before the industry developed wildly, he crushed all opponents with the weapon of regulation, but there was no point in doing so except being hated and getting into antitrust lawsuits. Although it is said that only when a company dominates a single market can it reap the biggest profits, once a company dominates a single market, the subsequent targeting will also be a headache. Even if all problems can be easily overcome, the constant investigation and fines will consume the company's external credibility. In this case, it is better to put on two vests from the beginning and let the competition continue. Just like Microsoft needs Apple, Amazon also needs an eBay. Just like Bill Gates needs Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos also needs an Elon Musk. Roland may never have the chance to be Bill Gates' boss, but he still has the chance to be Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's boss. In this case, even if the two sides fight each other, it is a good thing for him. First, it avoids legal issues. Second, it can truly monopolize a market. Under this favorable situation, acquiring a certain amount of PayPal shares, thereby entering eBay and joining the other party's board of directors, has become Roland's real idea after watching the farce. This not only provides Amazon with a better growth space, but also guards against the invasion of News Corporation. After all, when I have cleared out all the companies in the entire industry, if the enemy still wants to enter, it will have to violate the principle of cost effectiveness and start burning money crazily. Once this step is taken, the stock price will teach the listed company a lesson. Of course, although the penguin goo breeding plan is indeed simple and clear, if it is really implemented, the twists and turns in it will be very troublesome. But it doesn't matter, because there is no shortage of people working in this world. When Roland told David about his feelings and experiences, he felt that there was no problem and asked the CEO of Watch Venture Capital to come to receive the order. Yes, after the major companies under Roland's name split and reorganized in order to avoid the risk of listing, David, who had limited energy, also began to use tools. In addition to retaining the position of chairman of each company, all other positions were recruited from outside. As for the operating risks of the company after the increase of outsiders, this kind of thing does not exist at all. Because the operating model of the company under Roland's name is no different from Berkshire Hathaway, all of them are a core with octopus tentacles, so the recruited employees only need to concentrate on their work, and they don't need to do market analysis at all. After all, even the most powerful market analysis cannot defeat the whispers between capital. Just like Disney put the blame for the failure of Mulan on its rivals, and Microsoft criticized someone for hacking the American election, the media will only let people see what they want people to see, and if they really manipulate these news, it's better to draw lots to decide everything. After all, the latter is still God's will. So, you suddenly came back to ask me to continue to help you acquire the company? David and Roland, wearing helmets, walked in the mud. The mountain breeze blew up the fragrance of the earth. The earthy smell in the air was a bit pungent, but when mixed with the grass fragrance on the side, the feeling was like herba fresca launched by Goulet in France in 1999. Sweet but not greasy, and astringent but not twisted. Don't ask Roland, who doesn't like to study this stuff. How can he understand these? Many things will naturally be understood after having a woman. How is that possible? Roland, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the construction site in the distance and replied casually, "Am I that kind of person? I came back this time to attend the premiere of Ashley and Mary's new movie. The acquisition of the company is just a side job. After all, my sister is more important than business." "Oh, really?" Roland's sweet talk caused David to sneer. He snorted and turned his head, glanced at the guy who was already taller than him, and said, "My sister is more important than business? Then why didn't you come back for Liz's birthday? The zoo has been built, but you haven't been there once." This retort made Roland look embarrassed, but while he was laughing, his thoughts suddenly turned, and he said stubbornly, "The zoo is different from the premiere. As long as the zoo is built, we can go anytime, and the premiere will be one less time. After all, this is Ashley and Mary's second to last movie. Scarcity makes things valuable. Scarcity makes things valuable. TSK. David rolled his eyes. Roland's perverse theory made him laugh. Obviously, he was so in love that he forgot everything around him. There is nothing shameful about this kind of thing, so why bother hiding it? He didn't dwell on such trivial matters anymore, and continued to move forward along the path that others had trodden. During the time that Roland was away, David had spent more than $30 million to help him acquire the 157-acre land on the top of Beverly Hills. "According to you, we will build a medieval castle on this piece of land which is larger than Disneyland. And in order to meet Kate's needs, I will go to the UK and ask a Norman-style designer to design it. As for the cost, I don't know yet, but are you sure you want to build a Nordic-style castle in Los Angeles? Don't you think this behavior is strange?" When David took out a map and pointed out the area where the castle could be built, he also expressed his doubts. "If you want to build a castle, can't you buy land in the UK and build it?" Why do you have to build it in the coastal city of Los Angeles? As soon as these words came out, Roland immediately spread his hands and shrugged, with helplessness on his face, that only men would understand. David, this is not a question of whether I want to build it or not, but a question of having to build it. Oh, David stretched out his voice and showed a knowing smile. Is it Kate who wants it? Are you annoyed by her pestering you? I understand. Your aunt is like this sometimes. However, just as David raised his hand and patted Roland on the shoulder, wanting to show his empathy and understanding, Roland shook his head and denied it. No, Kate didn't say that, but I think I might need this castle. Kate wants to stay in the UK, but the climate in the UK is really too unfriendly to me. After living in Europe for half a year, Roland returned to Los Angeles. The warmth that came to him made him feel comfortable physically and mentally, compared with this coastal city, where the room temperature is kept at 68 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. The temperature fluctuations in European countries are just like using an electrocardiogram to speculate in stocks. It's heaven in the last second and hell in the next second. Take London for example. At the end of December last year, the highest average daily temperature was only 44 degrees Fahrenheit, while in Los Angeles, the lowest was 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Such a huge change made Roland, who likes to wear slippers, but doesn't like to wear socks, very upset, because in London, if you don't wear socks, you will definitely freeze, but in Los Angeles, you can walk around in slippers at noon. In this way, when everyone outside was fighting for their lives, what Roland wanted to do most was not to continue to build his own business empire, but to figure out how to coax his wife to stay in Los Angeles better after marriage. Just like Tom Hanks immigrated to Greece for his wife, but did not give up his American citizenship, Roland could go home with Kate to stay for a while, but it would be better not in winter, because it would be really cold. So you want to build a Norman castle? Let her live in a familiar environment? There's a routine. Roland's brain circuit made David praise him and give him a thumbs up. While putting away the drawings, David patted Roland on the chest, and his admiration for him was as endless as a torrent of water. I always say that I don't understand romance, but when it comes to doing it, I'm very good at it. I've heard about the previous wedding preparation process. In this age of rampant technology, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions actually uses hand-painted methods to fulfill his fiancée's wedding dress dream? Sure. If you add the previous proposal, wow, tell me which woman doesn't want to marry you? When David put his arm around Roland's shoulders and narrated Roland's heroic deeds over the years in a sarcastic tone, Roland suddenly felt his face getting hot. No, isn't all this for greater benefits and a more stable life? People like us don't need passion, we just need stability. I know. You don't need to be so excited. David didn't believe Roland's excuse at all and said, I understand what you said, I just admire that you can act so well. Seeing that Roland wanted to say something, David exerted a little force with both hands and pushed Roland forward. Okay, let's take a look somewhere else, and then we can go home for dinner. Does Roland love Kate? This kind of question no longer has any meaning for David. At this moment, he is like an old father who has raised his child. Seeing his idiot child succeed and have a happy family, he feels happy and satisfied. Oh, by the way, she and I have signed a prenuptial agreement. While strolling, Roland also told him about the security he had prepared. David naturally knew about this. After all, he had asked a lawyer to draft the prenuptial agreement according to Roland's wishes. All the fixed assets in the UK belong to her, right? Yes, that's my idea. What? What do you mean by your idea? Because she changed it. What else did she ask for? David, who was still smiling, frowned when he heard Roland say this. The slightly doubtful inquiry fully reflected the doubts in his heart, and at the same time, he shook his head and said, no, in the newly revised prenuptial agreement, she doesn't want a penny after the divorce. Then what does she want? If she is the party at fault, then she will leave the house with nothing. If she is not the party at fault, she wants custody and guardianship of all the children. Without her consent, I can't see the children. When David heard the word custody and guardianship, his forward steps suddenly paused. After a few seconds, when Roland was about to turn his head to investigate, David, who had recovered his normal pace, took 2 steps instead of 3 and caught up. Holding Roland's shoulders, the unshaven old uncle smiled and said, "Okay, I want stability more than you." "Yes, I want stability more than me." Roland raised his eyebrows and nodded in agreement. Just like Roland didn't want to divorce Kate, Kate didn't want to divorce Roland either, because everyone knew that divorce compensation was not attractive at all compared to Mrs. Allen's identity. But the problem is that no one can guarantee which will come first, divorce or tomorrow. In the case of having to sign a prenuptial agreement, Kate wants to change the loss-cutting plan of divorce compensation to a means of continuing the marriage after the accident. If she is the party at fault, she will leave the house with nothing. This harsh clause made her cut off other thoughts with her own hands. If Roland is the party at fault, the child belongs to her. This pain of losing a child will make Roland act cautiously. The shackles of the prenuptial agreement will be like R&K, making both parties carefully maintain this relationship, and in this case, both parties believe that they can harvest visible happiness. As for if it really comes to the point of divorce, Roland can use other means to make the judge award the child to him. Kate is not worried about this matter at all, because at that time, there will be many violent machines who want to make trouble for Roland, who has a global monopoly in a certain industry. Among them, of course, including the UK, which has lost face in this business. Note, ATI has never been expensive. In reality, when it was acquired in 2006, AMD's premium was only $5.4 billion. Disney has been blaming others for something else for a long time. ABC issued a press release on why Mulan failed, and CNN even forwarded it. Chapter 346 Disney Routine. The North American release date of Freaky Friday was set for August 11th, so the premiere could not be earlier. The reason why it was arranged at the end of the summer season was mainly because of the tacit understanding of all parties under the sluggish market. On May 5th, DreamWorks took the lead and fired the first shot of the summer season with Gladiator. On May 24th, Paramount launched Mission: Impossible 2 in the prime time of the summer season, which was a huge box office hit. On June 30th, Warner Bros. Released The Perfect Storm in the middle of the summer season, and on July 21st, The Dangerous, invested by DreamWorks, finally met with everyone. On the surface, these movies have no great connection, but if you take out all the big names in the film and put the leading actor of The Perfect Storm, George Clooney, with the previous The Bourne Supremacy, you will find that these big name movies are all related to the Jewish gang. In this way, based on the principle of not fighting each other, these competitive movies are released 2 or 3 weeks apart, which has become the norm. Although the Olson sisters are not members of the Jewish gang, they are also included because of Roland's relationship. Under this circumstance, the small budget Freaky Friday was naturally assigned to the end of the summer season. If it was someone else, they might complain a few times. But for Roland, it doesn't matter whether it is May, June, July, or August. Because this pair of sisters are originally idols, and like him, they rely on their faces to make a living. In this case, as long as they have faces, they don't have to worry about the movie not selling at the box office. Of course, self-confidence does not mean arrogance. When the world premiere was held in Los Angeles on August 9th, in addition to the full attendance of the main creative team, major media that had received writing fees also came in droves. More than 100 reporters led by Variety, Empire and The Hollywood Reporter squeezed the premiere red carpet full of money, and the stars who came to support were countless. In addition to Roland's old acquaintances, Disney also brought those Mickey Mouse Club talent shows to promote. Okay, Disney's official statement is to help with publicity, but in reality, these guys are no different from just riding on the popularity. Take Ryan Gosling for example. The movie The Notebook he collaborated with Rachel McAdams was a real hit, but that is still too early, and he is just a fledgling newcomer now. Although Christina Aguilera, the future sister of the current actress, sang Reflection, the theme song of Mulan, and won this year's Grammy Award for Best New Artist, her popularity is still lower than that of the Olsen sisters. Justin Timberlake. His greatest achievement now is just to hook up with Britney Spears, and Britney Spears, the youngest female singer in history to get a diamond record, is now holding an autograph book, carefully walking around the venue, asking for autographs from the big names present. Oh, Ms. Foster. I really like your performance in The Silence of the Lambs. Can you give me an autograph, please? Mr. De Niro. I'm looking forward to your collaboration with Stiller in Meet the Fokers. Can you give me an autograph, please? We're keen. Your commodus is so cool. Can you give me an autograph? The excited and enthusiastic words made Zhao Xianshan gain the favor of the public, and just as she was satisfied, Roland, who heard the voice and looked at the four people who were working together, laughed unexpectedly. What's wrong? Kate asked, who was holding his arm and greeting the acquaintances who came to support him. Nothing, I just think Disney has a good eye. Roland shook his head. Disney has a good eye. Kate repeated Roland's words, and after she saw the appearance of the four people clearly, she agreed and said, yes, the four people selected by Disney Mickey Mouse Club are all very talented. If Disney relies on them to enter the record industry, then these four guys may make their performance soar. Maybe in a few years, the pattern of the record industry will be rewritten by them. Haha. Roland pursed his lips, trying not to tell his wife about it, because when he said Disney had good vision, he meant that Disney had chosen a group of troublemakers, not that they were talented. The most typical example was Justin Timberlake, the boss of the Jaya family. In 2004, at the halftime show of the 38th Super Bowl, the boss of the Jaya family collaborated with Michael Jackson's sister Janet Jackson. At the end of the performance, the boss of the Jaya family ripped off the other's bra while posing with the other party. Then, Janet Jackson's Spring Light was broadcast all over the world through CBS. This incident caused an uproar, and the two were also rejected by the Grammy Awards that year. Not only that, they also became the #1 in the hot search list that year, and in 2007, the Guinness World Records even issued them the world's #1 record certification for online hot searches. In addition to him, the incidents of Dam ***** and Zhao Xianshan being controlled by their parents were big melons that lasted for many years, and Commander Gao was directly criticized for distorting history because he did not take out the stars and stripes in First Man on the Moon, and his national popularity fell into the abyss. Any one of these four guys is a tough guy, but if they are put together, Disney is done for. Because they will be so upset if they have to clean up their messes. Hey, what are you doing hiding here? Just as Roland was wondering how Disney was so lucky that they could choose these four guys without being dragged down by them, a wretched voice suddenly entered their ears. Looking up, the truck driver was hugging Amidst and grinning at the two of them. What do you mean by hiding? James, what you said is really rude. Roland was full of disgust. This is my home court. Isn't it normal for me to appear anywhere? On the contrary, why didn't you invite me when you got married this year? That's right, James Cameron got married again this year, and the time was June 4th 2 months ago. If they followed the previous arrangement, they would hold a simple wedding in their hometown and enter the palace of marriage again with the blessings of relatives and friends. But not long after Roland went to Europe, he suddenly learned that the scale of the wedding was reduced. Except for his closest relatives, he did not invite any friends. For this reason, Roland could only send his blessings from afar. However, just when Roland pretended to question him, James Cameron turned the tables. Didn't I just suddenly hear that you were preparing for the wedding? It's so big. No matter how much I prepare, there's nothing special about it. Oh. So you're such a formalist. Roland smiled and dissed. I didn't realize it before. But, doesn't this also prove that you love Sissy very much? If not, then you definitely wouldn't care about how the formality makes her feel. The two sides did not hide anything when communicating, so their words were naturally heard by the two ladies. After discovering Roland's implicit praise, Amidst, who played Ruth's granddaughter in Titanic, smiled brightly. While leaning towards her husband, she replied, does this also prove that you love Kate very much? If not, why did you arrange the wedding on Kate's birthday? Of course Roland naturally accepted this association shamelessly. But when he just turned his head and left a mark on Kate's red lips to prove his joy, James Cameron deliberately snorted and said, TSK, you are wrong about this. Don't I know him? As a guy who hasn't celebrated his birthday in the past 10 years, he arranged his wedding anniversary on Kate's birthday. Isn't that just being lazy? As soon as this was said, Kate and Sissy laughed. Roland seemed to be poked in the sore spot and glared at the truck driver. If Kate kicks me out tonight, you won't have a good life either." The slightly reprimanding words made the truck driver tremble. But the next second, he couldn't hold it back and blew his nose. This made Roland burst into laughter. While he was laughing, he raised his hand and shook hands with the old man. "Happy wedding, James." "Thank you, Roland." After a brief chat, the call to enter came from the other side. He found his seat familiarly. When Roland sat down, Kate suddenly turned around and whispered, "Is it true?" "What?" Roland didn't react for a while. "Is what James said true?" Kate emphasized again. "Fuck." Roland smiled bitterly after understanding it. Although he knew in his heart that he arranged the wedding anniversary on Kate's birthday because he was afraid that his wife would target him if he forgot it in the future, how could he admit such a question? So, he shook his head and said, "You listen to his nonsense. I just can't remember my birthday." "Can't remember my birthday? Isn't your birthday on January 1st? Kate frowned in confusion. However, when she figured it out, she slapped Roland on the arm with joy. "Get lost." While the two were whispering, the main creative team had already come on stage to give their speeches. The official rhetoric and the actors in the audience cooperated well. In less than 10 minutes, all the links were completed. The scene gradually became quiet, and the lights dimmed. When the screen lit up, the Disney logo with white letters on a blue background slowly appeared. Like all Disney live-action movies for teenagers, the movie directly cut into the theme with a brisk music, and through the game of all parties when getting up in the morning. The relationship between the people in a single-parent family was introduced clearly. When the alarm goes off, Anna, played by the Olson sisters, wants to stay in bed, while the mother, played by Jodie Foster, hopes that her daughter can be self-disciplined. During the back and forth wake-up calls, the mother becomes more and more impatient with her daughter's performance. In the end, she directly takes action, hoping to pull her daughter off the bed. Anna, who wants to fight, grabs the head of the bed and refuses to let go until her brother comes with a loudspeaker to stir up trouble. She is annoyed by the noise and jumps out of bed. When the simple family conflict is imprinted in the minds of the audience, the camera turns along with it. When the mother, played by Jodie Foster, sends the daughter, played by the Olson sisters, to school, the ensuing campus relationship is also presented to the public. As soon as Anna gets off the car, she meets her mortal enemy who is wearing the same clothes as her. The helplessness of wearing the same clothes makes her embarrassed. The next second, the picture flashes and Anna is complaining about the pain just now to her two best friends and venting her dissatisfaction. In just 3 sentences, she has brought her extroverted personality and masculine words and deeds to the screen. If this progress is extremely fast, then next, when Anna goes to the classroom, she meets the male protagonist she likes again. After entering the classroom, she receives another English test paper with an F at the end of the class. She goes to the teacher to argue, but because the teacher thinks she is talking back, she is punished to go to the confinement room to calm down. When she goes to the confinement room to eliminate the punishment, she has an unscrupulous conversation with the supervisor, which shows the familiarity between the two parties. When these plots are finished, the movie is only 5 minutes long. Yes, it is so fast. Not a trace of water. In just 300 seconds, the audience has seen Anna's self and rebellion. She does not obey her mother's discipline, does not listen to the teacher's teachings, has a bad relationship with classmates in school, and is a frequent visitor to the confinement room. This series of labels makes her a problem girl, and in the next 5 minutes, this point is magnified. The camera turns, and the mother, a psychologist, is busy at work. She is equipped with 5 mobile phones and takes turns to answer calls from different patients. After briefly introducing her mother's hard work, the scene of returning to school again can make people angry. Because in physical education class, Anna was hit on the head by a volleyball many times due to poor skills, she retaliated against others, and was locked up in the confinement room again. When she came out, she pretended to be nothing, and communicated with the boy she liked, and contradicted the teacher. If it were just these, it would be fine. After returning home, when she found that her electric guitar was taken out and hit by a bear kid, Anna retaliated with a bad means, wrapped the other party's head with her underwear, and covered her brother's eyes. No matter how the other party shouted for mercy, she ignored it. Not only that, she also pretended to be nothing and went to the garage with her guitar to practice with her bandmates. The point is, it's okay to practice, but the noise that followed made it impossible for the mother to communicate with her brother, and the grandfather could only speak to everyone at the top of his voice. When the stepfather yelled to celebrate the big sale of the mother's book, Anna, who was practicing guitar in the garage, became more and more arrogant. Later, when the mother forcibly turned off the power and forced them to come out, the dispute between the two sides made the self-esteem and rebellion of young people fill the entire screen. It is no exaggeration to say that Anna at this moment is a representative of young people. The spirit of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger makes people happy and disgusted. The film critics sitting in the venue were also muttering, "It seems that Disney hasn't made such an anti-type youth film for a long time. They can certainly please young audiences by making such movies with trendy thinking, but aren't they afraid of causing dissatisfaction and backlash from parents? This kind of tit-for-tat may teach children bad things. Hey, you are overthinking this. Which Disney movie is not family friendly? Those without villains will end happily, and those with villains will definitely whitewash and help the protagonist. Wait and see. This is definitely Disney's reversal routine." Note, the mess made by Janet Jackson and Boss Jr eventually became the fuse for opposing the Iraq War. Before the incident, there was a strong anti-war voice in the United States. After the incident, the scandal of the two directly overshadowed the anti-war voice. So at the end of the year, Janet Jackson put the blame on Bush, accusing him of manipulating public opinion and covering up his atrocities. However, the public still trusted him, so Bush's re-election was in crisis. Gosling was boycotted because in First Man, his character, Armstrong, did not raise the Stars and Stripes after landing on the moon and was accused of distorting history, which led to a box office fiasco. Even after the founding of the country still said it would strengthen patriotic education. Isn't free speech the free speech of capital? Chapter 347 Disney Routine. In fact, what these critics said is right. Compared with the other 5 companies' imaginative filming ideas, the ending of Disney movies is the easiest to guess, because in the past few decades, they have only used one routine, that is, family fun. Either justice defeats evil, or the villain is finally whitewashed. There is no third result. Take Maleficent for example. Maleficent was an innocent fairy in her childhood. She grew up freely in the forest until one day she met the human boy Stefan, became friends with him, and eventually fell in love with him. In order to obtain the throne, Stefan cut off Maleficent's wings one night and presented them to the king. While his succession order soared to the first place, Maleficent also turned black. But these things are not important to Stefan. He became the king and married his queen and had a daughter. When the princess was born and the whole country celebrated, Maleficent, who was hurt by Svant, came uninvited and cursed the little princess, saying that on her 16th birthday, she would fall into a permanent sleep because of touching the spinning wheel. When the king asked her why she did this, Maleficent gave the reason that "I like to see you begging me." So for the sake of his child, the king knelt down and begged his lover who had been hurt by him to let his daughter go, and Maleficent kept his promise and gave a glimmer of hope, saying that as long as the princess could get the kiss of true love, she would wake up. According to the routine in Grimm's fairy tales, the prince fell in love with the princess. But Disney had to do something to whitewash Maleficent. While ordering the burning of the spinning wheels across the country, the king also asked 3 fairies to take Princess Aurora to the mountains and forests to live in seclusion and come back after the curse was over. But the 3 fairies smoked, drank, and permed their hair all day long, and they didn't know how to take care of children at all. So, Princess Aurora was raised by Maleficent, who had been following her. In the process of getting along, the cold Maleficent was softened by the soft and cute child, told her story, and wanted to lift the curse she had cast. But unfortunately, it didn't go as she wished. Aurora grew up as expected, and curses followed one after another. The most surprising thing was that the prince's kiss was useless to her. In the end, it was Maleficent's true love's kiss that awakened Princess Aurora. With the help of Princess Aurora, Maleficent took back her wings, killed the ambush set by the king, and returned to the forest with Aurora to live a shameless and happy life. Hiss. From this point of view, isn't it a reasonable and logical plot that Dong Huang finally blocked the knife for the fairy? For the audience, the Elf Queen's lolly training plan is an unexpected reversal. But for film critics, this is the most normal Disney routine. Therefore, the critics' score of Mulan on Rotten Tomatoes is higher than that of Tenet. Because the former is at least understandable, while the latter only had a box office of $9.4 million in North America in the first weekend. Even if there is intervention from the epidemic, the theaters can only be opened halfway, and then the box office is still poor when multiplied by 2. After all, in this era, it is normal to break 100 million in the first weekend. Even if the external influence is strong, when there is only one blockbuster in the same period, the 10% box office is a reason why Warner is unwilling to disclose it. Because it's too embarrassing. It is precisely because Disney's narrative style has left people with a deep-rooted concept of watching movies. So when Anna, played by the Olson sisters, and her mother, played by Jodie Foster, had a big fight, all the guests at the scene were waiting for a reversal. When Anna's future stepfather suggested that everyone put aside the dispute and go to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown to have a meal and relax, the plot of the mother and daughter exchanging identities was also arranged. When the owner of the Chinese restaurant found that the mother and daughter who often came to eat here quarreled over some trivial matters, she thoughtfully sent them cookies that could bring good luck. After uncovering them, the mother and daughter found that there was a text on the note, hidden in the cookie. A new journey is about to begin. The prize is hidden in each other's eyes. When you see your own shortcomings, selfless love can make you find yourself again. After they read this text, a brief earthquake belonging to the two of them occurred. After that, time came to the next morning. Because they used cookies with Oriental mysterious power, the roles of the two were swapped. The mother became the daughter, and the daughter became the mother. Yes, this is the East in Disney's eyes, or in other words, this is the East that Disney is willing to show to the public. Just like Orientals can do Chinese Kung Fu, in their view, the fact that all Orientals master the terrifying skill of soul swapping that should belong to witches is also a truth that must be disclosed to the world. So, don't think that Jet Li's Fu Manchu Macup is just an accident. Because Disney has done this countless times. Relying on other people's public opinion to promote your own culture is a real brain-dead move. For the guests on the scene, this change is already a very obvious turning point. By exchanging identities, let the daughter understand the mother's hard work and let the mother understand the daughter's helplessness. This routine has been filmed too much. Disney still can't jump out of this box. Although the routine is a bit old, the audience will change. The audience in the past may have seen it, but how can the children now know it? As long as the young people who go to see this movie think it is trendy, that's enough. Yes, this is why Hollywood likes to remake classics the most. All classics are existences that can stand the test of time, and their success can be traced. In this case, renovating classic old films every 10 or 20 years and incorporating modern element to the screen is actually the safest way to make money. As for the old audiences, who think it's not okay, so what? Because new audiences are the target customer group of the film company. This is also the reason why the other 5 Hollywood companies envy Disney. If the fairy tale Ip in Hand is renovated every once in a while, you can make a lot of money. More than 20 years ago, you watched The Lion King yourself. More than 20 years later, you took your children to watch The Lion King. Maybe you think the remake is rubbish, but it doesn't matter, because you have contributed money 3 times. And if you still want to let your children see the classic of 1994, that's it. Maybe in another 20 years, it will be your children's turn to recommend The Lion King to your grandchildren. When Anna and her mother exchanged roles, the direction of the plot was also very clear. After a period of adaptation to the role exchange with an exaggerated performance, the mother began to try to play the role of the daughter, and the daughter tried hard to play the role of the mother. In this process, both parties subconsciously transformed each other with their original thoughts. But when the mother found out that the reason why her daughter often got F was that the teacher who taught her daughter was actually the boy classmate who had a crush on her in high school, and the other party gave her daughter an F just to hope that she could come to the parent-teacher meeting for her daughter, the incident of the elder's death became the pain of the younger generation, making the mother understand that she lacked care. for her daughter. When the mother found out that the guy who often bullied her was really an unforgivable villain, she was ashamed of her unreasonable and unwilling to listen preaching. At the same time, the daughter also found out that her mother's life was not easy. The full schedule of treatment made her breathless. The tense life of being interviewed at any time made her give up thinking for a time. The degeneration of her body organs and the dimness of her eyes also made her life inconvenient. What surprised the daughter most was that when she held a parent-teacher meeting for her brother as a mother, she learned that her brother had expressed his feelings in his composition, saying that the person he admired most was his sister. The reason why he kept provoking her was entirely because he wanted to attract the other party's attention and hope that she could play with him. The girl who chose to rebel because of lack of love also softened. When the mother, who was parasitic in her daughter's body, found that the little boy who liked her daughter would be attracted by her daughter's every move through her body, she realized that her daughter had indeed found her own love. This damn boy didn't love her daughter's face at all, but her interesting soul. Similarly, when the daughter who was parasitic in her mother's body learned that her future stepfather was willing to give up the wedding rehearsal time so that she could participate in a more important band competition, she was also moved because she thought that this damn man had taken her mother away. For the first time, she felt that this man who might become her stepfather was not bad. In this case, the two took out the note full of Oriental mysterious power again, and they understood the meaning of the sentence selfless love can make you find yourself. After the daughter played the role of mother and welcomed the stepfather to join her family, the earthquake that belonged to the two appeared again, and the mother and daughter became themselves again. At the wedding, the mother and daughter hugged each other. "Thank you for everything you have done for me." The mother had tears in her eyes. The daughter hugged her mother's neck, looked down, and responded shyly, "I love you." The response that is not a response is the best confession. The mother stared at her daughter and opened her heart. "I love you too." The plots of Disney movies are not complicated. After all, they are for children to watch. The ending full of warmth is a finishing touch, just like defeating the moon worshipper with Love Unlimited. Even without censorship, Disney still has to convey the company's brand image to children. Truth, goodness, and beauty. As the lights came on, familiar applause rang out in the venue. Although the movie is very old-fashioned, the jokes are very ordinary, and the didactic meaning is very strong. Even so, it cannot be denied that it is a qualified commercial film. Not to mention, the boss, who is bigger than the Disney production team, is listening with them below. Amid the applause of celebration, the main creative team also came on stage to pay tribute. At the end, the staff also moved a sofa and directly told everyone about the production process of the film on the spot. The first person to speak was Dick Cheney, chairman of Disney Pictures. It was Roland Allen who suggested remaking the 1977 film. When he told us that we could try to make a film that shows the generation gap between teenagers and their parents, we were very hesitant because there are too many films about the contradictions of growing up. Even his own debut series, Home Alone, is of this type. But when Roland talked about the idea of mother and daughter swapping identities, the idea of letting the mother and daughter experience each other's difficulties in person, we became very interested, because this is what many people dream of when they are young. When we were teenagers, we had all kinds of conflicts with our parents, but were not understood by them. How much we longed to drag our parents, to witness our experiences with their own eyes. When we became parents, we wanted our children to know how hard we worked and lived in our daily lives, and hope that they could be quieter. The real conflicts that happened to us prompted us to make this film. We don't expect this film to be accepted by everyone, but as long as a mother and daughter, a father and son can empathize and make changes after watching the film, that would be the most meaningful thing. Ouch. Roland wanted to laugh when he heard this. Obviously, the purpose of making movies is to make money, but when promoting them, they use the banner of humanism to gain a good reputation. What is the difference between this and emphasizing the free market while directly shutting down WeChat? After Dick Cheney finished speaking, the director of the film, Mark Waters, also spoke. "This is my second film, and I'm very happy to work with Ashley and Mary. When I got the script, I once doubted how this classic family comedy could fall into my hands. When I learned that this was because Roland Allen who provided the idea, was also a newbie, I realized what kind of opportunity I had. After all, his achievements are obvious to all. What he likes must be liked by the audience. Oh. Don't brag. Don't brag. Roland, who was staying at the bottom, smiled and shook his head because he knew that he climbed up by hugging thighs. But when the director directed the fire to Roland, the guys on the scene could no longer ignore him. While laughing and applauding, countless eyes continued to gather from all directions. There is no way. Because this guy's a real capitalist. He was the one who started Microsoft's series of explosive operations to drive the wolf and swallow the tiger. Compared with entertainment projects that cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan, this guy's now playing in the market of hundreds of billions of yuan. How many of the media present here are here for his face? Otherwise, how can you attract hundreds of reporters in the industry just by relying on a Disney family movie? Isn't this just a foolish dream? In the past, they would not even look at such movies with a straight face, but now, Freaky Freak is the most meaningful youth movie in recent years has been established by them. Oh, the face-saving fruit given by money power is really useful. Since both parties have a tacit understanding, the production introduction did not last too long. After briefly explaining the birth process of the film, the rest of the time was given to reporters by the production team, allowing them to ask questions on their own. The intention of doing this is actually very simple, to let the media come up with their own titles to avoid collisions. In this case, magazines such as Variety and Empire, which are particular about the style, started with the generation gap between teenagers and parents, and asked a few questions emphasizing family harmony, while various newspapers were superficial, and asked about the funny things about the filming of comedy clips. But when they asked a circle and the entire media exchange meeting was about to end, these media raised their hands again and gave their doubts very considerately. Well, based on what we just learned, we can indeed write a good manuscript, but if we send it out like this, it can only be considered mediocre at best. Because all the content is an introduction to the movie, and there is no explosive news about the leading actors. After the public reads our manuscript, the most that comes to their mind is the concept of the Olson sisters have a new movie again, and then further, the Olson sisters' new movie this time has received a lot of praise from professionals, and there is no other eye-catching content. So, can you provide some other news? News that can make the public remember your new movie. After all, we can't make up things, right? Such words made everyone laugh. This is the paradise of the rich. If it were any other actor, these media would have used their imagination to write their own stories. But the Olsen sisters, no one would have a problem with their work. But sometimes, you really can't write about things like breaking news randomly. Even if you want to make a boast, you have to make a boast about the facts that have already happened. Otherwise, when the mobile internet era comes, those guys with nothing to do will let the celebrities know what cruelty is. And the Olsen sisters in this life really don't have much to break. The family is harmonious, the life is happy, they are busy with work, and they are not in love. At this time, even if they are paired with the male lead in the play, it will not have any publicity effect. So when this serious problem arises, the two little guys sitting in the center of the stage immediately cast their eyes on their older brother. Then, why don't you write that Ashley and Mary try to play the role of mother in this movie, and their acting skills have improved by leaps and bounds? Roland, who wanted to get the microphone, provided an idea to the surrounding reporters. However, denials came one after another. This topic is too common. Yes. Emphasizing acting skills is not suitable for them. That's right. Ashley and Mary are both idols. If they emphasize acting skills blindly, they may be criticized by the audience. After hearing this explanation, Roland curled his lips and gave another idea. Then, why don't you write that Ashley and Mary broke the news at the premiere that they are not going to make movies anymore? Unfortunately, this explosive point was still not recognized by the media. The problem is, this is not their last movie. Yes. We can't promote it as the second to last movie, right? This is too deliberate. Yes. Although Ashley and Mary's fan base is large, it is far less loyal than your fans. If they really hype it with this title, they will probably be ridiculed by countless audiences. The second wave of opposition made Roland frown. This is not to express dissatisfaction with the media, but he can't think of a good promotional gimmick. After all, the Olson sisters movie is different from his movie. It was not shot at the forefront of technological development. In the absence of absolute advantages, no matter which point is exaggerated, it will cause criticism. Just when Roland was thinking about whether to just stop promoting it, he suddenly remembered the ending of the movie. So, with inspiration bursting out, he snapped his fingers and directed the scene. Ashley, Mary, Dick, all of you come down and sit down again. Move the movie to the end, which is when Anna's mother marries her beloved man. Raise your cameras and shoot. Shoot in your own seats. Don't turn off all the lights later. Leave 2 aisle lights to provide them with light. And as for the report, write it like this. The main title is, at the premiere of Freaky Friday, Roland Allen and Kate Winslet kissed passionately. The subtitle is, when asked about the reason, they were moved by the scene, and revealed that the wedding date is approaching. As for the accompanying pictures, it depends on your own level. Chapter 348 Marketing. After 23 years, Jodie Foster returns to her youth. She is nearly 40 years old and perfectly plays a young girl. The younger generation is better than the older generation. Ashley Olson and Mary Olson have grown up. A reset beyond the previous work. Freaky Friday is a more interesting movie than The Couple, because while it brings laughter to children, it also allows parents to reminisce about their youth and see the current confusion. Freaky Friday is a movie that excites me. The wonderful plot eliminates the sour taste of every bad movie I have seen this summer. It provided us with an expected fantasy before the release, but the final effect is more charming and wise than we expected. The day after the premiere, the overwhelming publicity was like a dark cloud, obscuring people's sight. The Olsen sisters are already extremely popular. After Full House, their cautious way of joining films also maintained their reputation. Not to mention that they have blockbusters to their credit, such as Jurassic Park, Sleepless in Seattle, and Jumanji, which cleared all obstacles on their road to transformation. And then The Perfect Match, which took the lead, made them stand firm in the circle with a box office of over 100 million yuan. So, when the overwhelming praise of Freaky Friday appeared, no matter it was the fans who already paid attention to them, or the masses who knew them, all cast their eyes on them. Ashley and Mary's new movie is finally released. Wow. Go and watch it. The speed at which they release movies is really too slow. Which other popular stars don't release 3 movies a year? And what about them? Don't even say 1 movie a year. 1 movie every 2 years is the norm. Ashley and Mary's speed of producing movies is normal. Who lets their family have a good role model? Yes. Even Roland can't do 1 movie a year. How can we expect them to speed up? Unfortunately, the celebration that was like the new year did not last long. After simply reading the news reports, the public and fans alike calmed down. Oh, by the way, what is this movie about? It's not going to be about family like The Perfect Match, is it? Of course it is. This is a Disney movie. They never break their own traditions. Not to mention the media has revealed that this is a remake of the 1977 movie in which Jodie Foster swapped identities. So, it's most likely another movie about family. Ah, is that so? Then I don't want to go to the theater to watch it. Me too. If it's still a movie of the same type, I can rent a disc and watch it then. The release line of this summer's movies is too long. I've already watched Mission Impossible 2, Scary Movies, and The Nutty Professor 2, and spent a lot of money on movies. If it's not a groundbreaking work, I think I will only wait until Christmas to go to the theater. After all, the situation this year is really not good. Yes. Those guys who quit their jobs to trade stocks now want to come back to work. And our boss is thinking about reducing staff. If it's still the same old routine, we can only say to Ashley and Mary that there will be a next time. I hope her next movie will be more interesting. This is why the media wants to promote a hotspot. The internet bubble in the millennium not only triggered an economic crisis, but also caused a sudden decline in people's quality of life. The simplest manifestation is the corresponding rise in prices and housing prices, and the soaring unemployment rate. when the rate of wage increase cannot reach the average consumption level of people at present. Entertainment, the most easily abandoned consumption, has become the most popular thing for people to abandon. In the summer of 1999, The Phantom Menace and The Sixth Sense together swept away 750 million yuan, and the remaining Austin Powers 2, Tarzan, and The Pretender made a lot of money with the same comedy mode. Not only that, even The Blair Witch Project can cheat nearly 150 million yuan in box office. But by 2000, the 200 million yuan reached by Mission Impossible 2 was already the ceiling of the current market, and the subsequent Gladiator, The Perfect Storm, Crisis, none of them could break the routine. Just like 20 years later, when the retail prices of pork and eggs rose slightly, even if the cinemas opened, they had to consider it carefully. After watching 810 it, Milan could only be given up. Similarly, when making the decision to watch Leap and Jiangxia, My Hometown and Me and the Vanguard, they could only say goodbye. There is no way. Life is forced. There is no money in the pocket. One movie ticket can buy a pound of pork, and after watching 3 movies, you can eat 2 trays of buns. If you talk a little more, maybe the merchants can send you to the headlines. This kind of trend cannot be solved by one person. And if someone can really solve this problem, then this guy will definitely be re-elected 2 more terms than Trump. In this case, if Freaky Friday does not have any special highlights, then except for the diehard fans of the Olson sisters, no ordinary people will take the initiative to pay for it. But the problem is that Disney is a company that seeks stability. So, a vicious circle appears. Disney will not take the initiative to create memes. The Olsen sisters, who have not become little gangsters in this life, have no memes themselves. In this way, the negative effect of negatives can only be saved by external forces, and the only one who can make the influence of Freaky Friday crush the movies of the same period is Roland himself. On the first morning, all the media released orthodox publicity news. When the news that Freaky Friday was about to be released spread, the media, which could not use technology to monitor public opinion feedback like in the mobile internet era, took the initiative to give up the fermentation of the news and directly put the photos taken at the premiere the night before on their own evening news releases. So, that night, the wedding news everywhere caught the people who had already made their choice off guard. The main title and subtitle requested by Roland were faithfully recorded by the evening newspapers, but for the sidelines of those media companies, the elegant titles did not meet the standards of tabloids, so the content such as at the premiere of Freaky Friday, Roland Allen and Kate Winslet kissed passionately. When asked about the reason, they revealed that their wedding date was approaching, was replaced by them in due time. And the new title was concise and clear. Well, in fact, it was a group of pen holders who were allowed to make unlimited nonsense within a limited scope. 2 years of preparation. Jack officially married Rose. Roland Allen revealed the wedding date at the premiere of Freaky Friday. After 865 days, Roland Allen and Kate Winslet finally entered the marriage hall. The enviable love of the century. Amazing live proposal. The grand wedding that people look forward to. Top 10 screen classics of love due to acting. Titanic ranked first. When these news suddenly appeared, the public was all stunned. 2 years ago, at the Oscars in 1998, the scene of Roland proposing to Kate instantly emerged. The scene of Roland personally putting a replica of the Star of the Sea on Kate is still vivid, and the solemnity of kneeling on one knee and giving the ring made the fans who recalled this scene burst into tears. Because no one thought they would go this far. Or in other words, proposing is equal to getting married, and living together without a marriage certificate is the norm in Hollywood. As naked fame and fortune, the combination of Hollywood stars is actually equal to the merger of 2 listed companies, and because these stars themselves are the core productivity of the entire company, so, having a husband and wife in reality, but not in name, is the most common way of combination in Hollywood. There is no way who lets this approach avoid a lot of property problems. The most typical guy is Tim Burton. In 1991, Tim Burton met CK's model Lisa Mary. In 1992, they announced their love and engagement. After that, Lisa Mary starred in her boyfriend's films Ed Wood, Mars Attacks the Planet of the Apes, Sleepy Hollow, and The World of Dirty Boys. She had a conflict with Tim Burton during the filming of Planet of the Apes and eventually broke up. If it is understandable that they did not get married after dating for 9 years, then what about Tim Burton's second girlfriend, Helena Carter, whom he met during the filming of Planet of the Apes, after she gave birth to a son for him? In October 2001, Tim Burton and Helena Carter got engaged. In 2003, their son was born. In 2014, they parted ways after dating for 13 years. If this was not a de facto marriage, Zangson would have dug his own coffin board. In addition to Tim Burton, Ricky Gravens, the male lead of Birth of a Lie, has been in love with his girlfriend for 30 years and publicly stated on David Letterman's late night talk show that there is no point in getting married. Oprah Winfrey has been dating Stedman Graham since 1986, and they got engaged in 1992. But they have not yet obtained a marriage certificate. Jon Hamm, the star of Mad Men, and his girlfriend Jennifer Westfield have been in love for 18 years and finally announced the end of their marriage by breaking up and said that they will never get married. And Goldie Hawn has several children, but she just won't get a marriage certificate. In fact, for these stars, de facto marriage is far more meaningful than legal marriage, because this way they can enjoy power and do not have to bear obligations. For this reason, in the eyes of the public who are used to seeing all this, Roland can propose to Kate at the Oscars, which is broadcast live worldwide, which is already a manifestation of true love. When the wedding, a beautiful thing that most people resist, appears, all entertainment news, no, all news, were suppressed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is Roland really going to marry Kate? This is so unexpected. Fuck you. I thought Oscar's proposal was the perfect ending. And then we just have to wait for them to have a baby. Are they really going to have a wedding? Oh. This is probably the best news I've heard this year. Ha 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 ha. They're really getting married. They're really getting married. My ring was not bought in vain. Not in vain. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this the reason why Kate hasn't taken any roles in 2 years? Is this the reason why Roland hasn't announced his next work after filming Spider-Man? This is really great. Is there any video record? I don't want to read text reports. I don't want to read these useless text reports. When the public was dizzy with Roland's decision, the reports on paper could no longer satisfy them because the news given by each media was surprisingly consistent, all of which were secretly filmed plus subsequent inquiries. In addition, no media could provide the video reports that the public wanted to see, as if this kind of thing was simply insignificant. Such a situation made the public very dissatisfied. Because for them, this explosive news is more interesting than all the movies and the entire summer season combined. Just as the public was frantically searching for news on the market and showing their desire on the internet, hoping to learn more, ABC TV, owned by Disney, suddenly announced that, because the group had a good cooperation with the Olson sisters, it had obtained an exclusive interview with Roland Allen and Kate Winslet. As soon as this news came out, ABC's ratings soared suddenly, and in the video news that was shown later, the new Watts leaning on the sofa told the public the whole story with an apologetic look. When did you two start preparing for the wedding? The reporter asked with a smile, while holding the microphone. At the beginning of the year, when he accompanied me home. Kate answered. That means you have been preparing for the upcoming wedding for at least half a year? The reporter asked again. Yes. Half a year. Roland nodded. Then why did you announce this matter only now? The reporter asked again. Actually, we didn't plan to announce this matter because we don't want to take up a lot of public resources when the internet bubble bursts and the election is about to begin. Roland glanced at Kate and said helplessly, I wanted to hold a private, grand wedding and invite a few 100 million relatives and friends to attend. But when we were watching Ashley and Mary's movie before, we were moved by the warmth shown on the screen. So he kissed me secretly, and you happened to take pictures of it. Roland didn't know how to express it, so Kate continued to explain her man's words. When watching Freaky Friday, Roland and I discussed it below, saying that we would also raise a lovely daughter in the future. So he responded with a kiss, but unexpectedly, this scene was photographed by those reporters, and then you asked us the reason. We briefly explained it, and asked you not to report it, but who knew that you didn't report it in the morning? but spread the matter all over the world in the afternoon. As they said, the two of them smiled bitterly at the camera almost at the same time. The look made the fans who were watching the news sob in ecstasy. Oh, the two of them acted so well together. They are really getting married. They are really getting married. Don't want to disclose the wedding because of the real environment. Don't want to occupy a lot of public resources. Wow, so thoughtful. Did they do intimate actions because they wanted a baby and were caught by reporters? Wow, so warm. Hey, hey, hey. How come the exclusive interview ends here? Why didn't they say when the wedding was? Wedding photos. Wedding photos. I want to see wedding photos. Oh, am I the only one who cares? Did they want a daughter after watching Freaky Friday? This is not true. Does it mean that Ashley and Mary are very cute in the movie? Of course. Ashley and Mary are Roland's sisters. If it weren't for the wonderful reversal of the identity swap, how could Roland and Kate have the idea of raising a daughter because of the two sisters they see every day? Wow. Is that so? It seems that Freaky Friday is a good movie. I don't know if it's good, but it should be very warm. After all, they both want children. Then I have to go and see it. When will the movie be released? It seems to be tomorrow. Publicity and promotion, isn't it marketing? And the essence of marketing, isn't it to create a gimmick that can attract all the audience? According to past situations, if a movie wants to create more attention in the same period of competition, there are actually only two ways. Either make a big melon like Captain America's private photos to grab everyone's attention, or step on one and praise the other. Brag about your own work and step on everything about your opponent. But these two methods are not applicable now. So, stepping on everything and praising one has become the only choice. Once the wedding news came out, all the entertainment news on the market had to give way. In this case, even without any publicity, all the movies can return to the same starting line. If you say that you just wanted to have a daughter because of watching the movie, that simple hint becomes the only way to success. Roland and Kate revealed on Freaky Friday that the reason for their wedding was because they wanted a child after watching the movie. Wow. How warm is this movie? How cute are the Olson sisters? When is Roland and Kate's wedding? How is the wedding preparation going? Became the only forethoughts of the public. As for naked marketing, this statement is simply untenable. In the eyes of the public, Roland is just an actor, and his uncle David Olson has long fallen from the Forbes Global Rich list when he sold Yahoo shares. In this case, being secretly photographed and exposed by the media is the norm, and forming alliances and letting all major media serve you? Do you think it's possible? Are all those media tycoons so easy to communicate with? Who do you think you are? So, when Roland decided to help the Olsen sisters, because David had taken care of her for so many years, the ending was already doomed. When the movie was officially released, the first weekend's performance of 41 million made Disney extremely happy, because it was the second highest opening movie of this summer, only lower than Mission Impossible 2. Note, the Rotten Tomatoes critic score of Fast and Furious is 88, and the praise written in the article is all taken from it. I feel awkward myself, because I don't know how those film critics who talk about connotation can like this movie. In the late 1990s, when the internet was booming, many Americans chose to quit their jobs and invest in stocks, but after the collapse of the internet bubble, these people all became leaks. Not only that, when people found that they were fish on the chopping board because of asymmetric information when following the trend to invest in stocks, many retail investors' funds flowed into real estate, thus accelerating the outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis. Economic problems also caused consumption conflicts. The box office market fell by nearly 11 points that year, and the summer season market fell by almost 20 points. If it weren't for the distinctive movies, the audience would not go to the theaters. The stars who are not married as written in the article are all real, or in other words, many Hollywood stars say they are married, but in fact they are engaged, and the simplest criterion for identification is to look at the divorce. As long as they don't go to court and don't fight for custody, they are basically de facto marriages, rather than legal marriages. This kind of thing is actually very common. After all, the cost of divorce is too high. Those who get married without considering other things are basically wealthy people, not because they are rich, but because they have lawyers. Just like Bill Gates, his prenuptial agreement was drafted by his father, and his father. How many people have passed away while I was writing this book? Gates' father passed away today, Ray Stone passed away last month, and then there is Kobe who is criticized every day. Holy shit. Chapter 349, Disney's Crazy Swing. 41 million. This should be our best opening performance so far this year. At the Burbank headquarters, Disney's local tyrant Michael Eisner looked at the box office data submitted by Dick Cook, and his face showed joy. With more than half of the millennium over, Disney has launched 10 movies, but unfortunately, no matter whether it is a small budget test or a big budget box office guarantee, none of them is successful. Gone in 60 Seconds, starring Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie, only earned $25 million in opening performance with an investment of $90 million. Dinosaur, which used computer special effects and real backgrounds for the first time, did not become a pig in the wind. The investment of $127 million only earned less than $40 million in the first weekend. Mission to Mars, which burned $100 million, could not even make back the cost. And Turning Point, starring Bruce Willis, the star of The Sixth Sense, only earned $12 million in 3 days. This result surprised everyone. Under such circumstances, a movie like Freaky Friday, that made less than 30 million yuan, and earned 40 million yuan in the first week, can be called crazy. Considering the 65:35 split they negotiated with the North American Theatre Alliance in the first week, this low-cost movie has actually paid back in just 3 days, and every penny of income from then on is net profit. Of course, no matter how much Freaky Friday earns, it cannot make up for the losses of the entire film group. But the problem is that investing in 10 films and making one profit and investing in 10 films and losing 10 are two different concepts. In the case of a bad external environment, investing in 10 films and making one profit can also put the blame on the production team for the company's losses, accusing the movie stars who play the leading roles of not being able to carry the box office under bad conditions. But if investing in 10 films and losing 10, then even if the external environment is bad, shareholders will doubt that in this content production position. Hiring a person and tying a pig have the same effect. Therefore, the more Freaky Friday earns, the happier they are. Because this can prove that their development policy is not wrong, and the problem is that most movie stars cannot go against the current. Yes, according to our prediction, the box office of Freaky Friday will reach 200 million at any rate. Dick Cook, chairman of Disney Motion Picture Group, said with a smile, "This is also Ashley and Mary's best result so far. Of course, I mean, if we only count the starring movies." Such words made Michael Eisner laugh. As the local emperor of Disney, how could he not hear the meaning of Dick Cook's words? Isn't this implying the Olson sisters? After all, except for Full House, which peaked at the debut, the other works of the Olson sisters are backed by others. No matter how bad it is, it can't be that bad. Unfortunately, this kind of success can't be replicated at all. After closing the report that he had just flipped through, Michael Eisner said with regret, "Although there is no data to prove it, I can guarantee that at least half of the 41 million are Roland's fans. Or, those people chose to go to the cinema after hearing Roland's revelation that he wanted to raise a daughter. But no matter what the reason is, we made money anyway, didn't we?" Dick Cook shrugged and said indifferently, "And, as far as I know, the Olsen sisters will retire after filming at most one movie. I plan to get their last movie. Oh, by the way, the Princess Diaries they are producing also fits the positioning of our company. If there is no problem, I want to talk to Evelyn Watson, the president of Warcraft Films." At this point, Dick Cook stopped and looked at Boss with a tentative look. Although he was smiling, the cautiousness that overflowed from his bones explained the food chain reaction clearly. Michael Eisner is the king at the top of the pyramid, and Dick Cook is just looking up at his dust. If it were just about the box office, Dick Cook would not have to go there in person. Although 41 million is a lot, it is not even a small thing for them who control a group company. Just report it directly by phone and inform the boss of the good situation, and that's it. But after seeing the success of Freaky Friday, or seeing Roland Allen cheering for his own movie, Dick Cook's mind became active again, because he remembered the cooperation that had been shelved for a year. Last year, after the filming of Spider-Man 3 was completed, the first thing Roland did, after choosing to retire, was to contact Disney and want to jointly develop several movies. But at that time, Michael Eisner rejected this proposal because he couldn't figure out Roland's way. But now, Dick Cook feels that the situation is clear. Roland forced Black Hawk down to Sony, maybe with other intentions, but the cooperation between them should be just for his own development. Last year we thought that Roland might have other goals, but now it seems that our original judgment may have been wrong, because after we rejected them, they did not stop their plans, but increased their investment in various aspects. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything, Dick Cook gritted his teeth and expressed his judgment. First, he pulled John Landau to make The Princess Diaries. Second, he acquired Blue Sky Studios, which should have belonged to Fox, through Steve Jobs' relationship. Not only that, Warner's active invitation at the end of last year also revealed the idea of cooperation between the two sides. And now, he can speak publicly for the movie he participated in. All of this proves that Roland wants to develop his own film company well. In this case, if we can get the distribution rights of their movies, the production pressure in the future will be much smaller. Just like we asked them, the Jewish gang, to produce Good Morning Vietnam, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Dead Poets Society, and The Lion King before, we can also learn from Warner and outsource the film production. What's more, don't we have the same relationship with Pixar now? We don't have to worry about production at all, we just need to focus on distribution. Capitalists who don't want to suck blood are not good companies. After seeing the high box office of Freaky Friday, picking peaches and shirking the blame became the only idea in Dick Cook's mind. The so-called picking peaches, that is naturally to cooperate with Warcraft Films and outsource the live-action film business. As long as it is successful, that is their performance. And the scapegoating, that is naturally to throw out the production responsibility after a failure. Protect yourself. Although this behavior is a sophistry, how many shareholders really understand this industry? In the case that 99% of shareholders only look at financial reports, it is normal to only look at the results and not the process. What's more, when cooperating with the Jewish gang, there is only the right to invest, but not the right to advise. Isn't it something that the whole world knows? As long as they are pulled, how can the shareholders not believe it? After listening to Dick Cook's idea, Michael Eisner smiled, folded his arms, rested his elbows on the table, and swept his eyes up and down with a playful look, taking in this subordinate who was promoted by him, and asked in a calm tone, "Want to learn from Warner?" Yes. Dick Cook, who was in charge of distribution, nodded bluntly. Outsourcing has the lowest cost. Okay, outsourcing has the lowest cost. Michael Eisner agreed with Dick Cook, but at the same time, he also raised his own doubts. But have you ever thought about what the significance of Roland's doing this is? The companies willing to undertake outsourcing projects are all small companies. They only have production teams, no production funds, and no distribution channels. So, they can be controlled by us. Like Warner's New Line, Legendary, or Miramax. But what about Roland? He obviously has his own channels, but he chooses not to do it himself. Isn't this behavior very weird? As the helmsman of the media group, Michael Eisner simply could not understand Roland's behavior. In his opinion, capitalists would only make counterintuitive choices when they could only get the most out of giving up the benefits that were within their reach. Now, he couldn't see the greater benefits that Roland could get, so he hesitated. As for the idea of cooperating on a whim, that's nonsense. How could a guy who could help Microsoft swallow up Yahoo do something on a whim? But when Dick Cook heard that old-fashioned argument, he, who was well prepared, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Michael Eisner didn't refute it, it proved that the matter could be discussed. Michael. Dick Cook took a deep breath. Michael Eisner answered, and stood up to pour 2 glasses of water. If you have any ideas, just tell me directly. I chose to promote you, because I believed in you. Dick Cook nodded his head after hearing these words. When he took the glass of water handed to him, He also said, if we didn't understand Roland's behavior last year, the situation is very clear this year. After selling all of his Yahoo shares, Roland's influence on public opinion has dropped sharply. Before, when he was in control of Yahoo, he could convey his ideas to tens of millions of netizens through the largest portal on the internet without any media. Now, after Microsoft acquires Yahoo, his control over public opinion will be greatly weakened. And in this case, holding on to the channels of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft films will not be of much use to him, because Sony also has no media network, and is a weakling in terms of public opinion. So, they choose to cooperate with us now. In fact, they want to use our channels. As soon as these words came out, Michael Eisner raised his eyebrows. He stared at his subordinates, as if he wanted to drill a hole in them. The idea of using the power of the media was indeed a good one. But, if he wanted to use the power of the media, why did he snatch Blue Sky Studios from News Corporation? Michael Eisner changed his sitting position, and raised his chin. Roland's behavior is not in line with your judgment. Although this behavior was very disrespectful, it was the best recognition for Dick Cook. So, the driver who used to drive a train in Disneyland rubbed his face, and said with a smile, because News Corporation is weak. Although News Corporation controls major newspapers in the world, to us, it is still a foreign company. As long as it doesn't move the company to us, it is our enemy. Is it robbery to rob the enemy's industry? It's not robbery at all. Fox was robbed. Do they dare to retaliate openly? No. Apple can play tricks with Microsoft. Intel can help Roland acquire AT&T. What is News Corporation? If it were a local company, it might be able to fight back, but as a foreign company, even if it has a good relationship with our Elephant Party, the Elephant Party will not help him out when he is wronged. Or rather, his backers will applaud Roland's behavior. As long as News Corporation can move to America, it will be a political achievement for the Elephant Party, and Roland's robbery of him is just a means to enable News Corporation to better embrace America. Since you know that the other party dare not retaliate, then why not do it, Papa? Michael Eisner clapped his hands. His eyes were filled with joy. Michael Eisner was an ambitious man. Although he was an employee hired by Disney, he once wanted to turn Disney into his own kingdom. He carefully protected his rights and strengthened them in various ways. He liked to let 2 or 3 people manage a department together and encouraged internal competition by blurring the authority. His stinginess with power made him unwilling to train successors, but he was extremely tolerant of Dick Cook, who he promoted. Because among all the positions in Disney, only Dick Cook's position had no internal struggle. After Michael Eisner was driven out of Disney, Dick Cook was also kicked out a few years later. The reason is said to be that Robert Iger, the then chairman of Disney, learned that in 1994, when Michael Eisner was in danger of his life and had to choose a successor, the envelope that could only be opened after his death had Dick Cook written on it. Good analysis. Michael Eisner smiled and said, "Do you think we need to cooperate with Roland now?" On the surface, Michael Eisner was asking Dick Cook for his opinion. In fact, his confident tone betrayed everything. In his opinion, Disney, which he ruled, had not yet fallen into the situation of asking for external help. But Dick Cook's next words made the smile on his face suddenly disappear, and the gloomy dissatisfaction rose wildly. "It is necessary," Dick Cook said in a deep voice. "Boss, we are in danger now. Disneyland Paris has been losing money since its opening. ABC did not officially start to make a profit until last year, but the person who saved it was ABC's president Robert Iger, because he insisted on introducing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Similarly, Disney's plan to enter the internet also went bankrupt due to the arrival of the internet bubble. The Go.com project caused the group to burn $1.5 billion in cash out of thin air. And we have been claiming to the outside world that Pearl Harbor co-produced with Jerry Bruckheimer can break the box office record of Titanic. But, are we really confident? Can Michael Bay really be compared with James Cameron? Will Ben Affleck really have the same box office influence as Roland Allen? Although cooperation with Roland cannot solve all problems, it can allow us to put aside one problem and concentrate on solving other problems. In this case, his existence can help us bear some of the pressure from shareholders. Enough. Michael Eisner yelled. He pointed at the door and shouted, "Get lost." The sudden change made Dick Cook, who was explaining the facts, Shudder. After seeing his boss's face, that looked like a black pot, he sighed, stood up silently, and walked towards the door. He didn't try to explain, because he knew that he had touched his boss's sore spot. Because Disneyland Paris was built by Michael Eisner against all odds. The internal strife of ABC TV network was instigated by Michael Eisner. The Go.com project was proposed and required by Michael Eisner. And Pearl Harbor was also decided by Michael Eisner. It is no exaggeration to say that while expanding Disney, Michael Eisner, who wanted to keep his position, mixed into all of Disney's industries, and under his interference, all industries suffered a certain degree of loss. Disneyland Paris has never made a profit since its construction. ABC TV network directly approached Warren Buffett, hoping to be repurchased by Berkshire Hathaway. Go.com made Disney a laughingstock. Pearl Harbor. How many people think that this kind of film can surpass Titanic? Everyone is waiting to see Disney's joke. Because of this, after discovering that his company can indeed cooperate with Warcraft Films, Dick Cook, who wanted to help his boss relieve pressure, proposed an outsourcing plan. But now, the tyrant is still the tyrant. However, just as Dick Cook sighed and wondered what reason the boss who promoted him would use to kick him out of Disney for challenging his authority, Michael Eisner, who was sitting there, was also looking at his back. And when he was about to pull the door handle and roll out of the other party's office consciously, a hue suddenly drilled into his ears. Come back. What? Dick Cook paused, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Come back. Michael Eisner saw that he didn't understand, so he raised his voice. This situation made Dick Cook turn his head unexpectedly. When he found that Michael Eisner was frowning at him, he felt a little surprised and happy. What are you looking at? Come here. Michael Eisner was a little impatient. Hey. Dick Cook, who had reacted, ran back to the other party. Before he could figure out whether Michael Eisner had taken the wrong medicine, the tyrant in front of him had already spoken. What I heard from you is that you don't think highly of Pearl Harbor? I was very optimistic before, but not now. Why? Because there isn't a single person in the entire production team who can increase the box office of a movie by 20 million with just a click of his tongue. Dick Cook told the truth. Besides, hasn't Jerry Bruckheimer been learning from Roland Allen? He is good friends with Ernest Dell, the president of Zine Maximum Media, and has also invested in Zine Maximum Media. As a guy who is learning from Roland in his career, it would be better for him to work directly with the original than to hire this copy to make a movie. Michael Eisner's eyelids twitched when he heard the reason. That was not a reason. Just when he was about to scold him, Dick Cook regained his composure and said, in fact, whether I think highly of Pearl Harbor or not, I hope you can seriously consider working with Roland. Because it is beneficial for us to hand over the project to them, or to distribute their project. As a pillar of reputation in the industry and outside, shareholders will not hold us responsible, whether we do a good job or a bad job. And in this case, we can also free up our hands to save other industries. The honest words made Michael Eisner sigh and look at the other party calmly. After capturing the sincerity and truth on the face of his subordinate, the tyrant finally let down his guard and nodded. Okay, I know, you go out. This response made Dick Cook a little disappointed, and just as he was about to go out, he heard the word coming from behind. I received his invitation, and will attend his wedding. The response that was not a response made Dick Cook laugh. Without looking back, he went straight out of the other party's office, but when he left, his steps were much lighter. For the outside world, the performance of Fresh and Furious at 41 million in the first weekend may be a surprise, but for Capital, the influence that affects the box office is the real terrifying thing. In this case, if the public knows that Warcraft Films is Roland Allen's industry, the joy will also be transferred. Although this inheritance is insignificant, no matter how small the support is, it is a guarantee of success. In this way, when Disney is in trouble, letting it take the blame is Dick Cook's real idea. Similarly, for Michael Eisner, this is indeed the best way to regain the trust of shareholders. I can't make a movie, so I asked the box office record owner to make it. I'm trying to fix all of this, and you have to give me time. Hey, it's really troublesome. When a bang sounded, as the office door closed, Michael Eisner also muttered, talk about outsourcing with Warcraft Films. Dick can think of it. Note, when the external environment is not good, throwing the pot of loss to the actors to save themselves is the most common behavior in Hollywood. When the hacker scandal broke out in 2014, Sony released the 2010 blame shifting document. Sony Pictures was hit hard by the financial crisis that year, but the management shifted the blame to Angelina Jolie and others, saying that they charged high prices and could not carry the box office. The big investment and zero return of Salt and the Tourist were a microcosm of the entire company. These greedy movie stars should be held primarily responsible for the company's losses. The losses of Disneyland Paris, ABC, the failure to enter the internet, and the sudden collapse of the box office made Michael Eisner suffer from the accusations of Disney shareholders since the 2000 fiscal year. These things have been written in detail before, so I won't mention them here. At that time, Disney was indeed very miserable. The reason why Jerry Bruckheimer is said to be learning from Roland is because he is also a game developer. Zeni Maximum Media is the parent company of Bethesda, and Jerry is a shareholder and director. He invested in the series starting with Fallout 3, and he also made Elder Scrolls V. Baidu Encyclopedia says that Hollywood's gold medal producers are shit. They make several times more money from making games than from making movies. Basically, all the big Hollywood companies make games. In terms of profitability, movies are really a little brother. Take Disney for example. The most profitable derivative of IP is video games. During the Atari period, they made Mickey Mouse into a plumber and sold it for $25 per copy, and it sold like crazy. Chapter 350 The Relax Tell You Obey IE. Michael Eisner's worries are understandable. As an ambitious man who is determined to turn Disney into his own backyard, he will put every subordinate around him, all the partners around him, and potential enemies outside in the same position for measurement. From the perspective of others, driven by his own ambition, he ponders the real purpose behind the other party's words and deeds. Because he doesn't want the Miramax incident to happen again. When Michael Eisner talked about the acquisition with the Weinstein brothers, how could he not know that the brothers were looking at Disney's publicity and distribution capabilities and the gap in the live-action film business? The reason why they were willing to sell the company's shares to Disney was to seek the position of the Prince of the Six Majors, or in other words, they had a dream of ascending the throne one day in the future, and Michael Eisner, who was in power, felt that he could control the other party, so the acquisition was reached. But they had ulterior motives and let the development of things go beyond their expectations. Miramax, who wanted to seek the throne through the prince, found that in Disney, he was at best a son. Michael Eisner, who wanted to be a father, found that the son he took in was a rebellious son. As a result, the Weinstein brothers, who shouted that there was no prince in the world for 70 years, became Erlangchen who obeyed orders, but did not obey the orders. When the local emperor Michael Eisner found that he could not deal with them because of the restrictions of the contract, he was furious and directly took out the cruel treatment of immigrants in the American detention center. When he took another new sons, he directly castrated the rights that the other party should have, making them completely become his own image. It was precisely because of his extreme obsession with rights that when he found that the new partner had the ability to fight, even if this cooperation could save the company, he would stop and hesitate. In his view, this was not raising a tiger to cause trouble, but inviting a wolf into the house. Assuming that Roland had ideas about Disney, the company would have fallen into the trap of changing owners when he was introduced. Of course, no matter what Michael Eisner thought, the outside world would not stop responding because of his concerns. After earning $41 million in the first weekend, the performance of Freaky Friday in the second week dropped directly, closing at $24 million in 7 days, pushing the total box office in North America to $65 million. According to experts' calculations, the total global box office of this movie is at most $200 million. If it is unlucky, it is very likely to stop at 1.8 or 1.9. Such a result makes those who are used to seeing $500 million start a little regretful, but if you think about it carefully, it is actually normal. When a bunch of influencing factors such as social factors, schedule factors, and style factors are intertwined, it is already a very remarkable achievement to get nearly $200 million in the box office. When everyone is pounced, you can still jump around, which is already awesome. What's more, the audience reputation of Freaky Friday is not very good. Those audiences who were pulled into the theater by the overwhelming publicity did not give the movie a biased score because of their love for Roland. The score of 7.0 on Amidst proves everything, and the negative reviews in the message area are surprisingly consistent. Some comments, such as the whole movie is full of cliché jokes, formulaic movies make people numb, and although the movie is interesting, the deliberately contrived jokes and the unchanging preaching make people feel bored, make the whole movie look like a model play on an assembly line. This kind of real argument without control of the comments made all kinds of investors amazed, and also made the Olson sisters feel bad. After browsing the bad reviews on the internet, they were in a good mood because of the soaring box office, like wilted bean sprouts. At dinner the next morning, they asked their brother and sister-in-law directly, "Did we really act that badly? What did you say?" Roland, who didn't react, looked puzzled. Others at the table also cast puzzled eyes. "I say, is our movie really bad?" The sisters sighed and repeated the question. When everyone learned of their concerns, denial, and support enveloped the restaurant. "No, you guys acted pretty well," Roland said. When Roland was your age, he acted in Jurassic Park, which was really exaggerated. Kate directly exposed the truth. "This movie is really funny." The youngest Elizabeth gave the most sincere evaluation. "Baby, you are the best," Ganetti said with a smile. Although David did not speak, he rubbed his daughters' heads and refilled their juices. Blindly approving made them look distressed as they were about to become adults in a few years. "But if we have no problems, why do they blame us?" The Olson sisters tilted their heads and looked at their family. The pouting mouths and frowning brows showed the cuteness of adolescent children. "Ashley, Mary." David motioned his daughters to look at him. "In fact, you don't have to care about the comments from the outside world, because we will never know whether these comments are malicious. But if we don't care, do they not exist?" The Olson sisters felt that their father was deceiving himself. After saying this, David shrugged with a wry smile. Just when he was about to say something, hoping that his daughter would not focus on the present, Roland, who was eating breakfast, had already put down his spoon, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said, "Ashley, Mary, creation is always subjective, and the same is true for appreciation. No one can create a work that everyone likes, and no one can like the work created by everyone, because people's thoughts cannot be unified." Take Freaky Friday for example. When we were writing the script, we had already determined the target customer group of this movie, guys aged 8 to 16, so when we were making it, we had to serve them. However, after the movie is released, for the sake of profit, we can't just invite guys aged 8 to 16 to watch it, and it's impossible to achieve precise segmentation in publicity and promotion, so attracting more audiences is the only option. In this case, how many adults will like movies that children like to watch? Therefore, differences arise. For guys between 8 and 16, this might be a heartwarming movie that could win an Oscar, but for guys of other age groups, this movie simply doesn't meet their movie watching standards. So, giving it a bad review is the only thing these consumers can do. The existence of these bad reviews is reasonable, and David's telling you not to pay attention to them is also reasonable. These words gradually softened the Olson sisters' expressions, but even so, they were still a little unwilling as they were in adolescence. "Then your movies basically stay above 8 points. Hahaha." The slightly complaining rant made everyone laugh. Before Roland could say anything, Ganetti said, "Oh, are you too confused? Roland's film Hook didn't even get a score of 7, and none of his famous films in the Home Alone series got over 8 points. Hook was just a guest appearance, and the fact that the Home Alone series didn't get over 8 points doesn't mean that the audience doesn't like him." The Olsen sisters felt that the example their mother gave was problematic, and aren't movies like Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park rated over 8 points? The Spider-Man series is even more stable at 8.5. Roland sighed at the argumentative words. He leaned back in his chair and turned his head instinctively. When he saw his wife looking at him with a smile, the tacit understanding made him grab her hand. Okay. Roland raised his left hand slightly and kept pressing down, signaling the two little guys who were in a bad mood to listen to him. In fact, those movies are all assembly line products. The turning points are fixed at certain times. If you don't believe it, I can show you the script. If you still don't believe it, you can call James and Steven yourself. And the reason why it can get high scores is purely because it stands on the shoulders of the times. Before the appearance of Terminator 2, has anyone seen a guy that deforms like Mercury on the screen? Before the appearance of Jurassic Park, has anyone seen living dinosaurs on the screen? None. So, what we are selling is actually the beauty of the first time. In this case, even if our format is neat, the audience will give high scores. Because this is the newest version they have never seen before. And the subsequent Spider-Man series is purely selling feelings. Selling our feelings. At this point, Roland raised his right hand. When the interlocking gesture was put on the table, the Olson sisters laughed, even though they were in a bad mood. Fan filter? Ashley asked. Popularity conversion? Mary waved her hand. Yeah. This answer made Roland shrug. When he made a face, the explanation that was not an explanation made everyone laugh. In fact, Roland has always felt that audience ratings are useless, not because it is easy to fake, but because even if it is not faked, people cannot be absolutely objective when scoring, and will always be biased by their own subjective consciousness. For example, when you encounter a work of an actor or director you like, you will involuntarily give it a higher score, and when you encounter a guy you don't like, you will choose to give a low score. In addition, when you find a work that you particularly like, but the score is relatively low and does not meet your expectations, you may subconsciously give a full score in order to pull the score. If you find a work that you really hate, but the score is high, you want to make your worldview agree with the low score. So, the so-called ratings are actually the audience's search for spiritual recognition and satisfaction. In this case, it is understandable to control reviews for marketing, but if you control reviews for the sake of controlling reviews, you are stupid. With Freaky Freaks already getting high box office, Roland would not follow the example of a certain artist named Zoo, who induced a newspaper editor to fire a reporter in order to control reviews and engage in workplace PR. After all, in many cases, letting the audience vent their dissatisfaction is also a means of maintaining audience favor. There is no perfect person in this world, so why pretend to be a saint? The stupidest thing is to try to cover up the shit that the whole world already knows. After counseling the Olson sisters, everyone continued to eat, and during this process, Ganetti suddenly asked again, Roland, you are helping them to increase the box office in the form of a wedding this time. It won't affect you, right? After all, your Spider-Man 3 will be released on November 16th this year. At this time, you are wasting your audience favor. Ganetti did not continue, but the meaning was very clear. After sensing her concern, Roland and Kate laughed at the same time. Weddings have to be announced eventually, Roland said. According to our previous plan, we announced the wedding first to let the public know that we are officially married, and then spread the news of my retirement through media interviews on the eve of the release of Spider-Man 3. The gimmick that stimulates the audience to watch Spider-Man 3 is my retirement, not the wedding. And now, Roland glanced at Kate, and the other party also said, it just makes the news of the wedding more valuable. With this answer, Roland raised his hand and put his arm around Kate's shoulders, and Kate also leaned into Roland's arms at the right time. The tacit behavior made the three Olsen sisters curl their lips, and also made the Olsen couple nod with emotion. A few years ago, when Kate and Roland first met, she was an artistic girl who wanted to win an award. After spending enough time with Roland, her behavior of focusing on money really had some meaning of husband and wife following suit. Make the wedding news more valuable? David's tongue darted around, and veins formed on his cheeks. When are you going to announce the specific time? It depends on who is willing to buy the news, Roland said. At present NBC's Tonight Show has invited us. Kate said. Oprah also made an offer to us. Who do you want to sell the news to? Elizabeth, who was eating her oatmeal breakfast, was also curious. Whoever is sincere will sell it to him, Roland said indifferently. Yes, compared with Disney's entanglement, Roland is now very comfortable. If he was still desperately thinking about how to make Warcraft films a thorn in Disney's side before, then now. If he can't take the dry road, then don't take it. After witnessing the crushing methods of Microsoft and Boeing, Roland has thought it through. If Disney doesn't take the soft approach, then he will start saving money and crush it in one wave. Don't sell. Then I will beat you to pieces. Okay, don't think about these things. Seeing that everyone wanted to ask more questions, Roland waved his hand and said, instead of asking me who to sell the news to, you might as well discuss where to go. Ashley, Mary, wait until I get married, and then I'll go to Disney to talk to you about the new movie. Lizzie, don't go to school next semester, so that you don't have to ask for leave again for the wedding. As for studying, I'll hire a tutor for you. Yeah. Before the voice fell, the three little guys raised their hands in cheers. At this moment, no one cared who Roland was going to sell the wedding news to. Instead, they rushed to report their ideas, eager for Roland to push their parents. I want to go to the zoo. I haven't seen the little swan for a long time. Elizabeth shouted. Roland, I want to go to Sydney. Ashley said, you were filming with Kate during the last Atlanta Olympics. Let's go together this time. I want to go to New Zealand. I want to go to New Zealand. Mary jumped up and said, Mom said you bought a big piece of land there. Leave a house for me too. The chattering made the Olsons' eyes jump. Just when they wanted to speak, Roland had already agreed. Okay, then we'll all go. And the house. No problem. Kate knew what Roland wanted to say, so she agreed. The self-willed behavior made the Olsons' heads hurt, but when they saw their three daughters jump off the seats and hug the two of them to celebrate, they felt helpless and smiled bitterly. Okay, the children have grown up. We have also grown old. David raised his hand and grabbed his wife's wrist. After pulling it twice, Ganetti, who did not resist, had already leaned over. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.